Hey, thank you so much for clicking on the video. Before you get into it though, if you want to see us live, head on over to twitch.tv/nerdsofthewest, where you can catch the crew every single week. Enjoy the video.
Hello everybody and welcome to Nerds of the West. Today we are playing Avatar Legends, the role-playing game, which is currently on Kickstarter, a tabletop RPG set in the world of Avatar The Last Airbender. I'm Kai, I'm going to be the DM today, and we'll go around and introduce ourselves and our characters.
I'm Chris. I am playing Aniki, the Guardian. Shall I wait for everyone
Yeah,
to...
I just a brief,
Do things so I can go and move the mouse where I need to.
Okay.
Alright, Tom's doing some tech stuff. How's it going, everyone? Welcome to the stream.
Hello
Aniki.
Stephen, hello Corthane, hey Moron, hey Upside Down Fairy. I hope I didn't miss
Alright.
anyone there.
This Nerds of the Quest
Said.
Volume 2, officially no.
No,
Because Nerds of the Quest Volume 2 will be its own thing.
but Nerds of the Quest nonetheless.
None. Nice.
1.5.
Nerds of the Quest adjacent.
I'm playing as a weapons specialist. My character has some motivations in like protecting one of my other players. So why don't you vie for my protection if you want?
Well, you can buy it for my protect. You can protect me, and I'll think that you have a pretty good head on your shoulders, and you'll listen to my ideas.
So it's just you and I.
We're just best friends.
Sweet. Done. All right. And your name and character?
I'm Teak. I'm a waterbender, which will become slightly weird when you understand the scenario we're in. But I've decided that there's some cool stuff that I need to steal, and I'm going to steal it.
Nice. Is it as weird? Because I feel like mine fits in perfectly into the
Oh
situation.
yeah, no, mine is literally like, you're an outlaw. Go steal things.
Yeah. During this time,
Yeah,
during the time,
What could possibly go wrong?
Let's go with that. Yeah.
Look, everyone will be distracted by said event, and I can get in and steal things.
Yeah, maybe it's a blessing in disguise.
I know what I'm about.
Bandits. Hey, how you doing? I am
Outlaw, thank you very much.
I am Lachlan, and I'm going to be playing Zaipan, if that is the correct pronunciation.
Sounds
the
good to me.
Icon, and I am an Earthbender, and she is a Earth member who is pretty much welcome in the Fire Nation and was dancing for the royal family, and basically an entertainment group with the rest of her family and other Earthbenders, and they would dance and perform Earthbending things for the Fire Nation, because it's kind of interesting to see other nations' style of bending, which then eventually they'll want to murder.
Yep.
Hey, Chris, talk
Dance
to
for
me.
us.
Hello, Tom. Hopefully we can get this microphone.
look, it's working. Now put
Alright,
it-
sweet.
put it
Thank
somewhere
you
good.
for the heads up.
Does that mean everyone didn't hear Chris's intro?
Entirely
It's
possible.
alright. Mine was the shortest.
Well, Chris did the old with the broken one.
I
Just
did the old
mixed them up.
switcheroo. Sorry if that sounded awful.
The old cup over the ball, and just I was like, which mic is it?
What, like a
Which mic
shell
is it?
game with microphones.
Then it turns out they're all broken.
And lastly but not leastly,
I'm playing Wenli, the Fire Nation occupant, and I am a firebender. I have
What
a
a joke.
nickname, the Hammer. Basically, yeah, my father was such a sweet guy, but he happened to get beat up by the local gang one early morning when he was walking home from work.
Is it not like the fire officials that beat you up?
No, it was a gang, as far as I'm aware.
but the officials did nothing to...
Yeah,
Turning
but the
turning
police,
a blind eye.
you
That's
know?
why us outlaws have to stick together.
Exactly.
And shut these people down.
So my motivation is, now that I have seen the police justice system fail, I'm going to stick it to the system and do things my own way.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I love that y'all
Yeah.
have like really great motivations, and I'm like, steal shit.
Classic.
I mean,
Hey,
filthy rogue.
I also love
Get that money.
Sean is wearing the Fire Nation's t-shirt.
That worked
Represent.
out perfectly.
We
It
actually
actually
dished
worked
out
out
the
great.
characters randomly, and
Yeah.
Sean happened to be the fireman.
I was gonna wear my Air Nation shirt, but then I was like, nah, jumpers. Jumpers.
Yeah.
It's a bit chilly.
it is. It's not too bad in here.
It's not.
I've rolled my sleeves up. It's
Definitely
okay. So we've
There
got-
is a question in chat. I know Zero about Avatar. How lost will I be?
Very.
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think it'll be too bad. It's a... I mean,
Fairly self-contained.
it's fairly... Yeah. It's a sort of martial art focused kind of, I suppose, Eastern vibe to the world. And some people can control elements with their special brand of martial arts.
Yeah, well, there's 4 nations. So the Earth Kingdom, the Air Kingdom, the Fire Nation, and then the Water Tribes.
Can you just recite the whole intro to the
fire
to the show?
I cannot. And yeah, so there's obviously
nations lived in
different
harmony.
nations that have different bending abilities. Kai's going to DM for us, and we've got different benders, and then we've got Chris, who is a non-bender, because not everyone is a bender. And that's, like, I mean, there is a lot more that goes into the show, but we're just...
The show is great. Do recommend.
Not a lot more that goes into the game. So.
Yeah.
I
So
will just say, before Kai sets the scene and sets the world, this is your last week to vote for the games for this month. It is very close between playing games with friends online and Lachlan choosing, but everything else is then like 1 or 2 votes behind. So whatever you vote for today can make a difference. That'll happen
it's
in
anyone's
like
game.
Nice.
2 hours.
I got my game locked in already.
And secondly,
Locked in.
that light's still being a jerk.
Don't
know why.
Tom, have you tried to unscrew
other
it and put it in another one?
That's the next thing, is like fully reset it and go
Just
again.
like unplug it, put it in a different one.
Turn it off and on again.
It's basically Futurama. Yeah, pretty much.
What?
Well, because there's magic in Futurama.
And there's Bender.
It's just tech
Right?
magic.
That's
Is that what we're picking up on?
That's
I'm Bender, baby.
terrible.
Yeah.
So we are playing the quick start version of the game, which I believe is available on the Kickstarter page.
Oh,
You
what a
can,
bloody legend.
download.
Finger guns.
So you can download it for free. Anyone can download
Thank you,
the Kickstarter.
Crimson Knight, for the follow. Good to see you.
Finger bangs in chat.
Just
Cool.
in time before we start.
Oh, I mean,
Exclamation your favorite color to try and
Change
control.
3 out of 4 of the lights.
3 out of 4 of the lights.
Yeah.
And there is an avatar, a single person, who can control all 4 elements, which is probably a key feature as to why this show is called Avatar. It's like, here's all this other shit. Oh yeah, there's also the
There
person
is,
that is the
but
avatar.
that is not
Theatre star.
pertinent to today's
There's
session.
not pertinent.
Yeah, are we all going into the subgenres of bending, like metal and lightning?
Not
No.
quite. So this game is set during the 100-Year War, give or take 30 years before Aang's awakening. So this is middle of bad times. So there is currently no avatar. There's not a whole lot of mixing of the benders. It's pretty earth, fire, and water
Metal bending doesn't exist.
is
yet.
about it. Toph has not invented
Lava bending
anything
might.
yet.
Spoilers.
Combustion bending, theoretically.
Combustion bending, lightning, blood bending.
Lightning's a lot more rare though.
Lightning's
it's
very
still
rare.
a specialist thing and not as useful as it is in
I don't think
Republic
anyone
City.
will be bending.
Yeah, in Republic City, it's like lightning bending is all over the place, but all sorts of
Lightning
different
bending's just a
happenings
job.
there. Yeah.
Job.
It
You're
is.
a Sparky.
Yeah,
they literally
are.
just go
They're
zap,
welders.
zap,
They're,
zap,
they're
zap,
literally welders.
and create energy. Yeah.
So being the quick start, we don't have the full suite
it.
of rules. So there are some things that we'll be fudging a little bit and just going with the flow. We don't want to get bogged down too much searching for rules. So sometimes I'll just make a call based on what feels right at the time. So apologies if we don't get everything 100% right. But we're here for a good time, not a pedantic time.
Yes.
That's the saying, right?
Agree. I prefer.
No sky bisons, no dragons, no moles, no moon. Actually, no, there is.
I'm pretty sure there's a moon.
There's still a moon, yeah.
Is there also an avatar who can control all 4 lights? They have not awoken yet, Moron, I'm
No.
afraid. We're
So-
stuck with only the 3 lights.
So
The last
Fire Lord
light bender.
Ozai came into power from 95 to 100 AG. So
Oh, it's only a couple of years before.
Okay, so it's only 5 years before.
Yeah.
Take back the 30 years.
There we go. I never
We're
said that.
5 years before.
I
Aang
was
comes back
like,
to
I'm
life.
pretty sure I could just Google when Ozai got had
Probably.
his
Hey,
coronation.
spoilers.
Whoa!
Let Kai tell the story.
No, I just had to put that in.
Do you want
there
more?
before I-
Do you want different music, or is this music good for the intro?
Yeah,
Not bad.
that's all right.
Put on some
And should we
deathcore.
explain why there's no air benders around?
I think
They're dead. They're all dead.
dead.
They got massacred.
Let's not get too nitty gritty into explaining the show.
Yeah, okay.
They're all dead.
What
Yep.
we will do
Suck the air out of the room and choke
Uh,
everyone to death.
is we are playing with pre-generated characters that come with the quick start guide, just to save us the time, and because pre-generated ones in a quick start are usually pretty good and balanced for the scenario. What hasn't been filled out yet is a section called connections. Each of the players have connections with other members of the party, but the connection as for who that connection is with, stumbled over that, is blank. So as we sit around, I will set the scene, and then the characters will talk amongst themselves and work out what connections they have with each other. The adventure we're playing is the Forbidden Scroll, which comes with the Quick Start campaign. So the setting is the night before Fire Lord Ozai's coronation. He'll be coronated the following day in a big festival, big celebration, as the Fire Lord is coronated. The four of you are not ending this day on a particularly high note because you are all in a Fire Nation cell inside the prison.
No one said stealing things would go well.
Look,
Probably why you're here.
I just dance for a living. All right, I just dance, and my dances could kill.
now, most of you are here because you had the bright idea to steal a particular scroll from the Dragonbone catacombs underneath the palace. You guys probably aren't 100% sure what the scroll was that you were stealing, or even necessarily why you were stealing it. Maybe it was just a job.
I don't even believe dragons are real.
What you do know is that it contains some piece of very important history.
Thank you.
Combustion bending. Here we go.
Some important piece of history from early in the war that hasn't been doctored and changed by the Fire Nation to fit their narrative. So you know that it contains some sort of true information about the Fire Nation and the start of the war. So you took it upon yourselves to try and snatch it. And you got pretty close. You had the scroll in your hot little hands before Fire Stage Bai and a large group of Fire Nation guards of the temple captured you and threw you in the cells.
Great.
It's gonna happen every time.
Ricky, bye-bye.
That's a good joke.
So that's a good inside joke that no one will get.
Yeah, no one
So,
gets it except us.
I don't even get it.
as we
I left
open
out.
on our intrepid heroes, we are in a Fire Nation prison, early hours of the morning, 2 or 3 a.m. You're not 100% sure, there's no window. You've been sitting stewing in the cell for several hours, contemplating your failure.
Do I have water?
No.
What is the cell?
You would have had a pouch of water on your belt that you would uncork and use, but that would have been confiscated by the guards
Jerks.
before they threw you in the cell.
Is the ground made of dirt? What is the cell made of?
The cell is made of stone, but it's reinforced with iron bars. Not only in front, but inside the walls themselves, like rebar almost.
Congrats, you can have a pebble.
As an earthbender, that probably would have been the first thing you tried. Try and bend a hole in the wall. But you quickly encountered steel that even if you could get past, you could only bend into the next cell over.
Yeah. And I don't think I have the bending ability to be able to break metal with rocks.
No, probably not.
Damn you, metal.
I would have attempted to try and heat the metal up to melt it. I would say my abilities personally are not that good. Like I can conjure like flame around my fist when I punch someone or
It's
something
fun to
like
get a
that.
nice firebender
But
and
I-
shit.
Can't I can't get it hot enough to actually get this.
Yeah, that's
Also,
it. The firebenders
Why
that
are
forge
you
this
here?
metal.
Like, we've got a waterbender, we've got an earthbender, we've got a non-bender, and you are a firebender in the Fire Nation.
Exactly.
Why are you here?
Because I'm trying to get that scroll. I heard that scroll contains some very good information, and like I said, I want to stick it to the system. I want to learn what secrets they have and
Well,
how
I
to
don't know
bring them
anything
down.
about no scroll.
Yeah, Wenley, you're a firebender. Do you know anything about what's in the scroll?
All I was told that it was this secret, super secret scroll hidden down here in the dungeons.
See, I was told it
In
was
the
worth a lot of
catacombs.
money. Someone would pay a lot for it. And you're telling me that might not even be true, and I've snuck all the way into this harbour town, this central palace area, and now I'm stuck here.
Where else were we
Yeah,
gonna go,
I-
Zeke? I mean, we've been running from the Fire Nation for a long, long time now, and I mean, the whole nation's basically been taken over. There's nowhere to go, nothing to do. This was pretty much our only chance at bringing something back, and maybe, like, fucking Wenley was saying.
I had it in my hot little hand until you guys rocked up and
Well,
brought
apparently
the...
not very hot little hand.
Mate,
Not hot enough.
wanna try
you're
me?
Saying.
Look, I'm writing in, Wenley scoffs at me and my plans.
There we go, nice.
One day I'll show them what I can do.
And what's your story? Fucking, how do you say that?
Zaipan.
Zaipan. Sorry.
Zaipan. Well, I was running away from the Fire Nation. I had nothing about this scroll whatsoever. I was just in the catacombs because I was trying to get away from the Fire Nation. I'm a fugitive. What else do you want me to do?
Yeah.
And now I'm here, locked in a cell with you.
I mean, you could help. Yeah, but if we get out, when we get out, we'll come up with a plan on how to get out. But you can help.
What's your story? Why were you running away from it? What did you do?
Well, I'm a dancer. I dance for the royal family, and I managed to slip out and escape.
You
And
dance
I
for
want
the
my
fire
freedom.
vendors.
Well, yes, my family were captured by the firebenders, and we're basically prisoners, and we have to dance for their entertainment.
And now
So
you're
I'm
actually a prisoner.
And now I'm actually a prisoner, and I was just trying to escape from that life.
That's horrible. Well, I think there's one thing we all have in common. We need to get out of this prison cell. Stick it to the Fire Nation somehow.
Because
I
I'm
wonder
an
where the
accountant.
scroll is.
Scroll.
Is there
Are there
anything?
guards like patrolling the prison cells?
No, you guys got thrown in the cells, had all your stuff confiscated, and then very quickly the guards scurried off to attend other duties. It's a big day coming up. There's a whole bunch of people in the city and in the palace grounds that aren't usually there.
Which is the perfect time to steal the scroll because no one's looking at it.
You would think so, but maybe the guards were, a bit more aware, had some heightened,
You're not that smart. They can't even remember
concerns.
people's birthdays.
What?
It's like the most minor reference to the show ever.
Okay.
I knew the captain remembered my birthday and then they drop into the ocean.
Anything that's short of my cabbages, I have no idea.
Yeah.
My cabbages!
Literally everyone who plays this game ever will have cabbage references in it.
100%. Except for Cabbage Corp is evil.
Cabbage Corp.
Cabbage Corp was good.
Cabbage Corp.
Not my Cabbage Corp. You haven't seen Cora, have you?
No.
He literally becomes one of the major businesses in the
Yeah,
Republic.
I've
Yeah.
heard that. So. Cabbage Corp.
Not my Cabbage Corp.
Jesus.
As you guys sit around and discuss how each of you got captured and whose fault it was and who it was that stuffed up in order to get you guys busted, if you guys want to go ahead and fill in your connections there, just based on what you feel about
has
each
a good head on their shoulders,
person.
which means they listened to my plan and the plan didn't work, which means it's their fault.
And this is good because it just establishes a baseline relationship between each of the characters. So instead of having to try and work out on the fly how you feel about one another, this just gives you something to work off of. Obviously, these sorts of things can change as the game progresses, but it just gives you a starting point for your feelings towards each other. But as you guys are discussing and arguing slightly, can you all give me a perform a move, as they are called, for me?
A move?
Are we going to use rely on your skills and training, which is kind of a catch-all for anything that you may have learned or studied or experience that you have. So I'll get you all to roll a focus check for me.
Okay.
So to roll any kind of move in this game, you roll 2d6. On a 7, an 8, or a 9, you get what's called a soft hit, which is a success, but not flawlessly. Something still might go wrong. Things might not turn out exactly the way you planned. And on a 10 or over, it's a full hit, I think it's called. Basically a critical success, and things go perfectly for you.
Right. So it's a focus?
So roll 2 dice, add or subtract your focus, depending on how your character...
That is a 3.
3,
It's a
negative 1
-1.
in focus. Yep. We'll carry on going counterclockwise since we've started on that side of the table.
Oof, that's sad.
6.
Like, statistically, you should roll a 7 and then get a +1 and be fine. But
Statistically, you should, but
in before 12.
Statistically,
7
Look,
plus
plus
1.
1. I'll take the 8.
Eight.
I got a success and you didn't. I'm watching you.
Statistically.
lovely.
Thank you.
Statistically, I'm statistical.
Statistically, you shouldn't be able to roll 25 misses in a row either, but I've seen Lachlan do that in a role-playing game before as well.
Oh, I thought yours was minus. No.
Statistically,
No.
there is still a chance.
Cool. So you guys are sort of debating and discussing. Apparently Zypan and Wenley are a little bit more engrossed in the conversation with each other. But Anki and Teak, you guys both notice at the same time
Team best friends.
the sound of a door creaking closed somewhere down the corridor, and then shuffling footsteps quickly coming towards your cell.
Every day I'm shuffling. Guys, listen to that. Do you hear that? Sounds like shuffling footsteps after a door having been closed.
Who did... Yeah, I can hear that.
Is anyone there?
Well, you call out, the footsteps stop for a moment, and then
Hey,
carry
guards.
on just as quickly.
Guards, we need help.
Let us out.
There's a firebender in here. We need help.
Oh my god, there's a firebender!
Panic! The shuffling gets closer, and then coming into view through the bars of your cell is clearly a very high-ranking fire sage. Full regalia, full robes, not Fire Sage Buyer who captured you, but someone you don't recognize. He
Fire
seems to
Sage
be
Buyer.
looking over his shoulder as he approaches the cell. And he sort of looks back and forth and then comes up to the bars. Well, what would bring four young folks such as yourselves to the cells of a Fire Nation prison?
Why should we tell you?
Guards.
Fire Sage. Aren't you going to say anything?
That tends to be the case. What was it that the four of you were doing to get you thrown in such sparse accommodations?
Well, at the very moment I was captured, I was walking in the catacombs.
You're a little minded, my friend, aren't you?
Or I just don't like you.
Our intentions are none of your business, Fire Sage. Do what you will with us. We don't care.
I see. Is that how you feel? And with a flourish, he pulls from one of his sleeves the scroll that the four of you were after for one reason or another.
And that's when we all realized, yes.
It wouldn't have anything to do with this, would it?
Well, no, I would like to go back to the Royal Palace, please, and continue my dancing. I am unjustly put in this cell, and I would like to leave. Thank you very much. And I pout.
I'm gonna need you to pout.
I don't think that's going to help you very much, Side Pan.
Regretfully, I think your dancing days are done, young one.
Can we get F's in chat? Lockie's dancing days.
Breaks ankle. We're going to have to put him down.
Kid show, Lachlan, kid show.
Send him to
Just
the
because it's all
knackery.
about child soldiers and murdering people.
Yeah.
Well,
Where did you get that?
well, the same place the four of you got it after it was returned. After
Clarification,
your
we
capture?
never got it. I want it, obviously, and I'm liking you more, but we never got it.
I see. Well, I have a proposition for the four of you. As you know, tonight is the night before Lord Fire Lord Ozai is coronated, or becomes the Fire Lord, I should say. And after that happens, I don't think the prisoners in these cells will be meeting a very just or kind fate.
There's no need to gloat.
He will seek to solidify his rule and his power by eliminating any who have shown opposition to the Fire Nation.
You mean the entire world?
Indeed. But he has to start somewhere.
Not gonna happen.
Just another corrupt leader like they all are.
Before today, I would have disagreed with you. However, I have come to certain realizations that perhaps Ozai is not the best thing for the Fire Nation or the world at large.
I hear the Iron guy is kind of solid. What happened to him?
I like comically slide up to the thing. I'm like, so you gonna let us out?
Let's not jump to any conclusions.
So you're the comic relief character.
Zuko here.
Fucking hell.
The Zuko's upstairs being a child and getting bullied by his sister.
Yep.
Zuko here.
Alright, quick question. Could a waterbender soft drink?
Technically,
Yes.
yes.
A what? A soft drink?
Depends on how sugary it is.
I mean,
That's
yeah, I guess it depends on how sugary it is.
cool.
So you just move all the water out of the cup and there's just a whole bunch of sugar
Yeah.
and syrup left in the
and artificial
Yeah.
colours.
Yeah.
I
No,
feel like
because
because-
the bog benders then like the muddy water.
bog bend.
Yeah,
Is
but
that
that's
really-
like a lot of earth, isn't it? Are they earthlings?
No, they're
No,
waterbenders.
waterbenders.
Waterbenders?
swamp.
The
Yeah.
swamp, the swamp
Swampbenders,
guys.
Swamp
yeah.
benders. They also
but no, they
bend the
bend-
plants
They
because
bend
the
the plants
plants
with the
have
water,
water in
yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's fine.
So soft drink. Anyway, continue with the story.
It depends on have you lived your whole life amongst the soft drink, like
I
the
just
swamp
want to be
benders?
an energy drink bender.
Soft drink
a
bender.
caffeine bender.
Energized, man. Anyway,
Cool.
The four of you are obviously very resourceful and have certain skills to have gotten as far as you did in the Dragonbone catacombs. So, I come seeking your help. I will release you and even provide you with the scroll that you sought on the condition that you help get me out of the city.
Who are you?
I am Fire Sage Nuan. Well, I was. I don't know how much longer. I will remain a Fire Sage. I have voiced certain disagreements with the policy and the actions of the Fire Nation of late, and Fire Lord Ozai will not look kindly upon me after his coronation. So it is imperative that we get out before he is coronated and has the power and the time to come after me.
Sense motive. But
Yeah, lean over, looking him directly in the eye,
it's
just like
just
we
a
can't
minute,
trust this guy at all.
Sage one, and I scoot and huddle everyone in a group, and we have the group huddle in the middle of the cell.
Well, just as we're about to do that, do I know much about? Have I heard of Sage Nuan?
Yeah, living in the Fire Nation, you would be aware that he was one of the top, high-ranking Fire Sages, along with Bai.
Yep.
He would have been, probably on par with Fire Sage Bai in terms of seniority. So very powerful, very high-ranking. He's been a member of the war councils and been involved with the Fire Nation activities for a long, long time, as long as you can remember, certainly.
Okay.
So he's been a pretty big figure in the nation up to now.
Okay.
And this is the first you're hearing of him having any disagreement or, potentially being...
But he's never been overly down with the other benders sort of deal like the rest.
He's
of them.
probably not been overly public with anything like that.
Yeah.
As far as you can tell, he's been a loyal and functioning member of the Fire Nation.
Yeah.
He's never come out and said he does or doesn't necessarily agree with the politics or the governance of the nation, but he's never come out against it. He's always seemed to perform as expected and done well enough to achieve the rank that he has.
So for him to suddenly change is a very big deal.
It would probably strike you as odd, certainly, but you have all seen or have heard of probably Ozai's temper and brutality as well, so the thought that he could flip on someone who until then was close certainly wouldn't be
Ozai's
absurd.
not a cool guy.
Alright. So you're in our huddle.
Yeah, so in our huddle.
Yep.
So, do we trust this guy?
Well, it doesn't matter if we trust him or not. We don't have a choice, do we?
Exactly.
Yeah, but, we don't really. We either run this cell or we leave with him. We book it.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe if he tries to betray us, we can flip something around. Maybe turn the tides on him.
That's true. All right, here's the plan. I'm using my action here.
Okay.
We're gonna work with him, but keep a heavy eye on him, and we'll use him to get past any checkpoints that we need. But he's the first one that we leave behind if anything goes wrong.
Agree.
What's our plan after? I want that scroll. I want to know what's in it. He's obviously going to give it to us.
I just want to get out of the Fire Nation.
At this point, I just want out of Fire Nation. If everything they're saying about Ozai is correct, we need to leave here as soon as possible. So I reckon we head for the harbour, commandeer a boat, a waterbed down, us out of here.
Well, I've got to get my father out. We're going to go. I'm going to have to get him out.
Alright,
can't leave him behind.
second plan. We dress your father up as this guy.
Where is your father, Wenley?
So after getting beaten up and not being able to work, he's just been basically bedridden at home. So I've been looking after him for, I think I'd say it's been a couple of weeks, maybe 2 weeks since he was beaten up.
Okay.
So he's still quite hurt, but he's recovering very slowly.
You can't just leave your dad behind
No.
to go on some adventure across the sea.
Exactly. So I've basically had it.
Kaelius, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, we're Nerds of the West. We are playing the Avatar Legends role-playing game. The Quick Start Guide is on Kickstarter now, if you want to check it out, and the Quick Start Guide is free if you want to have a squiz.
So yeah, I'm down, had enough with all the Fire Nation's, agenda and all that sort of stuff. I don't want a part of it. And this guy seems pretty cool if he's the same. But I definitely want to get my father out. that's
Cool.
the way
We'll
to
do,
go.
we'll do that. We'll get the scroll as well.
Yeah. I don't know how you feel about your family, because obviously they're still dancing for coins, and
My
yours...
family's dead.
Oh. Sorry.
Dancing for coins.
Just drop that one.
Jeez. You think I just decided to
So-
leave? My parents died. I'm just gonna leave this dancing circus.
I wasn't
And-
sure.
I don't trust this
You know,
guy.
as
mean,
far
you
as I'm aware, like, yeah, I would like to go save those other Earthbenders and get them to safety as well. You're not wrong, but it's just me. All right, it's
All right,
just
well, it's
me,
good.
my little self.
Alright, so back to this plan. I've been thinking about it more. We can't just dress you further up as Fire Nation. We're all going to need Fire Nation clothes.
Well, the good thing is, if we're going for a boat, I live in the poorest part of the harbour city, which is right on the docks. So it's not like we're going to have to get him across city or whatever. As long as we can get a boat close to Pier 11,
Yeah.
we can get him on that boat.
I look up at the fire stage and I'm like, you get us outfits?
He's been standing sort of patiently with his hands in his sleeves. You're not sure whether or not he's actually... he's been unable to hear what you've been saying or not. He just shows no...
I look it up at him, I look back at everyone else, and I'm like, so, we can test him. If he can get a Fire Nation outfit to help us escape, might be a little bit more trustworthy.
Well, yeah, I don't think I can escape wearing this. And I'm wearing, obviously,
Big
green
old-
attire with, like, long, like, sleeves.
Big flowing, like,
doing my
green
best.
dancing robes, clearly
I'm doing-
covered in earth, like, late nation symbology.
Yep.
So yeah, I look over at the fire stage and I'm like, so, can you get us outfits? Sage or guard or...
Technically, it would be 3 because I'm wearing already Fire Nation.
That's true. I'll
But
see
maybe
what's
it's-
in the armory. You are a bit shorter than most Fire Nation guard. I'll see what I can find.
If you're headed to the armory, can I make a request? That you bring back my bow. It was confiscated from me when I was thrown in this cell.
Is it BOW or BO?
BOW.
Okay.
Cable-backed bow is my weapon.
Okay.
So I do need to make a check, but I'm just going to change the battery first so I can make the check on camera.
Yep.
Because I've used my Here's the Plan move, which basically now I will roll with creativity to see how good my plan is. And
Okay.
depending on how good it is, I'll get bonuses.
Sounds good. Before that happens, Nuwan nods and says, "Very well, I will head to the armory. I won't be long. Stay where you are." And walks down the hallway. Again, quick shuffling steps. Definitely seems like he's in a hurry. He does seem to be concerned in some way. Keeps looking over his shoulder, and he doesn't seem at ease, as though he can just waltz about the palace as he likes, or around the prison as he likes. He does seem to be off.
Cool.
Right, so I'm rolling with creativity. On a 10 plus, I get 2 bonuses that I can either use later on to aid someone to give +1 to their roll, to rally someone to become inspired, or to call out a warning and negate a condition or a fatigue on them. On a miss, I get to do one of those things, but the plan encounters some opposition from the start. On a 10 plus, hold 2. On a 7 and 9, hold 1. Also, everyone comes prepared, and I was trying to find the thing to show like what prepared would be, but I think it's just everyone gets like a slight bonus to something in the future. That would be a 7.
7.
Just.
So a soft hit.
Soft hit. So we all become prepared, and I will get 1 bonus later on that I can use to help people because my plan is it's okay.
Functional. Yeah, okay, nice. So prepared is in here, I believe it's in the combat section. Prepared, you're ready for what's coming. You can clear prepared to take a +2 on an appropriate roll, avoiding marking a condition. So basically you will get a +2 to spend on a roll that is somehow related to the plan. That has been devised.
I'm good at plans.
Yeah.
Nice.
So now that you've got some idea of the broad outlines of a plan, you feel a bit more confident.
Get costumes and walk through the city unopposed.
Yeah.
That's the
Perfect.
plan.
What could possibly go wrong? That always works, right?
That's perfect.
Right?
Cool. So as you're sort of hammering out this plan and sussing it out, Firelord, not yet.
Maybe one day.
Well, maybe one day. Who knows? The politics of the Fire Nation. Fire Sage Nuan comes shuffling back. You can also hear a slight sort of clanking as he comes back. And he comes into view with an armful of sort of a mishmash of guard and general Fire Nation.
What's the roll I need to make to perceive things about him?
I would say it's probably rely on your training
Okay.
and probably your focus.
Now that he's holding things and not just standing there like a creepy old dude, I want to like see how he's doing holding these things. Basically, I'm trying to figure out if this guy is like Iroh and he's like super ripped, or if he's actually struggling to hold this. So that would be a 12.
12. Very, very good success. He has an aura of power about him, but not in a physical sense.
So he's struggling to hold this armor.
You guesstimate he's in his 70s. He's an old dude, long grey beard, physically not real strong, and he's kind of juggling these helmets and stuff and shuffling along. He's not full-blown sprinting or anything like that, but he does have this aura of, he knows how capable he is at bending.
Yeah.
He knows that he's about as good as it gets in his area of expertise, and he's been in a position of power for so long that he has that sort of self-confidence and knowledge of his own ability that he kind of projects that. But so physically, he looks quite frail.
We could like beat him up pretty easily if we catch him by surprise. But if the tides turn, he might beat the shit out of us.
Yeah, you get the sense that if he got the chance
He would bend the shit out of us.
to bend at you, you wouldn't stand much of a hope.
Be ashes on the ground, I think.
If it came to straight fisticuffs, you could probably push him over and kick him in the ribs.
So my problem is, at some point today, I need to start a fight with a real dangerous master. So who knows what might happen.
Is that your?
That's one of the things that's ticked. Legacy of excellence. You dedicate yourself to becoming worthy of trust of others. Choose 4 drives to mark at the start of the play. When you fulfill a marked drive, strike it out and clear a condition.
Okay.
So if I do this, I'll get to clear a condition. So I definitely want to start a fight with someone.
Very well.
So you want to start a fight with someone a lot more capable than you. You want to go up to the biggest guy in the prison yard and just...
Yeah.
Yeah, and then once I've done that, I won't be afraid anymore.
By the way, chat,
Yep.
we have with us
Are you afraid?
But I might be eventually.
Hubba Bubba flavoured M&Ms, which Sean does not like.
I'm so disappointed that they've
interesting.
given us these instead of peanut butter M&Ms.
What a bloody legend!
Legatus Oblivious. Legatus Obvious, not Oblivious. God, words are hard. Someone else thank him for the
Legatus
subscription.
Obvious, thank you very much for the follow.
No, subscription.
Subscription, thank you even
Subscribe
more.
with Prime.
Thank you very much. We're playing Avatar Legends role-playing game, if you missed that at the start. It's on Kickstarter, and we are playing the Quick Start Guide to give it a spin. See what we
Now that you're subscribed, exclamation your 2 favorite colours at back to back, and you can get some flashing and special things.
Exclamation red, blue, or exclamation pink, yellow, or whatever your heart desires.
Or sub blue, just to pick one colour. If you really like just one colour.
Blue is the best colour.
But just don't trust this light.
Yeah, that light's
That
scuffed.
light's been...
Hey, since it's already blue,
Put in
just
time
pick
out.
sub-blue.
Yeah, as long as you pick a blue colour, it'll look okay.
This one on?
Yeah, so this specific colour is these 2 are purple and these 2 are off.
That one's
But that one's misbehaving.
Oh, I see. I'm with it. Yep.
Yep.
Hey, let's keep playing.
So,
Yep.
You make this assessment of Fire Sage Nuan. He then kind of has this moment where he sort of shuffles most of the stuff into one arm and produces a key for the cell, which he sort of holds, looks at you all for a moment, and then seems to come to a conclusion in his own mind about committing to this course of action, and unlocks the cell, pulls the bars open, and kind of dumps his bundle on the floor in front of you. Among it is this mishmash of guards' robes and general Fire Nation regalia. Some of it looks like what probably the guards were wearing before they came on duty, and then changed into their guard robes. Some of it's just sort of red and orange and that kind of Fire Nation casual clothing, along with a few pieces of guard regalia. There's 2 helmets in the bunch, along with a mishmash of clothes. After dropping those, he also produces your bow, your pouch of water, teak,
Yes.
and anything else that would have been confiscated off of you guys in the process. If you had any other items on you that the guards would have taken, those are also returned.
Your cabbages lucky to get those back.
Lucky cabbage.
I don't think I really had anything of anything.
Yeah.
Like I have.
You probably had what was on
What are
you.
you talking about? You lived in the
Yeah,
palace.
didn't you do the cabbage dance like every day?
I wasn't royalty.
I
They made you do it.
I wasn't royalty. I was basically Leia,
Oh god, with Jabba the Hutt.
for the Fire Lord.
Yeah, you were the
As-
dancing monkeys of the palace.
As he drops the stuff and obviously opens up the door, I zip out of the cell because I don't need to change or anything. And when I'm out of the cell, I turn to him and I say, "Can I hold the scroll?"
I think it'd be best if I hang on to that until we're, at the very least, out of the palace.
Mate, we gotta
If
trust
not
each other.
Out of the city. Indeed, I think I've done my part. I've given you back your belongings as well as clothing. If I'm to trust you, I don't think I can hand over the scroll just yet. Who knows, you might leave the old man for dead in your haste to get out of the city.
So
Damn it, this guy's smart.
when I put my uniform on, I maintain my old clothes underneath the existing clothes, as I do not want to throw them away.
Dude, it's the Fire Nation. It's really hot here. You really want to wear 2 layers of clothing?
We're in a
for the
harbour
Fire
town. There's gonna
Nation?
be like sea wind coming in.
I can't abandon my clothes. Thank you
Zartan,
very
make
much.
me a trick move. Roll with creativity to see how well you kind of disguise your Earth Nation stuff underneath this Fire Nation stuff.
Nice. All right.
Oh, that is a spooky freaking
sound?
noise.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a 5.
Okay. I mean, you think you do an okay job. You throw this stuff on top, realize that some of your sleeves are a bit danglier than the sleeves that you're wearing, and kind of roll them up and stuff them in there.
Not
Pardon
great.
me. You do have a bit of concern that if you had to do anything fairly energetic or quickly, that something could come untucked and potentially exposed. So you have to keep an eye on that if you want to keep wearing your Earth Nation stuff below this Fire Nation disguise. So you guys hastily get dressed in the best fitting stuff you can. Nothing is a perfect fit. All of it is probably too big. After all, you guys are,
Small.
children, teenagers in that kind of age bracket, as Avatar heroes tend to be.
But we're great.
But you're great. You're just small. And most of the Fire Nation guards are big. So everything feels a bit big. You might rip a sleeve or two to make things fit a little bit more comfortably. And you think you'll pass a cursory glance.
Nice.
If you're sort of among a crowd or something like that.
Cool.
Nguyen says, "Excellent. Now, there's really no time to waste. If you follow me, I can get us out of the prisons as quickly as possible. But after that, I will rely on your expertise and knowledge of the city to get us out. I have spent far more time in the palace than in the lower city, so I'm sure that you will have a better lay of the land, as it were."
I think
For
Wendy
myself.
knows the city quite well. Maybe you'll be able to lead us out.
I can do this.
Well, you're the only one who knows where we're going, so...
Red E, we are playing the quick play, which is actually available on the website at the moment. So we're not playing the official game yet, as that's
Not the
still
full game.
Not the full game.
still
So-
on Kickstarter at the moment. So we are playing the quick start. So it's got pre-generated characters, which we are playing at the moment. And Kai is our DM today, and he's going to be running the short story that is inside.
Indeed.
The Legend of the Secret Scroll or something.
Or
Something like that.
The forbidden
The
scroll.
Forbidden Scroll.
The Forbidden Scroll. But I backed the hell out of this.
We're all fans of Avatar in one capacity.
Just a little bit.
Or another. Some of us more so than
okay.
others. I didn't have an Avatar shirt to wear, unlike 2 of the people at the table. So some of us are, our power levels are higher than others. But that's okay. We all like it. We all like the setting.
Dude, so I forgot. I wasn't originally supposed to be playing because I played a gig last night and I'm running on very little sleep. And literally at the end of the night, because I wore this shirt last night, someone was like, "Oh my god, I love your Avatar shirt," and I'm just like, he literally loses his mind.
You're gonna do the green screen.
I'll just do the green screen and just.
Except for
fucking hit the
you've got a
button.
green cat tattoo.
It's like hairy,
It's alright. Look at it. Oh my god, it's going through my arm. That's hilarious.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
And
You
then I
gotta
can't get the
stab
rest of
someone
it.
with that.
I'll stab you with it.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Probably.
You'll deserve it.
Alright, I turn to Fire Station 1. I say, "Get us out of the... Out of the...
Get us out of here!
What is it, the...
Woo!
Rolling with rock.
Yo,
Hey, Sean, remember how you wanted to
Go ahead.
continue the story?
That's all good.
And then we got a raid?
Yeah, it's alright. We can continue on.
Thank you very much for the raid. We're Nerds of the West. We are playing Avatar Legends, the role-playing game. the Quick Start, which is currently available on the Kickstarter page as a quick start guide and a short adventure into the game. I'm Kai, I am the DM today. We have...
Chris, I'm playing as a weapons master.
I'm Tom, I'm playing as a waterbender.
I'm Lachlan, I'm eating some TV snacks, and I'm playing Zaipan, the icon.
I'm Sean, and I'm playing as Wenley the Hammer. I'm a firebender from the Fire Nation.
And as you guys join us, our heroes have just been broken out of a Fire Nation prison with the help of a fire sage who claims to have abandoned his Fire Nation-y ways and is looking to defect with the help of our heroes to get out of the city.
And I've come up with a brilliant plan of dress in Fire Nation clothes and just walk out the front door.
It was a good plan.
Yeah. All right,
It was, I rolled very well.
Our garb and we're going to follow Noir out of the cells.
He gets us out of this dungeon, and I can get us down to the docks.
Let's do it. Sounds like a
Indeed.
Do you want to go to get your father?
Yeah, my
That's what
father's at the
He's
docks.
near the dock.
Actually, nah.
plan. Yeah.
Nah, he's old. He's not going to survive the boat trip anyway.
Wow. Rough.
Jesus. Maybe you should have been a Fire Nation person. Alright, moving on.
Cool. So
Oh, we
Pardon me.
cannot turn this guy in because waterbender, earthbender, non-bender.
Yeah.
We cannot turn into Fire Lord Ozai.
We are subclass citizens.
Yes.
and Fire Lord
Also
Ozai
thieves, but
is being coronated later today. We're in early morning at the moment. And Fire Sage Bai, the guy who captured all four of these guys, is kind of his right-hand man at the moment. So if any of them show their face, they could be in some big trouble.
And even
Shall we
though
say?
I'm Fire Nation, I want to stick it to the Fire Nation because I don't believe in their agenda and their principles.
Their oppressive rule.
Exactly. So I want to get out of this place.
oh, your eventual kids are
Grass
so
and
becoming airbenders.
Sorry?
Your eventual kids are so becoming airbenders.
He hasn't seen it.
Yeah, he doesn't get it.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
That's
there's
an Avatar,
airbenders.
not Korra. That's where we're at. All right.
But shouldn't the waterbender beat the firebender and lose to the grassbender?
That's Pokemon. That's way
The grass.
different.
The Grassbender Bulbasaur. Yeah, just wait. We'll just mishmash Avatar and Pokemon.
That attack is super effective.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what happens
Be hell of a
between
crossover.
like Aang having a sky bison and Zuko eventually having a dragon. Spoilers.
So they have Pokemon.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's fine.
Spoilers.
So, Nuan quickly leads you guys down the hallway, and behind a large Fire Nation banner opens a secret passageway into the...
I kick the corner of the banner so it looks untidy as we leave.
That is the worst idea because if a guard walks by and sees that it's been disturbed, they'll know that someone's used the secret passage and they'll follow
I
us.
don't care.
You leave a footprint and you knock off some of the tassels at the bottom as you pass. Nuan closes the door behind you and leads you swiftly through the bowels of the prison,
Good night.
through the crawl spaces.
Good night.
Bye, Rock. Thanks again for the raid.
Yep.
And takes you out, sort of a side, again, secret exit, in this case, from the prison, leaving you guys still within the prison grounds, but in kind of a disused corner of the yard. As you guys exit, you see it's very early morning. You have sort of the first hints of dawn, so there is enough light to see.
What phase
move
is the
by.
moon in?
The moon is in a not full moon. I know that's why you're asking, and it's not. It's a crescent moon. Nice try.
Ah, yes.
Just waiting for you to try and bloodbend your way out of this.
How plump is the soil today?
Just taste the dirt. See how earthy it is today.
So we're out in the garden.
Okay, question though. So, waterbenders get the moon.
Yeah.
Freaking firebenders get comets and sun.
Yeah.
And then earthbenders get...
Moles. They get giant badger moles.
Well, what do windbenders get? Like tornadoes?
Sky
yeah.
bison.
No, but
Yeah, but not like to turbo power them, right?
Yeah, to turbo power them, you get the
No,
moon.
the problem is airbenders are like actually the strongest. They just don't, because they realized they went all nomadic and nice and monkful. So like if they wanted to, they could just destroy everything. They don't
They're
need
the ones that
powering
got
up.
destroyed in this campaign.
Yeah, maybe they should have done better when the Fire Nation rolled into town.
All right, moving on.
Moving on.
Oh, what a bloody legend. Yes,
All right.
Moving on.
Every
Another
time we
notification.
try.
CD on board.
CD, I'm disappointed. How dare you? No, it's good to see you.
Welcome in.
So the one sort of keeps to the walls and leads you around until you see an exit. It doesn't look like a large gate into the prison grounds. And from where you're sitting, you can see one guard standing facing out rather than inwards, looking for people trying to come in rather than people leaving. Oh, we lost the camera. Nuan stops you guys and says, well, this is where I will fall to your expertise and experience. There's only ever one guard on this gate, but we'll need to find some way to distract him before we can escape the prison and into the city itself. Any thoughts?
Oh, I have an idea. Back when I was looking after Teak, I used to know this trick where I would shoot an arrow far across the way, perhaps onto a gong or a window and shatter it, and it would usually draw the attention of guards and things. Maybe I can give it a try.
One thinks about it and sort of nods to himself. Yes, that could work quite well. Are you confident in your abilities?
Well, I'm a bit rusty, but I guess unless anyone else has a better idea, I'll give it a go. Where's the guard? Do you know?
Where's the guard in relation to us?
So you guys are backed up against the outer wall.
We're back. Yep.
Uh,
Outer wall.
I tried CD.
the gate is a little further ahead of you, and the guard is actually standing on the outside of that sort of portcullis.
Yeah.
So facing out, more worried about people approaching from outside than people leaving from inside, because how would anyone get out to the point where you guys are? And you can hear sort of through the portcullis and further down the faint sounds of, it sounds like there's a lot of people, further on beyond the walls.
Yep.
But you can only see the one guard
Is there anyone on the walls?
at the gate. No, the walls themselves don't seem to have
And what are the walls made of?
standing room necessarily. They're of stone.
We're going through the walls, boys.
Do we really want to draw attention to ourselves though? We're in this lovely Fire Nation outfit and then you're going to start earthbending.
But there's no one around. No one will see us bend through this thing. We'll just go
Yeah,
around.
how
and
about the
avoid
other
him.
side of the wall?
I'll take a look
Well,
around.
there's only one guy on the other side.
See if there's a
Look,
nearby.
I would be concerned of the guard seeing us emerge from the wall. After all, he is in that direction. His peripherals could see us as we emerge from the wall if we don't distract him first, at the very least.
So the portcullis down,
Yes,
so we have to raise the portcullis to get out.
I can take care of that, says Nuan. If you can get the guard away from the door itself, I can get it open.
I wonder if there's perhaps a house or something nearby.
Well, we're inside a prison, so there's a wall and there's a courtyard.
Well,
Right,
so,
yeah, like a-
sort of on the other side of the portcullis. You used to kind of shimmy around a little bit to a point where you were a little bit earlier when you had a bit of a sight line through the portcullis itself. The iron bars are pretty widely spaced, plenty of room for you to get narrow through if you try.
Could I bend him up so he can see over the wall?
You could certainly give that a go. Yeah.
So there's no one around, there's no one behind us, it's just the guy at the wall, at the portcullis.
Yes, this area of the courtyard seems very, very quiet.
Yeah.
As I say, there's no actual entrance on the wall that you came out of. There's only that secret entrance. So it's not as though there's anything there to guard necessarily. The wall just carries on around
Okay.
this side of the building. So where you are, there shouldn't be anyone. So this is really just dead space.
And I'm gonna gonna bend the ground
Will Helly scream?
from under Aniki's feet and raise him up on a pillar so that he can see up and over the wall.
So you're going to rely on your skills and training. In this case, your earthbending training. So give us a focus roll and see how you go.
+1 on that one.
Hey.
nice.
So 10.
10.
Nice roll. You sort of limber yourself up. You've been in the prison for a little while. Surely you use some earthbending tricks to get yourself in though, and you quite deftly raise up roughly a metre square worth of earth with Anki propped on top, kind of getting his balance, but you keep the platform nice and stable. You've probably done this a couple of times, so it's stable enough that Anki doesn't need to worry about maintaining his balance. drawing his bow as he sort of raises up, and you start looking quickly to see what's visible. You can't actually see where the guard is from where you are with the wall in the way, but you have a rough idea. And a little further on and to the right, there's a few buildings. You're not sure if they're houses necessarily, or if they're stores or just warehouses, something like that. But a few of them have got glass windows that you could potentially hit and break. Other than that, there's not a whole lot that would make a lot of noise if it was hit necessarily. But, you know, they're...
Yeah, I'll aim for one of the windows. This is going to be a hard shot. Alright.
Cool. So do you have a specific skill for using your bow, or is it...
I don't exactly know.
You just come under focus, I believe.
Yeah, so I think it'll just be, again, your skills and training, so your skill with the bow. So give us a focus roll.
Be good to me. No.
5. So you load up an arrow, draw it back, and fire. You sort of pull back a little hard.
And I instantly go, uh-oh.
The arrow overshoots the window and actually sort of skitters over the roof and flings off the curve of the roof. You have no idea where it landed.
Hopefully not in a person.
If you guys later on see someone just laying in the middle of the road with an arrow through the heart, you know where that
We make it out of the prism. Oh no.
Oh, whoops.
Look, I'm not saying we've burned the whole city down, but...
Swinley's dad come to look for him.
Oh no! Son, I'm gonna get you out.
From where you guys are on the ground, the guard doesn't seem to have noticed at all. Doesn't seem to have heard it or seen anything. You've got enough time, you think, for another shot before it's too risky having your head above the wall like this.
How many arrows have you got?
10.
10 arrows. So you're down
I
to
made
9.
that up, but
That's cool.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds like Quiver.
Yep.
okay. I'm gonna take one. Guys, I survived the first arrow. I'm coming to help you.
One in each eye.
But a scratch.
9.
9. Much better. Now, this is probably a good time to mention that there is a mechanic called helping, and you can help a teammate with a roll to give it a +1. To do that, you take a fatigue and give them a +1 to their roll. At this point, the only person that could feasibly help is Zypan, because she's actually holding the platform that Anki is on. So I'll leave it up to you if you want to help or not. It's already a success. A +1 would make it a full hit, like a critical success. So you could focus, mark a fatigue, and really hold the platform dead still by putting all of your focus into holding this platform still.
I think
or
I
if
would.
you're quite happy with waiting
I would do my best effort to ensure the safety of
spend his prepared, or I could spend my
true.
+1 that I get for free, so you don't have to mark a fatigue, because fatigue is both our health and our mana all at the same time,
Or you can
so you don't
save
want
the
to waste
prepared.
it.
I just wanted to mention that because that's a mechanic we haven't seen
Yeah,
yet, and this would be a possibility.
As
But
character, I would hold it as best I can
Yep.
to secure his safety.
Like when you're looking down the scope and you have to like.
Yeah.
It's even like not necessarily holding it as steady as you can. You're like counterbalancing them.
Yeah, I guess so. Give me a steady shot.
All right, so I mark a fatigue.
Thank you, Zypan.
So Zypan, after seeing the first shot miss, you don't necessarily blame yourself, but you think, all right, I've got to really hold this thing steady. Which you do, and your second shot flies perfectly straight through one of the windows. Quite a large glass window, so it makes a very loud shattering as it bursts inward. Glass goes everywhere. From inside, you guys all hear the guard like startle out of this, half sleep mode he was sitting in. He's on the back gate. No one ever comes this way, and all of a sudden there's this shattering of glass in this warehouse nearby. What was that? And you hear his footsteps.
Damn rats.
Rats again.
Just people dropping like flies next to him.
Yeah.
And rats.
Must have been
Damn
my
rats.
imagination.
Steps over his friend's body.
Someone should play Skyrim on stream.
Man, we went through this the other day. I put like 50 hours into Skyrim by trying to start it 5 times and getting 10 hours in and going, no.
Yeah, I can't do this.
Do the random start mod. Much more fun. I did a random start mod and started on a glacier near the near the Mages College.
See, I could
and had
do that,
to like
or I could
swim
just play
and
Fallout
like
again.
fight a walrus just to like start the game.
Nice.
Skyrim stream's coming soon.
Just start as an NPC. Like, be a guard and be like, what am I doing?
Wait, what? Forget this. Cool, so you guys hear the guard walk off, and he actually opens the door to the warehouse. He makes this motion with his hand and sets a small flame in his hand to lighten this dark warehouse, and then he very cautiously starts moving in, closing the door behind him.
Go.
This dark warehouse. Oh, yeah.
So the guard has moved away from the gate now
Yep.
into this warehouse.
Oh,
The-
yep.
The window's broken,
Yep.
which from what you can see, there was no lights inside, and it's still early morning, so there's not a whole lot of light making its way in. So
I'm gonna stick to Nuan like glue when he goes to open the portcullis.
Sure.
Keeping my 2 eyes on him.
As soon as you hear the warehouse door close, Nuan moves. He scurries up to the portcullis, and you've all probably seen within the palace and in other places these devices that are designed to capture the energy from a fire blast from a firebender and use that energy to operate locks and doors and things like that. It's fairly common in the nation. You would all have seen it in some aspect or another. The one quite quickly sends forth this burst of fire from his hand, this incredibly powerful stream of fire, more than
Alright, guys.
for example, you can throw some fireballs, things like that. This is like a jet of flame.
Yeah.
I take back what I said about backstabbing this guy.
You're using Ember, he's using Flamethrower.
Yeah.
The power is so intense that the gates don't just slowly slide up. They very quickly slide up into the roof of the doorway, and with one hand still blasting into the receptacle, he gestures for you guys to quickly move through the doorway. Once you're through, he cuts off the flame. The portcullis starts sort of self-lowering, and he quickly ducks under. The portcullis closes behind him, and you guys are now out into the city proper. This is sort of the upper city, so it's it's still right up next to the palace. So the homes here are fairly few and far between, and they're like very rich, high society kind of homes. Harbour City itself is a bit further down the hill, down towards the bay, where you guys are probably all a little more familiar, with the exception of Zypan, who's been living, in the palace.
Which of us are in guard outfits and which of us are in casual? Like obviously,
That's up to you guys.
Wenley's in casual.
There was
I am the biggest and strongest of us, obviously.
2 air quotes guard outfits. That is to say helmets and some of the more military kind of uniform stuff.
I'm just thinking, right? Here's the plan.
Do I get a sage outfit?
Well, it's up to you, really. You could either have a sort of military guise or more civilian. There wasn't any fire sage regalia in the guardhouse because
It's a guardhouse.
it's a guardhouse.
Two of us are guards escorting this fire stage and his civilian entourage.
Sounds good.
Is that gonna work, seeing we're so small? Is it not just gonna look like a fire stage walking with
With 4
a couple of
pipsqueaks.
really
I'm going with casual attire.
smaller?
Alright.
We're not gonna pass as Fire Nation guards, are we?
Who cares if we pass or not? We have a fire stage with us.
I think we're out. Let's make Nuan walk behind us a couple of paces.
Wenley?
We'll just walk together.
Not all of us are Fire Nation, my dude.
Just follow.
He's like, it's fine, this is my neighborhood, and we're just like, we need to get the hell out of this country.
Follow my lead. Follow my lead.
Follow my lead, he says. All
I
right.
think Winley knows what's going on. He's, after all, Fire Nation. He's lived here
I
his whole
thought
life.
you had my back.
Well, if anyone's to trust, it's the guy with.
If anyone's to trust, it's the Fire Nation, and that's how we got in this mess.
Yeah.
No offense.
You came here to steal the scroll.
Yeah, so did you.
Yeah, so we're in the same boat. Trust me.
No, we will be in the same boat.
Yeah, not yet. Soon. But we are in the same predicament.
He's right with them.
Look, just follow me. I'll take us down to the docks.
Very
What
well.
a tribe.
Let's do it.
Alright.
As you guys emerge from this portcullis, you come down the hill slightly, and the sounds of people and conversation and sort of celebration as well starts getting louder as you move a little bit further down the hill. There's a large walled off courtyard's probably not quite the right word because it's huge, but you guys
Like
would want
market area almost.
yeah, kind of like a market square sort of. but is clearly preparations coming to an end and the celebrations are beginning for Coronation Day. As you guys head towards it, Nuan sort of gestures for you guys to head through a doorway, just sort of a discreet doorway in the side of this wall, not one of the big main gates, and leads you guys in. As you pass through the doorway, he takes off a couple of his flashier looking robes. You know, he's got this golden scarf, you know, type thing and that sort of stuff. He takes some of that off so he's a little bit less conspicuous.
Look, a fire sage walking through the city.
Yeah, even though a lot of people would go, oh crap, fire sage, and not realise that he's potentially in trouble as well. That's attention that you guys don't need, especially if there's guards around. So this is kind of what you guys come out into. This square full of pavilions.
Wow.
There's lanterns all over the place, and there's people with stalls selling all sorts of food, trinkets. It's just massive. The hustle and bustle's crazy. As soon as you open the door into it, you're just hit with the sounds, the music, the heat from all this fire and the lanterns, things like that. The smells of all the food cooking. You guys probably haven't eaten in a while. Your mouths would start to water probably when you start to smell some of the food.
Yeah, you got any Fire Nation money on you?
I have brought some funds, although they may be necessary to bribe or get someone to smuggle us out of the city.
You know what is necessary to get out of the city? A full stomach.
Very well.
What do you recommend?
I suppose I need you.
I say quietly.
At your best. Here, he hands out a few coins to each of you. Get something to eat, and if you see anything that might help you blend in, that might be a good idea as well.
Cabbage on a stick.
I'll hang back and try to be as discreet as possible. And he sort of separates himself from you just slightly. He's not, trying to leg it or anything like that. He's clearly trying to keep you all in sight, but it's also a little bit less conspicuous seeing 4 younger folks hanging out and having a good time than 4 younger folks and this old dude who looks pretty fancy.
My thoughts.
Not necessarily a fire sage, but a pretty fancy looking guy.
Right,
and so he sort of takes a step.
Do we ditch the old dude now, or what?
No, I think.
No, we need the scroll.
Fuck, he still has the scroll.
He still has,
Like,
he does.
we need the scroll. We can't give that scroll up. We need that.
I
Like,
tried
the
to get
Fire
it.
Nation isn't allowed to have that.
Okay. So
It is
apart
our
from
duty to get
apart
that
from
scroll.
some spicy lizard on a stick, I'm gonna look for. It's not really the place that would have a map. So I'm trying to look for anything that will help us when we get to the boat, or anything that will help, like, I guess I'm in a guard outfit, so I'm not looking for casual clothes, but I'm looking for trinkets that I would customize my guard outfit with, and be like okay and not break rules, but still look like, oh, that's a person wearing their outfit.
Okay. I mean, there wouldn't be necessarily guard-specific stuff, but it's quite easy to find necklaces, pendants, bracelets, that sort of thing.
Let's find myself
Nation
the
symbology on them.
commemorative Ozai coronation pendant and matching spoon set.
I was going to say spoons, right? Spoons and commemorative plates.
That's terrible.
Definitely.
That's what I'm looking for.
Alright.
Creativity or focus?
Let's go creativity, just to pick what you think's
Are
going to
you
fit best.
spending your money on spoons instead of food?
No, I'll just get the pendant, just to blend in more. But I got spicy lizard on a stick. That is an 8
Yeah, nice.
to find something to make myself look more Fire Nation-y.
Yep. You're sort of spoiled for choice. There's plenty of trinkets to choose from, but you find yourself
Find the cheapest one.
a fairly, for the price, a pretty decent looking pendant. It's some sort of metal plated, certainly not solid gold or anything like that, but some kind of metal plating on a large Fire Nation symbol.
Can I change my mind? Can I get the whole Fire Nation family? I want a pendant with Zuko and Azula and the Fire Lord on it.
Also, Azula would be like very young.
Azula's like 6.
Yeah, I don't think they'd
She's
probably.
still cute and lovely.
I don't think they'd probably have much, at a glance anyway,
Yeah.
with much of Azula and Zuko. It's all very Ozai. He's not
Praise
one for sharing,
Ozai.
not one for sharing the spotlight.
It's his day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty
I
narcissistic at the best of times, let alone his own coronation.
Azula, you will be the Lord. The Fire Lord. Really? And I'll be the Phoenix King!
Damn you, Mark Hamill.
How good's Mark Hamill?
So good.
So good.
I hope you guys don't bump me to Ozai because I can't do
Do a Hamill
your
voice.
voice acting.
No, we need to bump into Ozai, but it's exactly like Raiders of the Lost Ark, where he just like walks up to Hitler and signs the book and walks away.
Yeah, so you find a pendant. It's got the date inscribed on it, kind of symbolizing today.
How lovely.
You think it helps you kind of. You see, one or two people walking around with very similar
I'm gonna use it to prop up a table leg that's wonky when I get home.
kind of pendants. And yeah, you get yourself a lids on a stick. Anything else? What would you guys like to search for?
I want to head to the festivities tent, which sells novelty sort of fun items, and I want to purchase a whiz poppin' firework.
All right, nice, yeah.
Nice.
There's a tent that's selling nothing but fireworks, sparklers, firecrackers, that kind of thing. You haven't got like fat stacks to buy, the TNT 3000 firework, but you get a couple of small firecrackers. You get 2 of those that
How
little
much pop do they bang?
pop to they
I
bang.
asked the vendor.
He
Are these
says-
the big ones?
He says, well, you've got, for a man of your funds, let's say, you have 2 choices. You can go with the kobold cracker, which is quite loud, very exciting, but not much in the way of sparkles. Or you can go for the red dragon here, which is very bright, very impressive, but not very loud.
I like this choice. I'll have 1 red dragon, please.
Oh, what a bloody
All
legend.
yours.
His finger.
Woo! Thank you.
Thank you for the follow, Jackpot win.
I wonder if they're a bot. Exclamation your
Let's
favorite
hope
color in chat if you're not a bot.
Which is
What kind of bot would name themselves a bot?
bright? It's true, but not loud. That was a good choice. I like that.
You also managed to scrounge up some food. Any preference?
Lizard on a stick.
Lizard on a stick? Can't go wrong
Yeah.
with some lizard on a stick. I like it. Cool. What about Wenley?
I'm going straight for the food because being from the poorer part of town, I want to get some sweet.
See how the other half.
Really,
That's what a bot would say.
I am not a bot.
But no, seriously, thank you for the
Thank
follow.
you.
And
Thank you.
exclamation your favorite color, exclamation red, exclamation blue, exclamation. What's another color? I blanked.
Orange.
Red, green, blue.
Red, blue,
purple.
the other colours.
They're the only ones people care
It's like
about.
a rainbow. It's just 3 colors. Grayscale for the rest.
Pineapple-y.
It's a good choice.
Are these Hawaiian
Have-
pieces?
I don't taste any pineapple.
Pineapple shape.
You have a few.
So I'm going to go for some upper class smoked sea slug because that stuff is a really good delicacy. And then to top it off with my favorite dessert, which is ash banana bread as well. When that's baked fresh, which it looks like it is because it's super early in the morning, that is the greatest.
Nice. So Wenley treats herself. Don't get to eat this kind of food very often. Certainly don't usually have this kind of coin in your pocket on a day-to-day basis. So you spend pretty much everything you've got just on the nicest of the nice, Who knows, this could be your last meal. You want to make it as good as possible. And it is. It's all fresh. The bread's fresh out the oven. The slug's just been smoked. It's all the best you've ever had,
So
easily.
good. So good.
Spice pistol. Bam!
The only thing I'm going to miss about the Fire Nation is the food.
Yeah.
What a tribe where it's at.
Slugs.
We treat sea slugs and fish right.
I'll be the judge of that.
If you get there, fire scum.
Ooh,
Still don't
Nah,
trust
just kidding.
it's so much animosity towards Sean.
Whoa.
It's like we have
Guys.
this like weird tension.
Yeah, dynamic.
Please.
All right. So, what are you up to?
I am walking around looking for some food. I go to like the first stall, which is probably lizard on a stick as well.
Lizard on a stick.
While watching you guys walk around, and I'm also trying not to be noticed by anyone, just in case anyone notices me.
It's not like the square isn't packed yet because it's still early morning.
Yep.
But you're certainly not the only ones walking around. There's some others, keen to get a start on the day nice and early. Eating, getting breakfast, same as you guys. Trying to get in early before all the merch is sold, that kind of thing. Exclamation merch in chat.
Nice one.
Who knows when it could sell out? And so you don't think that anyone's paying any special attention to you. You're not doing anything out of the ordinary that would grab anyone's attention necessarily. So you think you're pretty much in the clear. You get some food. Anything else you want to buy?
No, there's nothing really that I need to buy. I'm ready to get a mosey on, and I'm just watching these guys.
Yep. Cool. So you guys fill your bellies. You sort of all come back together as you're finishing off your food. You're quite happy with your little necklace that you've bought. Kind of making sure that's sitting nicely, very visible on your chest there.
Gold teeth.
Anki, you're reading the instructions on the side of the firework. Like, point away from face.
Point towards enemy.
Cool. And so as you guys sort of come together again, you guys can see Nuan kind of just hanging out. He's sort of pretending to be interested in some knickknacks or something at a stall, kind of out of the way. But he sort of looks up as you guys come back together and sort of, are we going?
There's an old man looking for slippers.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah,
Let's leave.
move.
So as you guys start sort of moving as a group, Nuan follows again a little bit at a distance. Doesn't want to be sort of with you guys, but he does seem to be taking your lead now that you're out of the city proper, or the palace proper rather.
I still don't trust this guy.
That's totally fair. He's high-ranking Fire Nation still, technically. But so you guys, from your understanding of how the city's laid out, where you are, being this sort of high-class district, is almost backs onto the palace and, by extension, the prison where you guys were. You know that from here, once you leave this large square, you'll be heading kind of downhill, and the closer you get to the harbour, you're moving into sort of the more middle-class than poorer sections of the city, and becoming a bit more gritty.
What a bloody
also a bit
legend.
more where you're
It's
familiar with.
guns.
Thank you, Uzumaki, for the follow.
What a good name.
Exclamation your favourite colour in chat. Make the lights do the thing, except for the naughty light that's not paying attention today.
He's right.
He's right.
He's right to do.
Right, you do. You get a splash of blue with every choice you make, so consider it an upside.
There is one main thoroughfare leading directly from the square you are, sort of down into the city proper, but there's also plenty of side alleys and smaller streets that you could take if you think that that's more suitable.
So what you're saying is, act casual and just keep walking.
Yeah. We need to get down to the docks as fast as possible. Let's just take the
But not too fast. We don't want to seem like we're in a hurry. We want to seem like we're enjoying the festivities, even though they're garbage and I hate them.
Yeah.
Fair. Cool. Well, if you're all going to just kind of play it cool and cruise down, give us a trick roll from everybody, which is a creativity roll. There are guards mixed in with the crowd. You have seen them.
Yeah, we're guards mixed in
from
with the
time
crowd.
from time to time. They don't seem to be paying any special attention. They don't appear to be looking for you at this stage. They have a presence. It's a big celebration for the coronation, and they're just making their presence known. This
Gotta
being
keep the people safe from Water Nation outlaws.
Yeah, exactly. This being the higher class section of the city as well, I don't think they're expecting, ruffians or anyone to get too out of control with festivities, at least not this early in the morning.
Oh, just wait till everyone started drinking.
Fireball, right?
Terrible.
Cinnamon. All right, I'm gonna
Synonym.
do my
Synonym.
creativity roll.
Synonym.
That is a 6.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
You fail.
7 is a pass.
Stop right
Barely.
there, criminal scum!
Are we all rolling?
Yeah, everyone give us a roll as you.
Cool. I'm going to use one of my moves, which is Bonzu, Pippin, Paddle, Poppus, Markopolis the Third, which is when you trick an NPC by assuming a silly disguise or fake identity, mark foolish to treat your roll as if it was a 12+.
Oh, mark it.
Yep.
Nice.
Cool.
So I mark a condition, but it's like I
think you
treat.
can pick to do that after the roll. So if you want to roll first to see if that's necessary.
Can I do it after the roll?
I think so.
I was just like, okay.
So, what was the name of that ability again?
Bonzu Pippin Paddle Popsicopolis.
You're a paddle pop.
Yeah, that reminds me of that new
Yep.
magic card from Modern Horizons 2.
It reminds me of that episode of Avatar.
Yeah.
So it was 8. And what would I be rolling to add to it?
Creativity.
So it's 8.
So you can stick with the 8, or you can take that 12 from your ability.
All right.
Dude, take the 12.
Take the
Come on.
12.
Yeah, the rest of us failed.
No, it's fine. I rolled a 7.
You have still got that +2 in the wings. From
That's
prepare.
true.
Yeah.
That'll put me up to
Your-
a pass.
Your
Otherwise
plan
we
that you
guard
came
mate.
up with previously.
I was so prepared to be tricksy and put costumes on. It was my plan after all.
That's fair.
I will use my +2.
That's a
Nice.
pretty good bonus, by the way. A +2.
It's like you make a plan and then make sure it passes.
And
nice
that
one.
is a 9.
Nice.
Cool.
So you all think you do a pretty good job of blending in, making sure that no one.
Strutting down the street.
Yeah, you're not too extravagant in your strut, but you look comfortable. You're not acting like fugitives, certainly. As you mosey down, and as you start making your way down into the lower city, the morning starts to ripen a bit. There's more people coming out. Sun's starting to rise. You start hearing more and more music as people wake up and join in the festivities. As you sort of mosey down towards the lower city, as you guys get, sort of a little ways down the road, Nuan kind of gets your attention and gestures you into an alleyway. So you sort of duck in, just out of the sight line of most people watching. He goes, well, we're almost into the city proper. Was there any particular... how did you want to go about getting out of the city? I have sort of one thought. I have a friend or an acquaintance more accurately, who runs a shipping company in town. She may be able to smuggle us out. She certainly wouldn't do it for free, but it's a possibility. I'm not sure if you have any better ideas of anyone that owns a boat or could perhaps get us out of the city another way.
We could just steal a boat.
You used to live down on the docks, didn't you?
We're not going to steal a boat.
But we could.
We could, but we're not going to.
But we
I could go and ask, because my father works for a fish market, a stall at the fish market down on the docks. I could go and ask the owner, his boss essentially, because the boats that come in supply fish for that fish market. I was going to see if they would give us passage, but I wasn't sure of how far they could go, being only fish boats. Fishing
I
boats.
wonder if perhaps someone that your father knew could curry favour with this captain, per se. I mean, none of us have any money, or we couldn't possibly bribe them in any way.
How far are we going to get in a boat? Like, we don't need to go that far, sure, we just need to go down the coast. Like, we're going to get stopped by a blockade at some point when we go down to the open ocean.
Do the Fire Nation have a navy?
Yes.
Is it big?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Very.
hopefully we can go undetected somehow.
We want to try and get out of the Fire Nation. though.
Well, my friend Sun Po, she has a rather large shipping operation, and she runs deliveries out to the Fire Nation colonies in the Earth Kingdom fairly
This
regularly.
sounds like the best idea to me, guys.
Certainly her ships would more often than not get waved past. Blockades, her company is well known.
Steal a boat!
Yeah.
Here we go. Smack and smack smack over here!
Yeah, pretty much.
I have
Smack smack.
granted Sunpo certain concessions and favourable contracts in the past, so I'm on... I have a familiarity with her, but she is a businesswoman, and as I say, certainly wouldn't do it for nothing. I, as I say, brought some coin. I don't know whether it would be enough to sneak us all out, but...
Well, I can put forward the coin that I have, as I have Fire Nation coin. What?
Nuan is just like, yes, that was my coin only moments ago.
No, as in I worked in the Fire Nation.
Well,
I can give her this
Works.
expensive medallion.
Yeah, I don't think you
Work.
would make
listen,
a
take,
killing as a
Not a killing, but I have
jester
some coins.
take.
that have been like pity thrown to you.
You know how you've spent most of your life being a ragamuffin, pilfer-fingered young thief?
Free and happy, yes.
Now
Perhaps
sorry.
This might be an opportunity for you to raise funds for Shunpo's passage through the Fire Nation Navy.
I'm always up for that, but I think there's too many guards around at the moment, and we'd have to come up with quite the plan to trick the guards, steal the money from a stall at the next market that we get to.
I don't want to
How-
be raising any attention from any guards if we were to try and
we-
steal some money.
We won't raise attention.
Well,
We just
perhaps
gotta do it
should
right.
talk to this captain and find out exactly what she desires in return for passage on her ship.
We could always, if you'd be down for it, I'd be down for stealing money from.
What is wrong with you people?
Firelands group. I
Alright.
forget the name of the gang. What's the name of the gang, Kai?
So
Crime
yeah,
syndicate.
so you guys, I think I can't remember who it was exactly in your
Gang war?
your
Gang war?
blurbs.
Gang war?
Uh,
Start a gang war before we leave.
do have some people just want to watch the world burn.
Master Wayne.
Some of you have got passing knowledge of Fireland, who you would know as the leader of the Burning Ember gang.
Yep,
which is
that's it. Burning Ember.
pretty
Amber.
a pretty brutal, hardcore kind of gang in the city.
Yeah.
Certainly the kind of gang that would have that kind of power and ability to get people and things in and out of the city under the nose of the guards.
Yeah.
I think another one of you, and again, I'm sorry, I'm not sure who,
Yep.
may know of the Fire Finches.
No.
A street gang,
No, it must have been
possibly
the
Teeth.
unused
Might be one
character.
of the unused ones. But we'll say Anki, you've lived in the city, you'll probably know of the Fire Finches. They're a gang of like a gang of kids, like a youth gang, that you know are rumoured to have secret passageways in and out of the city. You don't necessarily know anyone in the gang, but you've heard of them and know of these secret passages.
If we could cause a little
the
bit of hurt to Fireland and the burning,
Look, if you think they got money and they're a
Oh,
good
they got
distraction
money.
by starting a gang war, then
they're the
I'm
group
down.
that beat up my dad.
Well, maybe we should
Did your dad
meet
have
with
money?
this seafaring lady
Well, not
first
anymore.
and find out what she
Exactly. So
requires.
they've got money.
We should meet with, what was her name? Shunpo.
Sunpo.
Sunpo. We should meet with Sunpo and
with
then
Sunpo.
find out first before we start causing havoc in the city.
But suppose she asks for money that we don't have. We'll have to think of a contingency plan, and maybe since fucking I was to get your name, Wenley.
Mhm.
Since you know of a gang that could possibly have stores of money away.
Oh, definitely. They've got plenty of money. They're
I'm
the
just saying.
main gang that runs the poor district down on the docks.
We're already fugitives. We might as well be thieves as well.
might as well start a gang war.
If this doesn't bode well for you, Saipan, do you have a better way of raising funds?
I mean, we should just see her out first before we start poking.
Let's
Very
go.
well.
Let's,
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go and see Sompo and chat to her and see
Yeah.
what she asks in terms of money, and then we can make a decision from there.
Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is the background music agrees that this is a good idea.
Cool. Let's do it. So I just ask where Sompo. What is the merchant company?
That's a good question.
Sunpo Corp.
Yeah.
Sunpo Corp.
Fire Panda Corp.
Rising Sun.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good one. Rising Sun Shipping.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, I like it.
I know Rising Sun Shipping. I know of the headquarters.
I hear their
shipping
symbol
makes
is a
ship
dragonfly.
face. Sorry.
I hear their symbol is a dragonfly.
Yep.
As you guys are sort of deciding, yeah, okay, let's go see Sunpo before we make, see if that's an option before we do anything. As you sort of are moving to leave the alleyway, you hear fairly loud footsteps coming down the alleyway, so you decide to hang back for just a moment. And a squad of around 10 Fire Nation guard dressed in the Palace Guard uniforms come bustling by very quickly, down heading the same direction you guys were heading, down into the lower city. They certainly seem to be motoring. This isn't just some patrol wandering past.
I jump back and sort of whoever's next to me push them sort of out of the way.
Push the back.
Well, no, I like push them
He
back.
did it!
I push them back and out of the way.
Yeah.
So you all kind of duck back into the alleyway for a moment as this contingent runs past. They're in a hurry, so they're not stopping to check, every alleyway or anything like that. But they certainly seem to be on a mission. You're not 100% sure what, but there seems to be something happening. One says, our escape may have been noticed. Those guards might be heading down to notify the guards down in the lower city to be on watch. We should be very careful from now on.
Okay.
Understood.
Let's just go start a gang war. Good idea, guys.
Distraction.
Well, I think we should leave it to Winley. He knows the docks best. And if he decides that starting a gang war is appropriate, then...
Once we get into the lower district, I can take us through some of the back routes to get to where we need to go. We're still sort of in the middle at the moment, so I know of it, I know how to get there, but we'll have to take some of the more open streets for the minute until we get into the lower part of the city.
Well, let's be off before any more guards are notified.
Alright, so follow me.
Still walking casually,
Just,
but with purpose now. Because we
Continuing
can have the
down.
guards with purpose.
Walking with purpose.
Walking with purpose.
I'm walking with
I took a mouthful of shapes before I had to start talking again.
It's a great idea.
Don't
I'm
go-
walking a purpose.
I'm hungry. I dropped all my chips down the side of my car on the way here, okay?
Chat doesn't know the story.
I bought McDonald's on the way because
F in chat for Kai's chips.
F and chat.
the app told me they had a really good deal, so I got the really good deal, but it was only small chips, but I was like, oh, you know what, that's okay. I was tempted to buy more chips, but I stuck with the small. And then I tried to grab a handful and just drop the bag upside down the side of my seat in my car. They're gone. My car is going to smell like potato for the foreseeable future.
Fish out those rock hard chips, once they're dried.
Yeah, 4 years from now.
And they'll still be good.
Yeah, they wouldn't have decayed any amount.
No, they're not the burgers.
So I was denied my chips.
That's very sad.
Were you more or less salty for it?
My car's definitely more salty. Cool. So Wenley leads the way out of the alleyway. You guys are moving a little bit quicker now. There seems to be a bit more urgency. And as you approach the lower city, sort of moving into sort of late morning, as you carry on, people are well and truly up and about now. There's celebration in one form or another happening everywhere. Every restaurant you pass has all the lanterns, the full regalia, the full al fresco setups. Everyone's trying to get some business with the big celebration going on. There's people that have come in from the colonies. There's people that have come in from smaller towns on the island. Everyone's here to see Ozai's coronation. So the city is pretty busy. You do pass a few small, not guard outposts as such, but every now and then you pass a corner with a couple of guards standing. They look very attentive. They're sort of scanning the crowd, looking for anything unusual. No, it's not unexpected for there to be guards around the city for an event like this.
Can I do the same thing? Can I look for anything unusual?
Yeah, sure.
Just go and walk and stand next to a guard and just copy.
No, just as I'm walking.
So, seen anything strange, fellas?
It's like, other than you being really short.
Aren't you a little short to be a stormtrooper?
That's a 7 plus its focus, right? Focus. So an 8.
Okay. Yeah, so you're trying to keep your eyes open, not just for, guards that might be onto you, but just for any general, your sort of street senses.
Yeah.
Are kicking in. You've spent your time doing shady things on the streets, so there's shady things happen on the streets, and you're not in the fancy sort of side of the city anymore.
It was nice there.
Yeah. So you. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember names, and there's some names.
There's some real hard names.
There are some real hard names in this game.
Like the persona that Lockie adopted for that trick that... how would you say that?
Bonzo, Pippin, Paddle,
Pippin Paddle Pops.
Pippin, Paddle, Opsicopolis.
The third.
Pippin Paddleopsiloctopus the third.
Hey, I'd buy it. Someone told me that was their name. I'd be like, that's too ridiculous to make up. It must be.
And then their grandkid would say the same thing. And you'd be like, wow, that's a real name.
Joey Joju Shabadoo Jr.
Junior.
That's the most ridiculous name I've ever heard. Joey Jojo. That's a Simpsons reference.
I was like,
Got it.
it isn't like, it's not what I recognize. So I'm like, is it? Is it something else? No. Just Simpsons again.
Well, my homie gets banned from Moe's.
When we're playing Simpsons Codenames and I'm the one giving the clues.
I'm excited for that.
It's gonna be so good.
So you guys pass a restaurant, and you're sort of scanning for anything unusual. And it appears the restaurant is hosting some kind of fireflake eating competition. There's 3 people sitting at a raised kind of bar, just shoveling fireflakes into their mouths. They're sweating, crying, like they just steaming.
Question. Can a waterbend milk?
Why is that relevant?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind.
Anyway.
I'll probably regret that, but yeah, probably. Milk's mostly water, right?
I think
Yeah,
milk's
but-
mostly milk.
You'll just leave like the lactose in the bottom of the jug. You'll separate the curds in whey, and the milk will curdle.
Ugh.
Sean's
Who
worst
knows?
nightmare.
There might be some, yeah.
Sean's not happy.
Milk
now.
is just Sean's worst nightmare.
What do you have in your cereal if you don't eat milk?
Apple juice. I know people who do it. It weirds me out, but apparently Sultana brand with apple juice is the way to go.
Just
That sounds pretty
water.
good.
Maybe if it's Sultana brand.
Wait, you drink with water?
Cheerio.
I
Fuck.
use lactose-free milk.
Dude,
guys.
I've heard of a guy that eats his Oreos with water, like dunks them in water and stuff.
Oh, what?
And I mean, maybe it's report of the week. The guy that does the fast food reviews.
Yeah.
And he was like, I have a lot of unpopular opinions about food, but one of them is that I eat Oreos dunked in milk because I like the soggy Oreo texture, but I don't like milk. So he dunks the Oreos in water.
Water.
What's the
And I'm like, maybe I should try that, but I'm also, why would I?
Yeah.
Why would I do that to myself?
I forget the
That
first part of
sounds
the
terrible.
quote, but his thing of like, my day is ruined.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
My disappointment is immeasurable.
Yeah, my disappointment is
That guy.
immeasurable and my
It's
day
so
is ruined.
funny.
I love that guy's channel. Like,
Disappointment
absolutely great.
is immeasurable.
Makes me wish we had more garbage fast food like America does. It's like we have McDonald's, KFC, Hungry Jack's. That's it.
Yeah.
I want a Wendy's and a Taco Bell. And anyway,
We're getting a Taco Bell.
are we?
Yeah, in Midland.
Sonic.
Oh, really?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, we are getting a Taco Bell, yeah.
God, I don't know if I'd even.
I'm not gonna lie, they're always like,
I'm keen for
we're
some
getting this
garbage
American thing.
Mexican food.
We're getting this American, and man, I'm still waiting. Still waiting.
Still waiting. It's almost like there's a pandemic on and people can't come over and set it all up.
Oh, really? And also, it's really hard to set up.
Set up
It's
new
already an
businesses.
established market.
Anyway.
Like Starbucks. We've had Starbucks. Anyway,
Starbucks. Shit.
so most people are watching this fireflake eating competition. People are making this big scene. You know, they're sweating and crying and screaming, and there's an announcer, you know, kind of narrating as people are eating these fireflakes. And so that's where everyone's focus is drawn. But you're sort of looking in the crowd, and you notice there's a fairly young-looking boy in the crowd who's very, very clearly, to your trained eye, picking pockets in the crowd as everyone watches this spectacle
His name's
on the
Kai.
stage.
What?
He hasn't seen Cora.
I attempt to pick his pocket.
Okay.
Look, if he's been picking pockets, he's got all the money.
Yep.
And he is not suspecting someone to pick his pockets.
You would know that. All right. So yeah, you can.
I'm gonna get. So here's the plan, right? Here's the plan.
Is
I
it
need
really...
you guys to walk past and then stand in front of him, surreptitiously but very clearly, looking like you have money.
Gotcha.
If
I'm
you
on
need,
it.
if you need to like wiggle and jangle a little bit,
I'm on it.
you
I get
go
my
right ahead
coin
and do it.
pouch and I'm like, and I'm standing there and I'm just like looking at something and I'm like, oh
Yep.
no.
Yep.
And
And
I'm
then-
just,
And then while you're doing that,
yep.
we'll get Win Lee to do the same thing a little bit further down, and we'll get not Teak, I'm Teak, Anuki, to do the same thing a little bit further down. So there's a path that he has to follow, and while he's walking down that path, looking at you guys, I'm going to be right there in the middle. He'll walk past me, and I'll just.
So, proportionately, we'll lose 3 times as much money. As
Well, no, they
we
don't have any
gain.
money. We spent the money and gave it back.
How are
didn't
we gonna make the coin noise from our pockets? Should have said that. I should not.
All right, we're gonna lose.
Saipan has money.
We're gonna
So
lose
he
a
can
little
pick
bit of
it.
money, but we'll get even more back.
Zaipan is a she.
Oh, sorry.
Wow. Fuck you.
Does that count enough as a plan?
Yeah, I mean,
Stage 3 people in a row, and as he walks past the second person, just...
sounds like a plan to me.
And then bail, because by the time he gets to the third person, he'll realise what's going on, because he'll reach to put it in his pocket and it won't be there anymore.
Or we corner him and take his money.
Right, so I'm rolling with creativity.
The crap out of this like 11-year-old.
Just push.
You're stealing money so he can pay him for bread so he can feed himself.
Yeah, gotta still eat, gotta eat to live.
Alright, so that's only a 5.
No, no.
Okay.
Which means I get a bonus, but the plan will encounter some disastrous opposition right from the start.
What if we're helping though?
Okay.
But we're helping
How
him.
could you help?
Well, obviously we're being the distraction and luring the boy into trying
That
to...
is the plan, though.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing as much as you can on your side of things.
Okay.
In order to actually help Teak.
He'd also have to be like...
You would have
You'd
to
be like,
be-
hey man, let me hold your hand while you pickpocket.
Yeah, like, for you to help him, you would be then very clearly in cahoots.
Alright, so we're set up and ready for this plan.
Yep. So, you guys all stand, a few people apart in the crowd. The one kind of is like, okay, I'm not really on board with this, but this is your territory, not mine. And he just kind of fades into the background a little bit as you guys set this into motion. The three of you sort of stand a few people apart, quite happily put the pouch with the remaining coins on your belt, fairly, exposed and obvious, and stand a little bit in front of where this youngster is going around cutting purses.
Yeah.
So you're standing behind the second person
Yeah.
in line. I think. Okay.
Who's the second?
So, well, we'll go. Zaipan is the first, then Anki, and then Wenley. You guys are standing. Zaipan, after standing there for a couple of minutes, watching the show, they're shoveling all these fire flakes in. One of them taps out, grabs a big glass of water and just starts chugging it. But there's two still going. The crowd's getting very excited. You feel, only because you're sort of expecting it, a slight brush against the back, but nothing else. You weren't thinking about it, you probably just take it for someone bumping into you in the crowd. Whoever this is obviously quite skilled at what they're doing.
We should enlist him.
A few moments later, Anki, you feel the same thing, and as you sort of notice it, but again, try not to act on it.
Stop, criminal scum.
Yeah, Teak, you go to reach for the pouch that these coins are sort of disappearing into as the kid runs along. Sure, give us a skill roll, but things will be affected by
By the fact that my plan was
the
bad.
fact that your plan.
That was a 10.
Okay. So I'm going to knock it down a little bit because of the failure of your plan. As the hand dashes to grab Anki's, you kind of jump on the moment while his hand's away from his pouch.
It's like his hand's moving forward, my hand's moving forward.
Yeah, so the original plan that you had was you would wait for him to deposit Anki's and then take the money, but you kind of jumped the gun a little bit. You sort of, in that moment, you're like, oh, dude, quick, grab it. And as you grab a handful of coins, a lot of them are loose because he's kind of not necessarily throwing whole pouches in, sometimes he's cutting purses and grabbing them that way. You grab a handful of coins and come out as he's going to drop Anki's coins in, and he sort of freezes for a moment and feels the pouch and then whips around and looks at you.
And I look him dead in the eyes and I'm like, so which gang are you with?
He looks left and right and then goes to run.
And I grab him. And just like softly, enough to like stop him, but not enough to cause a commotion.
All right, give us a...
Like you go grab his hand, you grab his arm.
Yeah.
Turn him upside down and shake him out for his fucking pocket money.
It's not pocket money.
Well, it is in his pocket.
Give us an intimidate roll,
Yep.
because you're not trying to like tackle this guy, more scare the kid into
Yeah.
staying where he is.
What's that?
So intimidate is a passion roll.
That is a 7.
7. So you sort of just grab his shoulder enough to spin him around again and look at you. You say, wait. And he sort of, not because he's so much worried about you, but more worried about, creating a scene. He doesn't want to get into it here. He goes, what? Who are you with? What are you doing here?
We had this area marked. It was already all sorted. Why are you causing commotion here when we needed the commotion caused later on by the docks?
What? Really didn't say anything about that. Who are you?
I'm with the Fire Finches. Who are you with?
He sort of looks a bit taken aback. Give us a trick roll,
This is a good lie.
which is a creativity roll as you try to lie.
7 + 1, so that is an 8.
Okay. Rennie didn't say anything about a commotion.
When did
you
you talk to them?
Are you some of the extra muscle that she brought in?
Yeah.
You guys are trying not to be too obvious, but you are definitely listening to this conversation like, oh crap, something has. This has taken a left turn.
Gang what?
And it's not happening quite how it was supposed to. But so far, there's not a whole lot going on. Well, maybe we should. I better go talk to Rennie and get this all sorted out. Look, if I don't have my cut when I get back, I'm going to be in big trouble.
Right, but you gotta give my friends their money back.
And as he's sort of talking to you, he sort of looks over, and as you sort of start paying attention, there's a couple of guards that now seem to be paying extra special attention to this weird conversation happening in the middle of the sort of throng.
Yeah. You only got a couple seconds. The guy's looking.
Look, either we better get out of here or do better blending in. We can either run or maybe. Hey! Why don't you go and give the competition a go? Come on! Yeah! my friend here's really good at. He loves spicy food.
Oh my god, he loves spicy food? Oh, come on, you better get up there.
Better water that milk.
Yeah, you better have a bit of milk on standby.
One of the guards was sort of taking a step towards you guys, but as this kid starts very dramatically pointing to
and I look
the
very
sort of
dramatically
stage,
embarrassed.
and you're like, oh shit. They sort of stop from it. They're still looking, but they don't seem ready to jump on you just yet.
What was the name of the other gang?
So there's the Fire Finches, and there is the
Burning Ember.
Question. Are you
Burning
wearing
Ember
guard's
gang.
attire?
I'm wearing a helmet, yeah.
It's a replica, all right?
And he's blinged out.
Yeah.
They'll be like, a kid with some guard armor. How cute.
Yeah. When you grow up, you'll be one of those.
If you go to walk up to be in to do the fireflake eating, I'll like step forward and sort of slyly grab a hold of the kid's arm.
Yeah.
And just be like, you're staying with us. Like, not look at him.
Yeah.
But just be like, you're staying with us until this is done. And we'll go see Renly.
Okay.
Alright, I guess I'm taking part in this competition then.
Cool. So as you start moving towards the stage, the kid does sort of start to sidle away now that you're sort of distracted. He probably didn't realise that you were actually with, because he hadn't gotten to you in the chain of pickpocketing. You just kind of put an arm sort of around him and just be like, no, you're staying until, we see this through. And he just sort of freezes and is like, damn it. So as this commotion goes on, this is right after the first fire flake eating competition's finished. The champion is sort of cheering, sweating,
How much fire flakes did he eat?
He got through 2 bowls. 2 bowls of fire flakes.
That's a lot of fire flakes.
And as his reward, he gets a free meal in the restaurant.
He's already eaten.
Which is mostly more fire flakes and spicy food. He's kind of takes the certificate that gets in the food. He's like, maybe not a great idea.
God, any one meal plus glass of milk.
All you can eat fireflies.
No, it's a free meal, but the milk's $300 a glass.
Extortionate.
And the announcer starts saying, any more contestants? Who's next? Come on. I'm sure that someone out there can show up this guy. Only 2 bowls. Come on, who can do 3?
My friend Teet can do it. Teet can do it. Come on, Teet, get up there.
You there.
Young
man, come on.
Did the young guy say his name?
No, you haven't asked his
No.
name yet.
It's like, I hold up his other hand. It's like, this guy right here is going to go up as well.
Yeah, the young guy.
Get him up there.
Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
Yeah, I like sort of give him a quick little bump forward so they kind of get him to stumble.
Stumbles forwards. Okay.
Yeah.
he looks at you with like, if looks could kill. He's like, oh, this day has not gone at all like he planned. He was going to do a quick, cut a few purses, head back to base, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. And now he's lost his money and he's being thrown onto centre stage.
Oh my fucking God. Bravo.
Things have gone poorly.
Well done.
I thought if he had to suffer, then the kid surely had to suffer as well.
The announcer is more than happy to pounce on the misery of people being thrown under the bus by their friends. So he says, yes, young man, come on.
Young man, you get your ass up here. I said, young man, come and eat some
My good Hopman.
Come on, show these oldies how it's done.
Flamio.
And lastly, a
Young man, put those flakes in your mouth.
a sort of middle-aged gentleman puts his hand up and says, oh, hey, a couple of kids, how hard could it be? And makes his way up to the stage.
There's no need to cry.
The three of you are sat next to each other. Teak, you're in the middle. To your right is the boy, and to your left is the man who put his own hand up. A waiter from the restaurant comes out and places 3 bowls of fire flakes in front of each of you, along with a glass of water and a glass of milk. The announcer says, the rules are simple. Whoever eats the most fire flakes in the shortest amount of time wins a free meal at the restaurant. The coupon expires this afternoon at 4 o'clock. So, if you drink of the water, you're allowed 1 glass of water and you remain in the competition. But if you take a sip of the milk, that's it. You're throwing in the towel and you're done. You can see sort of, now you're looking out at the crowd, you can easily see the guards in the background. They seem to be a bit more at ease now that you're like on stage. You're clearly not.
Where is the milk glass placed in relation to the water glass?
They'd be next. Yes, you'd have the 3 bowls arranged in front of you, and then water on one side, milk on the other.
Okay.
Oh yeah, just. Whoa! Start bending some water.
Hang on a minute. Hell of a distraction for everyone else to get away, though. So there's a sort of a cheer from the crowd. You know, everyone enjoys a bit of street theatre, watching people in horrible pain. The announcer counts down 3, 2, 1, eat!
All right. Oh, that was very well timed. Oh, the scream.
That's what you're going to be doing in a minute.
Oh.
First bite of fire flakes.
Fight. Milk.
Alright, what do you want me
The old
to...
man next to you starts, or the older man next to you starts shoving.
I want to
flakes
keep an
in.
eye on what the old man's doing.
Yep.
While I'm obviously eating.
Yep. The kid is sort of resigned himself to this, and he's like, oh, fine, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. And he picks up the bowl with one hand and just starts shoveling the flakes in with the other.
You young man, you're just eating too fast.
I'm just confidently eating.
Okay.
There's no time limit, right?
Well, if it's whoever gets the furthest, the most eaten,
Yeah.
or whoever eats all 3 bowls first.
Yeah, oh, okay. So there is time.
There is a time limit in that if any of them finish before you,
Yeah.
they win. But if
That's okay. I'm gonna go slow and
out.
steady.
Yep.
I know my limits. I know how to deal with spicy food.
Yep. So I'm going to get you to make a passion roll for me, because this is more about your ability and your I don't know what the right word would be, but your perseverance.
What about I was about to
skills.
say, what about a confidence? Because that is my balance.
Sure. Yeah, you can use your balance.
At the end of the day, they're the same, so it doesn't really matter. But I'm super confident.
Yep. Fake it till you make it.
Well done.
Is that even
Steve.
on there?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
12.
Incredible.
Natty 12.
Nat 12 doesn't get much better than that.
So confident.
Excellent. All right. So
Tell
You
me when
guys-
one of them reaches for water.
okay, no worries. So you guys are
Yeah, choke him to death.
you're sort of going slow and steady. You know, one handful at a time. The kid next to you is shoveling him in, but he's got smaller hands, so he's probably not getting quite as much in as you are. The old man has resorted to picking up the bowl and just tipping them into his mouth. He gets through the first bowl, slams it down, grabs the second, and he gets a bit overzealous, and he tips a bit too much, and the flakes, he gets a full mouthful, and some of them like scatter into his eyes and the rest of his face. he puts the bowl down, starts coughing up flakes, starts inhaling them and just having a really bad time. He spits a few of them out, and he reaches for the water, sculls it, empties the glass. He sort of stops for a second and then just shakes his head and goes for the milk.
Yeah.
Which he then grabs and he sort of takes a few mouthfuls and then pours it into his eyes and onto his face to just try and nullify the burning in his face.
Oh,
The announcer, makes a big show. Oh, we've got our first contestant out too fast, too soon, and he's spilt the fire flakes everywhere. What a terrible waste, everybody. And there's some boos from the crowd. Just some good-natured jeering.
Yeah.
But the other two contestants are carrying on strong. Who will win?
Go team!
You're making some clear headway against the boy.
Yeah. Tell me when the kid reaches for the glass.
He's sort of
going to use my outlaw skills.
He's sort of shoveling the fire flakes in and then looking over to you to see you finished your first bowl already and are onto your second. So he sort of hurries up, finishes his first one, goes for the second, trying to catch up. But you've got a pretty comfortable lead. As he's getting towards the bottom of his first bowl, he starts to sort of sweat and pant a bit. He wipes his forehead and then goes for the water.
Cool. So I'm gonna step in with my outlaw vagabond skills.
Okay.
And do a slight variation on the 3 bowls trick.
Okay.
Where they had like coloured water in it, and we'd use water bending to move the cups around while they were getting moved around in the bowls, and swap the cups without people noticing, because then you weren't touching the cup, you were just touching the bowl. So as he reaches, I'm going to water bend the water and the milk in such a way that the glass doesn't tip over, but they just swap places.
Okay.
It's like very slowly but sharply swap them, so he grabs the wrong glass.
Okay. That'll be a trick, I think. Unless you've got a specific skill that you think is better off. No? All right, go for it. So it's a creativity roll.
That is a 6 + 1, that's a 7.
So you quite subtly, you start shoveling the food with only one hand for a moment, as under the table you start trying to move the cups. As the kid reaches for it, it sort of moves almost out of his hand slightly, and he sort of looks at it a bit quizzically for a second, and then notices that you're kind of giving him a bit of side eye while you're doing this. No one in the crowd seems to have noticed anything, but the kid does seem to have noticed that something's going on, and he just abandons the idea of liquid altogether because something sus is happening, and goes back to eating. But as he's sort of taken his break, you've made even more headway on him now, and diving into your third bowl. The kid has slowed right down now. He keeps sort of eating and then looking at you and then eating some more.
I'm just eating.
Yep.
Not even looking at him anymore. I'm just eating.
Yep. And before too long, you finish your third bowl, slam it down.
I'll put it on my head.
Put it on your head?
Like a hat.
On top of the helmet.
Oh, God.
The announcer, victory, we have a winner, 3 whole bowls, and he grabs your hand and holds it up. The kid puts down the third bowl, which he was sort of a quarter of the way through, and sort of claps along with the crowd while sort of, again, just giving you the side eye. You're given your certificate for 1 free meal at the restaurant.
Shame I ate earlier.
Expiring this afternoon. And you're sort of given a pat on the back and then ushered off of the stage for the next contestants to step up.
Yeah.
As you kind of are ushered off and back into the crowd, the kid looks up at you. That was interesting.
They were just fire flakes.
Yeah. Look, we'd better go see Renly. Was it Renly?
Yeah.
Names.
Renly. It was.
Names are hard.
Really?
Words are hard.
Yes, it was exactly that name.
That's it.
No, it wasn't.
As they step up, I like
Close
walk
but no
forward.
cigar.
Vote time?
Vote time!
Vote time.
All right, every month here, we let you vote on a game for us to play at the end of the month. You can use 15,000 channel points to get a game up for voting, and then you can use 2,000 channel points to have extra votes. At the moment, Lachlan's Choice and Games with Online Friends are, I think, 1 vote apart from memory. And a couple of the other options. The options all up. They'll be on screen, and you can vote in just a moment. Lachlan chooses. Tom chooses. That's me. Twilight Imperium. Games with Friends. And Resident Evil 3. Resident Evil 3 has like 1 vote or 2 votes, and everything else has a couple of votes. And then, yeah, the 2 choices, Lachlan chooses, and Games Online with Friends are just a little bit ahead. So every vote matters. And I will set that up.
So this is the final time, right?
This is the final time. We'll play next Saturday.
Wow, exciting.
All right. Get that vote started.
As they like step off the thing, I come up and I kind of like grab the kid sort of around the neck.
Okay.
And sort of
Give him
just
a
like,
noogie.
yeah, I'm like, oh, good job, buddy. You did real well.
Fucking rustle his head. Just like,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the whole noogie thing. And yeah, and then I'm like, let's go and see your friend and tell him about how you did.
Who opened the shapes?
I did.
You opened at the wrong end. Open other end.
Why is there
You
an
done.
open?
You done good.
Why would
Why?
you
Because
do
it's
that,
like
Lockie?
helps you open it. It's got the flap for it. Whereas
You
a
do
blue
not
side
open
doesn't
it
have
this
it.
end.
It does
You've
not
broken
have
the
it.
law.
Don't open this end.
I thought they tasted funny.
Yeah.
We were eating them upside down.
You were eating.
Oh no!
You were eating separs instead of shapes.
They were inverted Hawaiian flavour.
You got the pizza. You got the base on the top and the
Tasted like pizza on
underneath.
pineapple, not pineapple on pizza.
Yeah,
That I'm okay with.
it's a pineapple cut into a wedge shape with tomato sauce on it.
Yeah. Okay. You get $1 million, but for the rest of your life, every time you eat a pizza, the base is just pineapple, and it's like a squidgy,
100%
juicy
I would be
pineapple
down.
Pizza.
$1 million.
Easy.
Yeah, for $1 million
That's
bucks.
Easiest $1 million bucks I've ever made.
I mean, I love pizza. Pizza's probably my favorite food
Mm.
because you can have so many variety on a pizza, right?
Well,
Make your pizza.
I will be
But-
getting a tattoo of
Pizza
pizza at some
again.
point.
But $1 million.
Yeah, true.
Just eat a calzone.
I'm clicking and it's not working.
You can't vote, Sean.
I can vote.
You can't vote.
That's illegal.
You're a.
It is weird. It isn't working.
That's a conflict of interest.
It is not.
Try closing and restarting. Let's
Banned.
make sure it
Banned.
works.
Look, just don't vote for Lachlan's game because he'll make me play Istanbul. Just.
Moron just added Captain Sonar.
Oh, Captain Sonar.
Ooh.
All right.
That'd
Please, real time, turn based is just not cricket.
Oh wow.
we wouldn't be able to
Maybe chaos.
do real time on stream.
Very
Oh.
good game though. Either way.
Oh, I don't know, man. Sounds like a great idea. It'd be a mess.
We'd also only be able to do 3 teams. Yeah, it wouldn't work for real time. 10 based we might be able to figure out.
I'm down.
Good game.
Can I vote? I have already voted once.
No, it's fine.
It's fine, Sean. You can vote.
You can
You're
vote.
special, Sean.
You have conflicts of interest, so it only counts for half. Chaos is the best. I think.
Chaos is not good for streams.
Someone tunes in and it's just like,
Games are all just screaming at the top of each other.
oh, they must be playing Captain Sonar.
Yes.
Oh,
mean,
yes.
hey, it could be fun.
They're playing
I
Werewolf.
can definitely tell what's going on there.
I'm eating the last 2.
Just fill the other slots with other real-time, just nothing but real-time games. We have no choice. Victims of the vote. Cool.
You forget we're in control. We can just be like, no.
You grab the kid as he comes off the stage, and make this big show of, oh yeah, let's go tell Rennie how good you did. He's like, I get it.
Suck it.
We're going.
So the thing is just straight up like, I don't know why we're going.
what a bloody legend.
Whoa.
Here's bigger guns.
Nicky Gamers.
You gamers.
Thank
Thank you so much.
gamers.
Exclamation your favourite colour in chat. And we're doing it because gang war. We needed a distraction to get out.
Gang war, so against the kids and against the full-blown actual gang. How, alright?
No, do we? We haven't even spoken to Sun.
I know.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on starting a gang war straight away, but it's happening that way, so
Well, we should talk
These
to
things
Sunpoop
happen.
first.
we should, but now this kid's taking us to Rennie. And
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't really have much choice.
yeah.
Very
We either
well.
let him go or we start a gang war.
If we let him go, he's only going to run back to
What?
his base camp and we'll be far away by then. We already got the money.
Yeah, Lachlan Choosers got the most votes last week.
So how much money did we get off of him?
I mean, you haven't sat and counted it.
Yeah. Is
Yeah,
it more than what we had?
It's more than what you guys had. It's
Okay.
more than Nuan gave you
Yeah.
as a little stipend, but you don't know how much Nuan has.
Has in total.
Himself.
Yeah.
And because the kid was just kind of grabbing what he could, it's not like he was, aiming for higher value coins necessarily. But I mean, it's a decent chunk of money. He'd picked a few pockets before you guys got to him. And Teak didn't empty his pouch, he just kind of grabbed what he could at the same time. So you're better off than you were, certainly. You're not going to be buying a house and retiring, but you know, you might be making a dent towards
what a
enough
bloody
to
legend.
influence
Here's
somebody.
bigger guns.
Ra Monkey 78, thank you for the follow.
Hey, Regal
Thanks for
Jack.
joining us. If anyone is just joining us, we are playing Avatar Legends, the role-playing game, the Quick Start Guide, which is available on the Kickstarter page for Avatar Legends.
Not sponsored, but call us.
Not sponsored, but I mean, hey, we enjoy Avatar and we enjoy role-playing games.
All right.
Tom is inconsequential on the board game. No,
Role-playing games. Yeah. Board games are better than role-playing
Look,
games.
I'd like to,
Don't have
as we're sort of, because we've got no choice right now, we're going to have to follow this kid, but I kind of want to get an idea of a plan off of you guys as we're walking somehow. You know, whether we're following just behind him, just sort of I come up to each one of you and go, is this what we want to be doing? Do we,
probably no. If we can figure out a way out of this, then
or we're going to have to see Rini, so I guess we'll just see what she wants?
yeah. But he thinks that we know her already.
And that's
you,
your
buddy.
fault.
I just wanted some money to buy a boat, hire a boat, get out of the city.
Look, if we really want to be getting involved with gang warfare at a critical time where we're fugitives, the Palace Guard is already looking for us, and we're still yet to save your father.
And if we start a
don't know.
gang war, then will that not just mean the guards won't let anyone leave the docks?
That's probably a good idea, because they'll be on the hunt, they'll put in positions, no one's allowed to leave,
we
no
start a
one's allowed
gang
to...
war somewhere else and distract away from the docks.
Oh,
Damn you,
That
green
sounds like
screen.
a camera.
Green screen.
well,
The Gurren screen.
Screwing.
Look, let's just go because we're already into that, and we'll just see where it ends.
alright, but if we get caught up in some trouble, I'm blaming T.
Fair, I like it.
I'm already blaming T.
Oh yeah, we're all blaming Teak.
Alright,
Just
So
because
the
he's
plan
not there
was
to defend.
instead of leaving Sage, what's his name, behind, we leave
No one.
Teak.
No, I.
Nguyen, sorry.
Yeah. Bai's the guy that captured you.
Buys the guy that captured us. Yeah.
Who still has the scroll, by the way. You guys are sort of led. You still got your arm around this kid.
But as we sort of like, as I kind of let him lead me,
Okay.
I throw a glance at Nuan.
Okay. Yeah. He notices you guys, especially Teak, coming off the stage and then into this alley, and he starts sort of following again behind you guys. As you guys get into the alley, the kid starts to sort of hurry up. So, all right, come on, let's a big day, you know, lots of purses to cut. So let's get this over and done with and get this straightened out.
Yeah, I've let go of him, and he's sort of walking ahead,
Yep.
leading us.
As he's walking, he sort of turns around and starts walking backwards and addresses you, Teak. That was pretty impressive on stage there.
I can handle my flakes.
Yeah, I pride myself on my flakes, but that was pretty good. Still not sure what
The two flakiest guys
that
talking
was-
to each other about flakes.
yeah.
what you were doing with the. I don't know, something strange.
What?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
You're a weird kid.
yeah, I've been told.
I'm glad you like my beanie, Regal Drag. I think you're talking about mine, or is it Lockie's?
No, Lachlan's beanies.
Yours.
Lachlan's on the left. You're on the right.
I'm on the left.
You're the right guy.
I'm the right
I'm
guy.
the wrong guy.
The wrong
wrong
guy.
guy.
The wrong guy.
So, well, I'm Kieran anyway.
Teak. The crowd was chanting my name because I won.
Yeah, you did. Well, look, let's work out what we're supposed to be doing. Rini will tell us our roles, and then we'll get back to work. Right? You out-of-towners, you know, come in and throw everything out of whack.
Out of towners. What are you talking about?
Aren't you coming in to help us out?
Yes. Don't worry. He's very new.
He's insulted more than anything.
You I don't know. You seem a bit old to be Fire Finches, but I guess we'll take whatever help we can get. All right. And he carries on. He sort of ducks down a couple of alleyways and then through a beaded screen over a door, and leads you into the back room of some sort of warehouse. It looks pretty abandoned and disused. There's sort of boxes and crates stacked up. Most of them have been busted open and, seem to be empty. But he leads you around to a table lit by a couple of lanterns in the back room. And there's a young girl, about 14 years old, sitting behind the counter, and she's flicking through a couple of bits of paper and counting out some coins, marking down some tallies. She looks up as you guys come around the corner. Kiwan, who the heck are these people? What did you bring them here for? So, what do you mean? They're here for the festival? From out of town?
Yeah, with the extra help you asked for.
What extra help? Who are you?
Alright, so.
She sort of stands up and
what was the
slides
name
her
of the
chair
other
back.
gang?
Burning Embers.
Burning Embers wanted us to send you a message.
Did they now?
Yeah. We're not with them. We just had some debts to pay, and they thought that we could come to you, we'd get it all settled. They think you're expanding a bit too much, and they don't want to cause trouble, but there will be trouble. That's the message. Don't shoot the messenger. It's nice to meet you.
What? Fireland and I marked out territory ages ago.
And I throw a chair across this room. I'm like, we're not kidding around. You guys need to back off.
Gang what? Gang what? Gang what?
All right,
That escalated quickly.
give me an intimidate on that one, Zypan.
What do I add to it?
So intimidate is a passion roll.
It's a passion roll.
Howdly doodly, red Jess.
It's a 6.
Hey, Jess.
It's a 6.
Oh no.
6.
Yeah.
Dude, help,
That's
plus
a
2.
fail.
D's a plus 2 for the plan. Oh wait, it's not related to the plan, never mind. That plan was-
This got nothing to do with the plan.
Yeah.
This is not part of the plan at all.
Rip.
She stands
It
up.
depends. Is this still part of my thieving money plan?
No, that went
No.
sideways. As has your just be guards and sneak out of the city plan at this point.
Yes, we will be playing games online with friends next week. Whether or not it is our 2 o'clock stream, we will let you know. That means we might be doing 3 streams next weekend. Fuck.
We completely wanted to start.
We'll figure it
a
out.
war.
Hey, Steven, you still in chat?
Oh, he's asleep, surely.
Piece of shit.
It's 4 a.m.
Yeah.
It's true.
And again.
She sort of stares at you for a moment and then whistles, and you guys notice among the crates and on top of the crates, you now see 5 or 6 kids, ranging from like 8 or 6 even, like really young kids,
This is a pint-sized gang.
up to like 11 or 12 is probably about the oldest that you see,
The Lost Boys?
with slings and slingshots and various implements of
What is this,
that
Lord of the
sort.
Flies?
Yeah.
Um,
I'm just gonna.
looking down at you guys. How dare you come in here and start throwing threats around? We had this all worked out. Why does he want to change the deal?
We don't know. Don't shoot the messenger. You've heard that saying, right?
That was before someone came in and started trashing the joint. Sounds like you're here to, intimidate us into submission, not just give a message.
And it sounds like you don't know what you're doing when you're running a game. You haven't been able to play the game. You haven't been able to run through the city like you want. And you haven't been able to, well, live properly. I'm using my straight shooter. I'm just straight up
Okay.
telling them, you're a dumb shit. And now I get to do a roll with
Okay.
focus. And on a hit, for some reason they'll like me. Because of my honesty.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
That is a 7 plus 1. That is an 8. So on a 7 to 9, they also give me an honest assessment of how they see me. But I will mark a condition. So basically they return the favor. But they will answer a question favorably. So they'll answer a non-compromising question honestly and grant me a simple favor. It's almost like this was my plan all along.
Okay.
Was it?
Yeah, I wanted a favor from them.
What, to start a gang war?
No, more to get out of here.
So you give this little tirade. She said, well, I've got to give it to you. Not many people come in here and talk to us like that. Kieran, where did you find these people? Well, they were at the Fireflake contest. I was doing my job. I was, getting some coin, and then, well, this one came and snatched out of my purse. I thought he said he was with us, and then he won the competition. I don't know. It all kind of happened pretty quick. I thought that he was with you. He goes, well, that's. He managed to pick your pocket, and he's like, well, yeah.
Almost. Kid's all right.
Well, that's impressive, but you seem to be a bit brash, foolish. We try to be a bit more stealthy around these parts. Well, look, just go back and tell Fireland that we'll renegotiate. We'll work out what we're going to do after the festival. We've got too much to do. There's too many opportunities to miss by doing anything else today.
I guess just be careful. You're not really playing this as safely as you could. But while we're here, we have some business at the docks after this, and we're just checking with all this confusion of who's controlling what and who's patrolling where. Who's controlling the docks at the moment? What do we have to look out for?
Well, the docks are supposed to be Fireland's territory. We deal with inner city and that sort of thing, and he can worry about the sailors and the folks down there. They're, a bit big fish for us, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Appreciate that. And I lean back, and I'm assuming, because of what you said, I'm feeling insecure, but you're the DM, you gotta tell me what to mark.
Now let's go with foolish. She's kind of called out the fact that you were a bit brash and over the top. Your pickpocketing didn't actually
go
as smoothly as.
I have been given the foolish condition. I have a -2 to trickery and resisting shifting my balance.
Womp womp.
Womp womp.
Well, look, Keowen, get back to work. Maybe not the same spot. If you were on stage, that's people will just go. You'll find some marks, I'm sure of it. And you tell Fireland that we'll discuss this after the festival's over.
Well, Fireland did give us a little something to bring this message here. I mean, I'm sure relaying between the two gangs is not something that anyone wouldn't do without the payment of coin. Perhaps you could give us a little something to deliver this message?
Give us a... give us a plead. A plead roll, which is a harmony.
Oh, no.
Harmony check.
Alright, good luck. 5.
Nice.
Oh, no, never mind.
Kidding? You're on Fireland's books. He's paying you, then fine, but I'm not giving you any of our hard-earned coin, especially after you blew Keowen's operation this morning.
Very well.
Alright. Let's go.
Let's get out of here.
Be careful.
We all
Yeah, you
back
too.
out the door.
She sort of gives another whistle, and the kids sort of fade back into
Into the darkness.
the shadows. Some of them pop back into crates.
What is this, daycare?
They're just waiting there all day for the whistle, and then they pop out.
Yeah.
Like Jack in the Box.
Tom, watch out, there's a cable there.
There's a cable there.
Yeah. So,
Keowen kind of
Also,
escorts
it's
you
not
guys
a banger.
back through the sort of maze
press
of
the like
crates and
button.
boxes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you guys are escorted back out into the street.
Are you trying to become everyone's enemy? No, I'm trying to make other people enemies so we're not a distraction.
Teak is trying to become everyone's enemy. Even
Gang
the
what?
group's
Gang
enemy.
what? Gang what?
says the guy that threw the chair across the room. You need to cool that.
No, I really appreciate that. That was great.
Come on!
That was pretty sick.
Listen, I think we're wasting too much time. We need to head to the docks, find Sunpo, and
Yeah.
determine exactly how much it's going to cost to
Yeah.
get the heck out of the Fire Nation
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
rescuing Wenley's father as well. And then hopefully, good old Nuan will hand over that scroll, and everything will be hunky-dory.
We take Wenley's father's retirement fund to pay for our freedom.
Well, that's the problem. He doesn't have one anymore.
Yeah, they
Well,
beat him up
you know
and
what?
stole
We
it.
just sure nooks and crannies.
Let's go to Sunpo. So we follow Keon.
Keowen.
Go into the
He sort of leads you as far as out of the hideout. But then he's like, Well, I don't know who you folks are. And he glances at Teak again as he says that. But you do best to keep your head down for the rest of the day. I'm sure those guards took note of that whole commotion. I'll see you around, I guess.
Probably not.
And he sort of scurries back the way you guys came.
Yeah, you better run.
Throw another chair.
Knock him out. He casts a glance at Newan as he runs past, who's sort of standing off to the side, leaning up against the wall.
Dude, Reese would totally make an earthbending wrestler.
The boulder is ready.
As you guys leave, Fire Sage sort of raises his eyebrow. So, did that go well? Was that a fruitful conversation?
There's no gang war, but we got some.
It gave
info.
us an insight on who's looking after the docks and whatnot.
See. Well,
I mean, we pretty much intimidated a bunch of kids, so no, not really that eventful at all.
How old was Rennie?
14.
you guesstimate about 14.
Okay.
Can you take us to Sunpoke?
Yeah, he glances up and at the sun. It's about midday now. Yeah, better we get a move on as quickly as we can. I think we should stay off of the main streets now as well. While you guys were inside, I saw several more patrols walk past. They definitely seem to be looking for someone, and I have
Or something.
a bad feeling that it is
It's probably us.
Yep.
It's probably the scroll.
You give me the general direction and we need to go, and I can get us through the back streets to where we need to get to.
Yep. Well, her offices are at the docks, not far from the harbour masters and other
Oh, yes.
buildings down there. I've never been myself. When I've spoken to her, it's been at the palace. So I trust you'll be able to get us close.
I can get us there.
Very well.
All right,
Lead
so
the way.
I head off.
Cool. So you guys sort of stick to the back alleys, but start winding your way towards the docks. A couple of times you have to cross kind of larger streets, as they branch off. And as you pass second to last sort of larger street on the way down, there's a fairly large guard outpost on the corner, sort of set up as a temporary one with sandbags and sort of a tarp over the roof, clearly just here for the festival as an extra kind of spot for the guards to come and go and have a break. And as you're about halfway across the road, you glance over to see none other than Fire Sage by himself
Bye.
Dun, dun, dun.
standing at the guardhouse.
Is this list one of the
Yeah.
He's sort of got his back and side to you, but he's addressing the guards. He looks mighty upset, and he appears to be addressing specifically someone in very high-ranking regalia. I would say that Wenli and probably Zypan. Thanks, Dino Adventurer. That's a wicked name. Thank you for the follow.
That is a wicked name.
Exclamation, your favourite dinosaur colour in chat.
It's like how everything is. It's like, give me your favorite butt color.
What?
From freaking what's his
Jim
name?
the Bot or whatever his name was.
Butt.
What?
The guy who was a robot before. He was totally not a robot, but he was totally a robot.
Okay.
But no, seriously, thank you very much. We're Nerds of the West. We play board games and role-playing games and other stuff all throughout the week.
Playing Avatar Legends role-playing
and
game.
you can control 3 of our 4 lights here because one of them is a butt.
Jackbot win.
Yeah.
Jackbot.
Jackbot. What's your favourite bot colour?
Jackpot.
Dino. Thank you, Dino. Exclamation, your favourite colour in chat.
Just call you Dino.
All right.
Cool. So yeah, he's addressing a woman in this fairly high-ranking looking getup.
bloody legend. Here's bigger guns.
Oh, Maggie!
Hey, welcome.
going?
How are you?
Hey, Maggie, you subscribed. Exclamation, your 2 favourite colours in chat. Or exclamation, sub your favourite colour. Finger
Maggie.
guns out for Maggie.
I hope you like Avatar and role-playing games.
Who doesn't like
So Wenli and Zypan, you would recognise, having the time you spent in the palace and being a Fire Nation native, know that this is full general getup. This is a pretty high-ranking member of the military and of the guard that's clearly taking control of the operations down here amongst the guards. In fact, Zaipan, you would probably recognize her as General Gong, very high-ranking member.
Bad news, guys, bad news. And I turn around and I start walking in the opposite direction because I was the dancer for with General Gong.
Yep.
So I am going in the opposite direction, completely opposite direction. She knows exactly who I am. She knows me on a first name basis. I am getting out of here.
Yeah, this is the Avatar Legends role-playing game. This is the Quick Start campaign. We are escaping from the Fire Nation on the day of Lord Ozai's coronation.
Yep.
We have a secret scroll that we don't know what's in it, but apparently it's important. I want it to sell money, or sell for money, and we all have our own reasons and our own things to do. And
I'm Lachlan, and I'm playing Zaipan the Icon, and I'm an Earthbender in Fire Nation territory on Lord Ozai's day of reign. So
yeah, I'm a
good
waterbender.
times.
I feel like they hate me even more.
Tom
Bad
is playing
times.
Teak, who is a waterbender. Chris?
I'm Chris, and I'm playing Aniki. I put an N on the end, like Anakin. As a joke, I'm playing Aniki, the Guardian, who is a weapons master.
And I'm Wenley. My name is Sean, and I'm playing Wenley, who is the Hammer Fire Nation Firebender.
And I'm Kai, and I'm the DM, so I get to be everyone else.
Nice.
Beef, you haven't missed it yet. We're like halfway.
We haven't even done combat yet.
We haven't done combat yet. No, you guys have managed to avoid any outright combat so far, but we've had lots of other little
Come
checks.
to think of it, we
and
could have
things.
distracted the guard and bonked him and then left.
Gang womp, gang womp.
So as we join our heroes, they're currently trying to find their way to the docks to try and get away out of the city, but they're now trying to dodge the guards that are on the lookout for them.
Dan, do you want one?
Yes.
If you're going.
All right, anyone want some drinks?
Yes!
I'll take
Drinks.
I'll take a
Sounds
Pepsis.
Get me a Pepsis.
We might run a very quick ad break, unless you've got things to describe that Lachlan doesn't need to hear.
No, we'll do a quick break.
I walked
Very
in the
quick
opposite
break.
direction.
Very quick break.
Quick ad break. We'll be back very
Don't go
soon.
anywhere.
Quick grab drinks and...
Yes.
It'll be
toilet
like a
break.
minute long.
Stay.
Coffee. Yo, Lachlan, when did we get merch?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. Where's my laptop gone?
That's right, Lachlan. We have Nerds of the West merchandise.
That's not my laptop.
Yep, so we have shirts available in different
That's
colors and
still
sizes.
not my laptop.
We have hoodies available in different
That's not
colors
my
and sizes.
coffee.
And also, we have mugs.
I love mugs.
I love mugs too, Lachlan.
I think we should stop saying that word.
I 100% agree. Anyway, guys, if you want any of this Nerds of the West merchandise, feel free to click on our link below. It helps support the channel and it gives you some sick new threads.
And if you want to see anything new, then let us know. We're always working on new designs. Like, if you want to see hats, let us know. If you want to see more mugs, let us know. I've said mugs.
For reals though, be sure to visit our Nerds of the West store at nerdsoftheweststore.company.site, where you can pick up your hoodies, t-shirts, mugs, and any new cool stuff we release in the future. Anyway guys, I've been Reese, this has been Lachlan, we've been Nerds of the West, we'll catch you all next time.
Coffee.
Yo Lachlan, when did we get merch?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. Where's my laptop gone?
That's right, Lachlan. We have Nerds of the West merchandise.
That's not my laptop.
Yep, so we have shirts available in
Just go back.
All right.
Yeah,
so,
take this away from me.
Speaking of merch, we have discovered through rigorous testing that each of our mugs, which will not appear when we say the word mugs because it's not a pre-recorded video, holds 4/5 of a can of Pepsi or a standard drinking can, and such we can get 4 cans and fill 5 mugs perfectly.
Amazing.
Which is perfect because Lachlan has tiny little hands and tiny little dinosaur arms, and can't
does.
carry that many cans.
All right, beef, 1,000.
Beef.
Great.
Wow.
Oh my
Thank
gosh.
you so much.
Thank you.
One day I'll
Wow.
convince them to save it for lots of 10, 100, get really squeaky noises at the right time, but it'll never happen. It'll never
Dude,
happen with
Thank
it.
you. That's amazing.
What a
I
guy.
appreciate you so much. Thank
What
you.
a guy.
Step up our role-playing game now to qualify for that.
These can burn.
Can burn.
Yeah, just get rid of them.
No, they're good.
They're not bad. They,
not good.
you know what they taste like?
Terrible.
They taste like almost like banana lollies. There's just that little bit of like what's the?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Also, Dino has a good idea for like Waterworld. You just bump into a town of waterbenders in the middle of the ocean. Just being like, we're just chilling in the middle of the ocean. No one's gonna find us here.
Yeah.
Good idea.
That'd be
That would
a
be pretty
fun
cool.
campaign setting.
That would be pretty cool.
Like pirates, or like what's the? Is it Zenoa, the mutant city in the middle of the ocean? Only mutants can get to.
What's this? Say again?
Is it something to do with superheroes?
Yeah, but it's only in the comics, not the movies.
Okay. I know.
Moving
It's
swiftly along.
Kai, what is going on? Where are we at in the
You
story?
guys have crossed the road on the way to the docks and seen Fire Sage by the guy who arrested you, the right-hand man to the soon-to-be Fire Lord Ozai, who knows all of your faces because he arrested you, speaking very aggravated and excitedly to General Gong, who is the leader of... she is obviously a general, and the leader currently...
What's so special about General
guard.
Gong?
General Gong was like basically the guard who was in charge of keeping me captive.
So
Java.
and she has spent a lot of time in the palace.
what a bloody
the
legend.
palace where,
It's a
thank
big
you.
Wait,
not gonna-
Dr. Maggie
It's not going to stop,
to
Oh, wow.
a lot of people.
including you.
Oh
Including me.
my god.
Oh, what a
Dude,
bloody
thank
legend.
you.
It's bigger guns. Pew, 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 pew.
So, Dance
Wow.
Commander, D Fancy, Demi, G Force, and Paper Waster. Exclamation your 2 favorite colours in chat.
Oh, what a bloody legend.
And
It's
maybe it'll
bigger
fix the
guns.
lights.
Pew, 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 pew.
It won't fix the lights. It won't fix
Oh.
light.
Maggie's like, haven't been in a stream in a while. RPGs, boom!
Yeah.
Hype train!
That's
Bigger guns.
awesome.
Pew, pew,
Thanks.
pew, pew, pew.
Iro.
Cool.
Alright, would
So
be
upon
sick.
recognizing General Gong and knowing that she'll recognize you, if she gets a good enough look at you,
Oh, what a
you
bloody legend.
quickly take a
It's
left
bigger
turn
guns.
instead of continuing to cross
Mm-hmm.
the road and potentially move into their eye line. You take a left and just start moving with the crowd. It takes everyone else a moment to realize that you have taken this 90-degree turn. What do you guys do when you notice that Zaipan has just...
I'm gonna dive off and
Nope.
find
Take a very similar 90-degree turn.
Let's all scoot off to the
I don't know this person very well, but I trust them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and we're walking, and I'm just like, dead-eyeing straight forward as I'm talking to you. I was like, yep, so that's General Gong, and General Gong was my captor, so I am not going back over there. And also, there was, what's his name? Abai?
Yeah. Fire Sage by.
Fire Sage by.
Yes.
Wait, Fire
I was like, I
Sage
couldn't remember if it was a
So-
Fire Sage or something else. And I was like, yeah, cool, so we need another way across that road.
Well, Wenda, you know the back alleys of this neck, do you?
Sorry?
Do you know an alternative way to get to the docks?
Yeah. Just down a little bit and down the alleyway will get us past. But don't we want to know what Fire Sage by is so angry about?
Us. He's angry about us.
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah, we're not the good guys here.
Listen, maybe we can get Nuan to go over and assess what they're talking about. He
I don't
seems
think
to-
it's...
I don't. Hey, Yuan, you want to go over? Do you want to go talk to Bai?
I think that it would be best if we avoided that
Yeah,
awkward
okay, cool.
conversation. And he sort of has his head bowed, and he's trying to sort of duck a little bit as he walks so that his shoulders and like what's left of his regalia doesn't stand out to another Fire Sage
Yeah.
that he's been on a close personal
okay.
basis with for many years.
Just as we're about to walk past the alleyway that I want us to go down, I grab Zaipan because he's just walking straight, and I just yank him into the alleyway, and hopefully all you guys are following because that's the
Yeah.
way we want to go to get to Sunpow's
Yeah, let's do it.
place.
I think we just want to steer clear of Fire Sages for now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you guys zig and zag a little bit to get away from these two well-known figures. You make your way down sort of a bit of a detour. You end up in another market square as you move through. Guards posted in each corner of the square, but while they look alert, they don't appear to be actively searching necessarily.
I missed. I was really expecting him to miss as well.
20 for delay
Look.
the Pepsi.
There's some things that I can do really well, and some things that I should be able to do really well that I can't, like open cans. Continue.
In the center of the square, which most people are looking at, is this very elaborate firebending performance. A group of dancers are performing these complicated acrobatics and flips and twists amongst these bursts of flame and sparks. This mesh of the art of firebending and the art of dancing all sort of combined into one. As you watch, two of the women in the dance sort of move into the crowd and bring two members of the crowd up onto stage to cheers and laughs and stuff from the crowd. And they sort of put them in place, and you can see them sort of saying, stay right there, don't move. And then performing these complicated acrobatics and things around them, fire blasts swirling around their head, very exciting, very narrow misses with these fire bolts and flips and all this crazy stuff going on as these sort of onlookers are standing there on stage. As you do if anyone's been called into audience participation, you sort of, yep, okay, I'll go along. And more so because it's fire going everywhere. It's like being called on stage to have someone shoot an arrow off of your head.
You don't want to be the guy that ruins it. Or dies, also a good option.
There's lots of clapping and cheering in the cloud. Wenley, can you give me a focus roll to rely on your skills, which is 2d6 plus your focus?
That is a 10.
Great success.
Oh wait, no, sorry.
That's
It
an
is
8.
8, yes, my bad.
Less good,
It was
but
the other
still
way.
a success. Oh, it's a minus, not a plus.
Yeah, I saw the plus and I got them mixed up.
How many of you have minuses?
Every different stat block, every different kind of character there is has a +1 and a -1 in everything. I think the Guardian gets a little bit different, but they don't get as big powers as the rest of us do.
No,
I think you get 2 +1s, a
No,
0
'cause,
and a 2, and then
yeah.
you get to add +1 to any one of your choice.
Not everyone's the same, but yeah, that's pretty accurate.
So you add your
nothing
+1
to
to
do
make
with
a 0, otherwise you add it to something to get a 2.
Yeah,
Right.
Chris is just weird in that he has a +1, a +2, and a +1.
He's just good.
Okay, alright.
Because I'm.
He doesn't get to bend, though.
Yeah, I don't get.
Yeah, but that's the stats are nothing to do with what
It's to do
weapons
with-
she's
Maybe my
choice.
special
It's to do with
abilities
the-
are nerfed.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's to do with the Guardian,
we're
right?
just doing the
Yeah.
pre-generated characters, so we haven't actually done character creation yet. But that doesn't matter. We're just going to trust that they knew what they were doing.
Yeah,
More.
It didn't
Everything was hungry until the food nation attacked.
Snacks. It's not role-playing games without snacks.
Almost grab one.
So with that roll, Wenley, you notice one of the people on stage, a woman in fairly not flamboyant or particularly expensive clothes, but very well dressed, very meticulously dressed. That you recognize her, and you're not 100% sure where from, but it sort of gives you a start, and you get this weird sense that you've seen this woman before.
Mom?
And it seems to stir up an anger in you, but you can't quite place her.
Mom.
Do we have to walk across this courtyard to get to where we need to go?
Yeah, so you've come in because you've taken a bit of a detour. You've basically got to get to the other side of this courtyard. The show itself is taking up quite a large space in the middle, so you can either, it's people watching all around, so you can either kind of weave through the crowd or stay to the outskirts. On the outskirts, you're going to be more obvious to the guards standing around because you're sort of walking.
I start walking through the crowd.
Yep.
To sort of cut through the middle-ish. Not obviously through the performance.
Excuse me, pardon me.
No, I just walk sort of around through the crowd, but as I sort of get obviously in the throng of the crowd, I sort of slow down a little bit and just try and like get a bead on who this girl is, where I've seen her before.
Give me a. I'm going to make it a passion roll to sort of try to tap into those feelings that you're having, and see if you can recognise.
That is a 7.
7. That's a success. And with the other one, you sort of have a moment and it clicks. And when it does, you just sort of stop dead in your tracks. And Zypan walks into the back of you as you sort of stop dead in the crowd. And you recognise this woman that's been called up on stage as Keela.
Keela.
And she was one of the members of the Burning Ember gang that was involved in the beatdown on your dad.
Dun dun dun!
The plot thickens.
From what you remember, she wasn't actively involved in the beating itself.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
She was more she was sort of a gang boss watching over the actual event.
She's the one we want to start the gang war.
Okay.
And she's, where the other guys that have been pulled on stage for audience participation look nervous and sort of frozen in place as this acrobatics goes on around her. She looks very at ease. She's kind of laughing along. And you notice that she actually seems to have some sort of personal connection with one of the dancers. She's sort of smiling at her, and they keep exchanging glances as it's all going on.
Okay.
You're just like, can I borrow the boat for a minute?
Yeah.
I keep walking.
My name
I
is
sort of
Levi
realize that.
Montoya.
I sort of just like duck my head down and just keep walking through.
Yep. So there's this moment where you all kind of stall as Wenley, who's leading the way, stops, and you guys all kind of stack up for a second before you carry on. Neilon's following it enough of a distance that he doesn't immediately walk into you, but he does stop, and it sort of causes this ripple effect in the crowd a little bit. Some people are like, get out of the way, stop cutting in, and kind of shoving you along. The guards aren't looking too, concerned, but they are looking in
you
that
just stop the
direction.
crowd moving like campers at a festival.
Yeah. So they it catches their eye, but they're not about to step in for some little
No,
crowd
it happens.
disturbance as you keep weaving your way through. As you're getting towards the edge of the other edge of the crowd, the people that have been called on stage are sort of let back to their spaces to, claps from the audience and from the performers. They're like, well done, congratulations on not losing your head to a blast of fire. And you guys are able to weave your way through to the other side of the crowd and start making your way to the alley on the other side of the road. You sort of, once you're in the alley, you take a moment to kind of catch your breath and compose yourself.
Yeah.
Um,
That sort of anger.
Is everything all right?
Just one of the Burning Ember gang members that was up on stage.
There was a gang member back there?
I'm not sure if you know this, but gang members are people too.
Well, I'm sure they are.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
Thanks, Maggie, for the
Yes,
spooks.
So, yeah.
Spook City.
Look, let's just keep moving.
Okay,
Yeah.
to the
Just
docks.
Yeah. Let's get to Sunpo.
Yep.
something. Yep.
Sunpo.
You're
Quiet Panda.
quite close now to the docks, and you make it the next couple of blocks without incident, arriving at Sunpo's offices. Quite a large two-story building, right amongst the harbour master and some of the other big buildings at the docks where the officials, go through the daily running of the docks. So she's got herself a nice piece of real estate here. She's clearly done well for herself in her business.
You done well.
Above the door, you see Rising Sun Shipping. Clearly her place of business. Nawan says, well, I better make the introductions. Sort of walks up to the door, doesn't knock, just cruises on in.
Yep.
Um,
We follow him in. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go.
Cool.
There's a few clerks sort of sitting down, making notes, shipping manifests, all that kind of thing, as you'd expect to see in something like this. Pardon me. Nuan says, excuse me, sir, could you point me towards Sunpo's office? And he sort of looks up and, yeah, upstairs. Is she expecting you? Old friend. She'll be happy to see me. He sort of shrugs it off. Okay, goes back to work, whatever. And one leads you upstairs, knocks on a door up the top.
I look at Teague just as we're making our way through the thing, just saying if Teague is like looking at stealing anything, just watching.
Put those filters in.
I'm more looking out because to me this seems like the kind of place that either has gang and or city connections. Like you wouldn't get this rich in a city with like this without having a connection somewhere to help you out. So I'm just being pretty cautious right now.
Cool.
Yeah, connection to the officials.
Yep. So Nuan knocks on the door. From inside you hear a woman's voice say, come in. And he opens the door. Sitting at the table is a woman in her late 30s, early 40s maybe. Very well dressed, sort of business attire. She's in a very lavish office. Lots of really nice, fancy wood furniture, very well carved. Lots of fancy leather-bound books and scrolls. It's all, very typical,
Rich.
high business kind of office. There's small chests of money and things on the table. She looks up and then sort of does a double take. She says, "Fire Sage Nuan, what are you doing down in the lower city? If I'd known you were coming," and she sort of scrambles, sort of gets up, and please sit. She gestures him to a chair and then sees these 4 young'uns sort of following him.
Young'uns.
Nope.
Combustion man.
He hasn't seen the Korra series of Combustion.
This is sexy combustion lady. Doesn't end
Very-
well for her.
Very good.
Maggie, you had me at hot older businesswoman.
Keep it in your pants, Maggie.
As she's sort of getting Nuan sat down, she noticed, these friends of yours, are they, Fire Sage? Oh, yes.
Business associates.
Associates, yes, indeed. And she sort of gestures for you guys to sit as well. There's only 3 chairs there, so 2 of you have to stand.
I stand.
I'll stand.
Sure, why not?
She opens the door and calls down, "Get us some tea. 6 cups, thank you," and heads back in. She sits back down behind the desk, sort of looks at you guys and then sort of dismisses you almost from relevance or importance. So, Fire Sage, what brings you down to the lower city? I thought you'd be up in the temple. The full-blown celebrations, of course, and preparing for the coronation. What can I do for you on this, important day? He says, "Well, unfortunately, I am in a bit of a situation where I need to leave the city with my friends here."
His granddaughter is very sick, ma'am, and he needs to leave immediately.
Oh my god.
All right, nice. Give us a trick roll, which is creativity.
6.
Oh, so close.
Any bonuses?
Nope.
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 Actually, can I help?
You can help.
I'm gonna chime in and said yes, and my father unfortunately was in a bad accident at work, and he's healing, but not as fast as I like. And I've heard that the Water Tribe has better healing, so I'd like to go and find someone who can help him. It's desperate.
Interesting. I've heard of perhaps some of those Water Tribe have those sorts of arts.
You have to mark a fatigue.
Not that we would know.
Yeah,
Yes. And as this is now a success, you get to choose one of the following effects. They stumble and you take +1 forward into acting against them, so you get a +1 on your next roll against Sunpo. They act foolishly and offer you some other opportunity, or they overcommit and are deceived for some time.
Overcommit.
Deceived, or we want an extra opportunity. We want an opportunity to get.
Yeah, we want her to help us as much as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that one.
She sort of leans back and goes, so a humanitarian mission, is it? I wouldn't have thought you troubled yourself with such things, Nuan, but...
His granddaughter is very sick, did I not mention that?
I imagine I didn't know that your family was out of the city. Are they in the Earthbend, the colonies in the Earth Kingdom? And Nuan looks kind of thrown off balance for a moment. Like, that clearly was not the direction that he was going to go in. And he sort of, yes, in the colonies, of course. She unfortunately couldn't travel to the coronation. She's very unhappy about the fact I thought I would pay her a visit to cheer her up. And my friend Wenley here would like to get his father out of the city as well for some medical attention.
But obviously Nuan will have to be back to fulfill his duties soon. While he has permission to miss the coronation, he has to do the real work.
I see, of course. Well, as I'm the pet commands.
The pit demands.
She sort of thinks, but she's well. I do have a ship preparing to leave for the colonies in the Earth Kingdom. It's not due to leave for a few days. If I was to hurry things up, I would have to miss out on a fairly large chunk of the cargo the ship's supposed to be taking. I hate to ask it of a friend and a man of your standing, Nuan, but I would need some.
All right, but do you need
compensation
cargo or do
to-
you need money? What's the direction we're going in?
for the
here?
money that would be lost.
How much?
Nuan takes out his pouch of coins that are remaining and places them on the table. He says, "This is what I've been able to."
Okay.
And he has been to the house, maybe make a new pet. Make a pet.
Look, we haven't made any
Worship the
dead
pit.
bodies to fill the pit yet.
Yet. Who knows what will happen?
Needs to feed.
Sun sort of doesn't even pick up the bag. She just kind of judges from the size of it. Well, this is very generous, but it wouldn't make up for the cargo that I would lose. And she sort of leans forward and looks at you guys in various states of scruffiness. Says, your friends here appear to be unusual company for a fire sage such as yourself. But I must admit, they do look capable in their own way. Perhaps you'd be willing to help me out with a small issue, which would pay dividends to me in the future, in a business sense, of course. And in return, I could get the ship to leave a little earlier than was planned.
What is it that you need done?
Well, I have a shipping contract that I've been vying for quite some time, and unfortunately, it looks as though a rival company is going to be granted the contract. She's
Sabotage.
performed some shady, underhanded dealings that have.
Arson, sabotage.
Let's not get too aggressive, let's say. I don't want anyone to be hurt, of course, but
Course.
her client is a very high-class man with a certain image to uphold.
Sleeping with the fishes.
Perhaps if Lever, the owner of this company, could be embarrassed or somehow compromised publicly, tarnish her image just a little, perhaps that would tip the scales back in my favour for this contract.
And this lever, exactly where can we find them and what might they be in charge of?
What's her company's name?
Why are you doing this to me, man? Making me come up with
I mean, come up with names.
making me come up with
What's the name of the
names.
tavern? Come on.
The Inside Out. It's Lever and Daughters shipping contract.
Nice.
Shipping contractors.
Good save.
Easy one.
We'll just cut that out.
Yeah, right. We can edit that, right? This isn't.
It's not live.
It's not live. Oh, cool.
Ooh.
Well, I've got word that she's actually attending a performance not far from here with the patron in question. From what I understand, it was some convincing to get him to attend a event like this in the lower city. It's not really his style, but she seems to have convinced him as some sort of show of what she can offer. I'm not really sure, but perhaps if you can embarrass her in front of him, that could be enough to sever the tie that they have, and I would then more than likely be granted the contract by default. This would more than make up for the money I would lose granting you passage, and we all come out on top.
That sounds like a reasonable offer.
Do we get to keep that money? And I point at the money that's in the bag.
I'll tell you what, I'll take half now as security And if you come back successful and I'm granted the contract, then I'll return the other half.
Awesome. I look at Fire Station 1. Just look at him and see what he's...
Alright, so I pull everyone into a huddle, including Fire Station 1. Okay, guys. Fireflakes.
Fireflakes?
Public embarrassment.
I think Tink's already made a public embarrassment of himself. What's with the fireflakes? What are we...
Alright, moving swiftly along.
Nuan says, well, if that's what's required to get things happening, I suppose I'm sure you can handle it. I think it would be best for all of us if I was to remain here rather than draw any more attention.
That's probably a good idea.
Especially at an event like this where there might be some people that could recognize us.
I still don't trust him.
I will leave the specifics to you, but he looks out the window and it's sort of early afternoon now. The sun is sort of starting to set. The coronation's at sunset.
We gotta move on.
You guys should definitely act quickly, so we're out of the city before nightfall.
All right. So where exactly is this? Lever?
She explains that it's in Phoenix Square, which is not too far from where you guys are.
Is it the square we were just in?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. That was a smaller market square. This is a fairly large, it's one of the bigger squares. One of the first ones you would come to if you were to get off a ship and start heading up towards the first. So for say like a foreign guest or something, this is the first big square that they would see. It's sort of supposed to make a bit of an impression as you get off a ship. It's still in the lower city because it's right by the docks, but it's probably the nicest square in the lower city to make that impression. And there's a large performance sort of acting out a play at the moment, which Leva has convinced this patron of hers to join her at as a sort of show of what the city has to offer, or what she can offer, I suppose. When she says it's in Phoenix Square, you're well aware of where that is. It's big square, can't miss it.
Yep.
And so you're more than capable of guiding the party there.
Hey, Winley. Where's Phoenix Square?
I can get us there.
We better
Might have.
So, Leva, do you know who this patron is she's trying to win favour of?
Yes, it's Li Pan. He runs a silk shipping operation. He sells a large amount of silk and high-class fabrics, and which we want to be able to import and, of course, ship out of the city as well.
Okay.
Well, we better get a move on if we're to tarnish Li Pan's reputation. Not Li Pan, Leva's reputation.
Yeah. Okay.
Before sundown.
With Li Pan.
With Li Pan.
Right. I turn.
It's very important that Li Pan isn't harmed anyway, of course. So
Of course.
Indeed.
I feel it goes without saying, but
I thought that no one was getting harmed. That was the whole deal.
well, of course. But if Li Pan's reputation was to suffer, then perhaps his business would, and in turn, my own. So, if possible, keep him out of it.
We better get a move on to Phoenix Square.
Yep. I turn to Nuan and say, we'll be back. Should I say before the coronation starts?
The sooner the better. I'll be here. As you guys are concluding this discussion, a young boy comes in with a tray with tea and all the cups and stuff and sets it down. He sort of glances around at these sort of weird folks in his boss's office and shrugs and heads out. Please help yourselves to a cup or two of tea if you'd like before you go.
Thank God. I was getting thirsty.
Just
Just drink this scalding hot tea out of the pot.
It's just like,
Oh, no.
Tom, there's a cable there.
Dude, I just moved and it was like, I'm gonna go.
Tom,
Just gonna go.
I'm gonna head out.
That's it. There's cable there.
Alright,
Tom, there's a cable there.
I pass on the tea and I just, start walking out of the office.
Alright,
Let's go.
Quick swig of tea and off we go to Phoenix Square.
Take care. The one says to you guys as you leave, "I will see you again shortly."
To Phoenix Square we go. Hi ho. Hi ho. It's off to probably on the opposite side of Fire Sage Bai and General Gong.
Bye!
Probably.
It's like, we're here, these guys, square.
And there's literally no other road, just one road.
That's the most direct route.
You guys leave again, leading the way. You've got a pretty good idea of how the city's laid out.
Yep, duck through some of the back streets, get us
Yep.
there.
You do again pass a couple of, little guard outposts and things. The guards are now quite often, as you pass, talking amongst themselves, and you notice a couple sort of looking at scrolls and sort of showing it to each other as though passing some sort of news along through the guards.
Dun dun dun.
You manage to sort of weave through the crowd and avoid passing too close to any of the guard stations, but they're starting to look. You sort of every guard you see now is looking kind of restless almost, and on edge. Not just looking for trouble, but
I voiced that observation to the group and just say, look, they've got their eyes peeled for us. Let's just stay real on the down low.
On the down low.
No throwing chairs.
No throwing chairs. No
iPad's got a
firefly
chair,
competitions.
ready to throw.
No arrows!
Yeah.
Before long, you come out into Phoenix Square. It opens up before you. It is this huge square that's magnificent at the best of times, but for the coronation has been done up to the nines. There's these beautiful lanterns hanging all the way around, braziers of fire, sitting around the edge, lighting the whole square. As the sun is beginning to wane.
Sorry. No, I'm just reading Maggie's.
Jesus.
Keep your eyes peeled like grapes.
Oh.
That's 10.
You hear they did surgery on a grape?
Yeah, they did.
There's this huge stage set up against the back of the square. Sort of backs up against a few buildings that look like they've been converted into like a green room and backstage kind of area. While the crowd is all gathered around this massive performance. It appears to be acting out the conquests of Fire Lord Azulon, sort of his reign, which has now come to an end.
Definitely not prematurely. What are you talking about?
And is sort of showing all the great deeds and all the conquests and the glory that he brought to the Fire Nation. Before his reign coming to an untimely end, and Fire Lord Ozai taking the reins. So it seems to be just sort of a very patriotic look at how great the Fire Nation is kind of show. It's very, very flashy. The costumes are all beautiful, amazing set. Like, this is some fancy stuff. Especially for the lower city, this is clearly like the big event for the people in the lower city that aren't going to be at the coronation itself in the palace, obviously. This is sort of the headline.
The poor folk.
Yeah, for the poor folk. But there is most people are standing, or sitting on the floor in the square, but there is a row of raised seats at the back where there's it's definitely flashier looking folks sitting. And you do notice sitting on the aisle as you sort of would come into the performance. On the right-hand side, there is a woman matching. Her name just keeps bouncing off my brain. Leva's description that was given to you by Sun Po, and next to her, an older gentleman. She definitely appears to be very, not overly friendly, I guess, but she's definitely trying to make a good impression on him. She keeps kind of gesturing to the stage and talking to him.
Guy.
Is she going to be on the stage? Is that the impression we're getting from her talking and...
Or is she just an audience member?
No, not really. It just seems that she's secured these, pricey seats or, higher society seats.
Yeah.
And she's trying to kind of show off, I guess, that...
Are there any seats behind or next to her that I could sneak into?
Not that are unoccupied. The sort of stands area where the raised seating is totally full.
So she's in the raised seating.
Yes. Yep.
Even
Yep.
better.
So she's
Definitely getting under there.
So
this kind of makeshift like temporary stadium seating kind of thing.
Yep.
Not a lot of seats. You know, across both sides there's probably 50. You know, so there's probably sort of 25 people on each side. So not a lot of these sort of better seats.
Is there any people going around offering like popcorn or like snacks for the crowd?
Yeah, definitely in the lower class sort of section. Not so much in the more hoity-toity area. There's not really hawkers, but amongst the common folk, there's definitely people selling.
get your
know,
crumbs, please.
Yeah, get your fire flakes. You want to buy a lizard on a stick? Lizard on a stick, yeah. You know, just sort of mingling amongst the crowd.
Do we know how long until the start of the ceremony?
I mean, it starts at sunset, so you're probably looking at another 2 hours.
Okay. And is there anyone guarding the part underneath the?
Like under the seating.
Yeah.
It's
Basically, I want to get under the seating.
Yeah. It's got sort of a chest-high barrier.
Yeah.
Around the outside of it, just to deter people, I guess. But there's nothing physically stopping you from getting in. There are guards posted around the square.
Yeah.
Quite a few. This is obviously a big event. And it's a large area, so there are, you know, not just in each corner, but posted along the walls as well.
Cool.
There are guards around.
So I'm gonna walk off and stand guard at the back of the raised sitting area.
Hang on, before you do.
No,
so,
unfortunately, I am doing it to clear my foolish condition and take a foolhardy action without talking to my companions.
right.
So you're going to like stand where the guards, sort of as if you're a guard?
As if I'm a guard guarding the seated area.
Okay. So you move towards the back wall where there's sort of guards every 10 meters or so. And you kind of situate yourself in between two lots of them.
Yep.
And sort of, you know, stand with your back to the wall trying to imitate the guards.
As he sort of walks off, I kind of go, but then I don't want to draw attention, so I just let him go. But then I turn to Anki. I keep wanting to say Anakin. And Zaipan. And I'm like, so...
Aniki.
Yeah, Niki. What's the plan? How are we going to humiliate her?
So, is there, of the hawkers, like a stall where the hawkers are getting their supplies from that we could sneak in and then become hawkers ourselves? And then spill our food on Levy, embarrassing her in front of what's-his-face.
What a good idea.
Okay.
And then we become
Tell
the
me when I
hawkers.
start moving.
But, okay, I like...
Because I've got my own plan.
I like
Okay.
the plan, but really, is that going to be enough to make this guy Lee Pan to be like, oh, I don't want to deal with you anymore? I mean, I feel like we need something a little bit more than just spilling some food on it.
I probably should have checked. Is this the kind of race seating where they're like I can look up and see them and see where they are?
From where you are, you could probably just see the back of her head.
Yeah.
Because she's on the very edge.
Yeah.
Of the seating.
Can you tie her shoes?
So she
follow
trips
me.
over.
You know, it's
I've got a plan. Obviously, I haven't told you guys my plan because I had to do that to clear my thing. But I have a plan.
so it's two tiers.
Yeah.
She is sitting the closest to the aisle on the second tier. He's next to her. From where you are, you can just see the back of her head.
Yes,
Sort of
but if
through
I
the
were to go
aisle.
under it, could I look up and see her? Is there like slats in the raised?
Yeah,
it's like wooden slats.
there'd probably be
Bleachers.
Yeah, that's the
in
word
the
I'm
gap
looking for.
between like the actual seat and where
Yep.
your feet rest. There would be a small gap, sort of at sort of chin height.
Perfect.
Bleachers.
I got
yeah.
this. Not that you know I've got this, but I've got
Soggy
this.
shoes.
It's all made out of wood.
Shoes to embarrass.
You know, it's obviously a temporary structure. In terms of where the hawkers are going,
Why are you laughing so much?
Because my plan is so good.
you guys are going to come up with a plan and then be like enacting it. And
I'm just going to be like,
my plan.
that's exactly what's going to happen.
Operation Soggy
That-
Shoes.
The gang lady made me feel foolish, and I'm like, I'll show them who's foolish. This lady.
Oh,
We're
great.
gonna have to come up with some sort of prank. Does anyone have any itching powder or a bug to put down?
So
her
to answer your question, Lachlan, there's the hawkers. There appears to be 4 restaurants, sort of 2 on either side, that are operating. Have got hawkers go. They've each got their own people going out and selling stuff on their behalf. So when they empty a tray or they got too much money or whatever else, they just sort of duck back to one of the restaurants on the sides and get new wares or throw the coin.
Nice. Cool. Anyway, what's your plan? Winley,
Oh, I like that idea.
We need to come up with some kind of prank. So we might be able to get you to disguise yourself as a hawker, and we could give you something like itching powder, and you could walk over and just tip some down her butt or something.
Say if you
down her butt.
It has to be some sort of kind of a prank to make her look childish.
Is Chris's mic gone? Mic check.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Hey, Chris, talk for me.
Yellow. It's me, Chris. Hopefully.
You fixed that mic. I'm gonna pop to the bathroom quickly.
Go.
Hey, Chris, talk
I'm
for
holding
me.
it.
Hello, my name is Chris.
It's fair. I also
Oh,
know.
and
I think Chris is just quiet.
Chris just needs to yell like the rest of us.
Can everybody hear Chris?
I hope you all can
Everybody.
hear me.
Alright, so here's the plan while Kai's away, so that we can totally make a foolproof plan. We enact the foolproof plan, and then Levy can't interact with us at all because we have control.
Because we're so good.
I hope all of you are enjoying this. I kind of hope we get some combat, but at the same time, it's fun to have an RPG that's not just based around combat.
I mean, also we've avoided so much, which is like
Yeah.
other games, you just get into combat so much, whereas this has just been like, there's a character. I'm avoid that because that's totally what you
Fuck
would
that,
do.
that's a bad time.
Yeah, I think that's playing in with our characters pretty
Yeah.
well, and I think it's good. I'm enjoying it.
I'm
enjoying
having
this.
fun.
I'm digging it.
I'm keen to read the full rulebook at some point and to play with the pretty dice.
Yeah, I'm really keen to read the full rulebook, and I also have like in my mind as I'm playing, I'm just like, I got so many ideas.
So many ideas.
So many ideas of
If
what
y'all
to do.
want to see more RPGs on Nerds of the West, let us know. We're keen to do more streams. We're keen to make more cool stuff happen.
Tom, you jumped at the opportunity to destroy someone's cabbages. You loved it.
Oh, man, I'm really hoping my plan works.
Yeah,
I have got this sorted, but your characters don't know I've got this sorted.
we don't. We really don't.
You're gonna keep it a secret from us.
Yeah.
Character-based RPG is always more fun than chaos violence.
Exactly. Why be a murder hobo when
Exactly.
you can be a cabbage hobo?
I
Cabbage
think it's even
I-
better
I think
when
it's-
you incorporate the
Oh my
flaws
God.
of your characters in.
Yeah, I
Like,
think
you
so.
know, there's everybody. You can easily play a character that's good at everything, or
Yeah.
it just has good
Just
traits, no
min-max
bad ones.
deep things.
Yeah, whereas having like bad ones is makes it way more interesting.
I think
Especially, I really like the clearing conditions thing of, oh,
Yeah.
you're foolish, do this to make
I
yourself
like
better.
that,
And if
yeah.
you don't do
Yeah.
this, you'll pass out.
Like, if I was angry for some reason, then breaking that chair, it abruptly would have cleared my condition,
Yeah.
which would have been hilarious and work in our favor.
Exactly.
It's very cool.
So now that the DM's back, and we haven't told him all our secret plans,
Yep.
obviously I'm still like looking at these guys, but I'm also looking for an opportunity if a hawker goes near her, and she buys something, I'm going to be watching out for what she's doing, and then watching what these guys are doing.
All right, so are we going with the hawker plan?
Yeah, Hawker Plan sounds good.
All right, so I'm going to go up to one of those restaurants, and I'm going to quickly duck in the back and get myself an apron. So then I look like a hawker, and I grab a tray, and then I'm going to go up the front, and I'm going to grab some of the food, and then I'm going to walk away from the hawker as if I've got the tray of things that I need to be presenting to people.
Okay.
And
Wenley, you're a firebender. I'm gonna sort of show you stowed away my firework rocket. Just
When did you get that?
when we were at the market,
bought that at the marketplace. I kept it under
Gonna
wraps.
straight up kill somebody.
Listen, it's not gonna kill anyone. It's all flash and maybe if we can disguise Zaipan as a hawker, I'll send a rocket over on his tray. He puts it down the back of her pants, and maybe you firebend to light the fuse, and there's a big bang, and she jumps up and starts patting her own butt to put the smoke out. It'd be a disaster. What do you think?
I like it, but if we can get it on the ground, I can sneak under the because I have to be close. I can't just make it light on fire from miles away.
what is the hawker tray got on it?
So I'll get you to roll me a trick, which is a creativity check for me.
Nice. I'm going to enact Bonzo Pippin Paddleopoulos the third.
Resident disguise though.
Natty 12.
Natty 12.
and I mark foolish. Natty 12.
All right. You mosey on over to one of the stalls.
Yep.
Everything's really busy. No one's really paying attention to someone just wandering about. And you manage to walk around the corner just as one of the hawkers is sort of ending his shift, I guess. You hear him yell out, "All right, I'm off to the coronation. Got to make the most of these, this inn I've got up there." Someone's like, "Oh, we're jealous, but go and enjoy." And he sort of just throws his apron and his tray on a crate out the back as he leaves. And you just kind of swoop in. You pull off your, or I imagine, are you putting this on top of everything else? Okay. You had a third layer.
Jesus Christ.
Sun's going down, getting cold.
For everybody that doesn't know, he's wearing Earth clothing and then Fire Nation clothing
Earth
over the top.
dancing outfit under Fire Nation casual outfit under Hawker apron outfit.
Yeah.
You're a fucking mess.
And his clothing's pretty bad
And the
too.
name's Papalopoulos the third, and don't wear it out.
Excellent.
You need some of those like disguise glasses with the moustache on them.
Dude, everything about this game is just like, you just imagine it in the show, and it's just like the whole huddling as a
Yeah.
group, and you're just like, "What?"
Yeah, and it's like the below shot with people's like faces.
Yep. You grab that, mosey on over to the front.
What is it?
There's people there just sort of loading up the trays as they come.
Is it popcorn?
Don't even look you in the eye. They just bang, 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 put stuff on the tray. There's some fire flakes. You've got a couple of lizards on a stick, and you've got some popcorn with like spicy
Got it.
seasoning. And then there's a tray for you to collect the money.
Sweet.
Here you are,
I
Mr.
need to know the
Sarcophagus.
second he gets to the bleachers.
Okay.
All right, so I've got this tray, and I walk back over to Anarchy, and I'm like, put the rocket in the popcorn.
As you're walking over, someone walks past and just kind of grabs one of the lizards and drops a few coins in the tray. And just keeps walking.
Hey,
eats the lizard.
we'll just pay the ship lady back by being hawkers at this event.
Why don't we just get a job?
Too slow. We got to pay taxes. Ugh.
Oh.
It's,
Oh, yeah.
like if I'm standing next to you, I'm like, this is a great plan, but I can't light it if I'm miles away.
Is there something you might be able to...
I can light it now. How long is the fuse?
I read the instructions.
Tiki, can you roll me can you roll me a trick check
Yeah, which I don't have a -2 to anymore, which is great.
while you're sitting pretending to be a guard?
Dice me. That's a creativity?
It is, yes.
The fuse is 30 seconds.
That would be an 10 on the dice plus 1.
Okay. You're sort of standing with your arms crossed. As you're standing there, a couple of the guards kind of glance over in that direction, but you just sort of seem to blend in with what they're seeing. Like, no extra special attention paid.
Yeah, the second I see a hawker or one of these chumps making their way up to her,
All right.
I'm using them as a distraction. They just don't know I'm using them as a distraction.
All right, cool.
All right.
So I've got it. Light the fuse.
Maggie, this is going to be great.
Well, so just before it goes in the thing, I just literally just make this small flame appear in the palm of my hand, and I just brush it past the
In the popcorn.
firework as you slot it in, and
Right.
it lights
Quick,
that flame.
check the instructions. How long is the fuse?
Light it. How long is this fuse, guys?
Well, he does that before.
Yeah.
So the instructions say, like, step 1, aim away from face.
Oh.
Step 2, light fuse. Step 3, wait 10 to 15 seconds.
You got
Alright.
10 to 15 seconds, bro.
So I pan, run, dude.
You slam the firework into the popcorn, and you start.
Alright. The second,
Up the stairs.
Yep. You
the second I see him running,
Yep.
I duck under the bleachers and I head to underneath where she is.
Okay.
And the second he gets close, I want to start waterbending.
Okay.
Soggy shoes. Operation Soggy Shoes.
All right.
Oh my god.
I want Zypan. I want you to push your luck. It's a risky situation. You're trying to get there before the fuse goes off. So make us a passion roll.
Come on.
Oh, no modifier.
10!
You manage to just hustle. You're
My popcorn's on fire.
And I use my dancing skills to maneuver suavely,
you duck between the crowd.
Duck and
I think
weave
people
and-
sort of go to like get something, but you just keep moving. You brush them off and keep
Spin
moving.
moves all day long.
You manage to deftly sort of hop over the very small gate between the bleachers and everywhere
I'm
else.
watching this all from underneath.
You've made your sort of move over underneath the bleachers, and as you get beneath where she's sitting, you hear the footsteps of Zypan like quickly hustling up. You are pretty noticeable because there aren't any other hawkers in this sort of fancier area, and as you're sort of moving in front of people, they're like, What is this like ruffian doing up here? You know,
I shuffle past.
trying to hawk there.
I shuffle past
You
and
get a few mumbles.
do I get to her?
And I start waterbending a small but consistent stream of water up and underneath her skirt. So that it looks like she has peed herself in public.
Yeah, that was also my plan, was to spill a drink, so then it looks like she's peed herself.
But I'm doing it without you seeing her spill a drink.
Nice.
And this way, it just looks like she's done it to herself.
Yep. So then I'm running up there,
Alright.
trying to get there, and I was like,
Got your
"Oh,
strength."
man, the popcorn you've ordered."
Okay, all right.
She's like, I didn't order
And
it.
as you
Here
put
go.
it, as you put it in her lap,
Alright.
the water is pooling in her seat.
All right. First of all, use your skills and training to waterbend this discreet but constant stream of water.
You are.
Come on, +1.
She's clearly distracted.
That's a 9.
Nice. All right.
She's clearly
Almost a
distracted.
perfect
Yeah.
success, but a decent success.
You maneuver the water up, and instead of going straight like a jet and hitting her in the leg or something, which you'd notice, you manage to sort of direct it between the cracks in the boards of the wood, so that it kind of seeps up through the seat into the bottom of her pants. And this is sort of happening at the same time as Zypan is just thrusting this popcorn at her, and she just kind of reflexively grabs it. She's like, "What? I didn't." And then she sort of goes to shuffle her seat as she's, feeling
Squelching
uncomfortable
noise.
all of a sudden.
Squelching noise.
Zypan, run! Get out of there!
Operation Soggy Shoes. Here's a go.
As you hand it to her, you see this like thin trail of smoke wafting out of the popcorn, and you can start to smell this like gunpowdery smell. You sort of hand her the popcorn, and as she's taking it, she's sort of shuffling, and then the popcorn explodes, and there's this noise.
Maggie, that was perfect!
In order to get to her, you've had to kind of step in front of and over Li Pan, the silk seller, and you've kind of stepped over him, thrust his popcorn, and then stepped back as he's kind of what's going on? Who's this person in front of me? And then the popcorn goes flying as the rocket propels itself out of the cup. Popcorn goes all over her, all over Li Pan, and then flies a couple of feet above the stands and explodes, and this massive red and orange streaks of fire that do these like twirls and all this elaborate display above the stands.
And in the commotion, I'm like, "Ooh, time to leave."
Or dinner res. Everyone's sort of standing there stunned as I've forgotten her name again. Fucking Tevi, Lever, is holding this smoking popcorn tub with just these now plumes of like smoke and embers coming out. There's burnt popcorn everywhere, and she's sort of half sitting, half standing, with this smoke rising around her. Everyone in the stands and most of the people in the the crowd turn around to this firework exploding directly above her. The people on stage even like miss a beat. They're this elaborate performance just like stalled for a moment as this random fireworks just going off in the crowd. You guys that aren't currently in the stands see several guards moving to investigate. What? Who's setting off fireworks?
And I duck out and back and under, and I'm like following and looking at what they're looking at and being guardly while looking at her with her hopefully very soggy dress.
Yeah. As she's now standing stunned, Li Pan looks at her and, "What is this? What kind of joke? Did you think this was funny?" No, I didn't. What is... And she looks to the seller who's now hot-footed away through the crowd. One or two of the a lot of the crowd of sort of common folk, and then one or two of the higher class people are like laughing and clapping along. Some of them probably had more than a couple of drinks and think it's part of the show or just something fairly entertaining. And you manage to quickly duck between a few people and then hop back on the right side of the fence. And while people are staring and looking, you sort of toss your tray and your apron under the stands and just mosey on out.
Yeah, back down to 2 layers.
Nothing to see here.
As you move away and can't actually hear the conversation as such, you can see Lepan stand up, brushes himself off. He's gesticulating, quite aggressively, and then storms off down the stands. You sort of see Leva standing there. She's still like stunned. Drops the popcorn and then notices that she's sopping wet from the waist to the knees. Looks around and there's eyes on her from every direction. People are like pointing, laughing. The firework is still like just sort of simmering out. There's all these trails of like sparks still kind of just doing their final little dance. It was a very elaborate, flamey firework.
It was spectacular.
Leva goes bright red. After a moment, realizes that everyone's looking at her. The perpetrator that handed her this bowl of popcorn is now suddenly nowhere to be seen, and she's sort of left with the smoking gun, as it were. She quickly throws it down and sort of very quickly starts running from the scene. You think you've done a pretty good job at tarnishing her relationship with Lee Pan.
Well done.
That was hilarious.
I duck out once
plan.
it's all calmed down and once the guards are like, well, there's nothing going on, I guess.
Well,
And
they start looking around, for anyone with fireworks. This obviously isn't an appropriate place to be setting them off. And a few of the people sort of sitting closer to the back start getting kind of, roughed around a little bit. Like, you got any fireworks? Getting patted down, looking for any contraband. But you guys all managed to kind of be behind the commotion.
Good job.
That was very well done.
Well done.
Bravo.
Awesome.
I fear to think of what might have happened if you hadn't got there in time.
Was
Him and Paddle Pip and Master Scott.
Was Lee Pan annoyed?
Oh yeah.
All right.
I mean, wouldn't you be annoyed if your business partner peed their pants in public?
Definitely. Well, that.
I say to you, and you're like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah. Wait, what?
Did you see the
She
same
peed
thing
herself
we
as
did?
well?
Yeah, I was like, huh? Like,
Where were you this whole time?
I was embarrassing her. What were you doing?
I think we should leave.
Yeah, let's go.
yeah,
Let's get out of here.
we can go back to
Did you
Sun.
not see that? I think we should leave.
I think that was embarrassing enough. We can go back to Sunpo.
Yeah, let's run back to the docks.
Yeah.
Cool. So you guys move back the way you came. Most of the guards that were at that sort of edge have moved forward to investigate. So there's really no resistance to you guys moseying back the way you came. You start weaving your way back towards the office. And as you're passing a couple of the guardhouses, a few of them are sort of looking up to where the firework would have been. What do you reckon that was? Someone's gotten a bit overexcited. It's not time for the fireworks display yet. Someone's trying to upstage the performers, and you guys manage to sneak past while they're distracted elsewhere.
Nice.
Give us a skills and training, everybody.
I'll roll first.
Yep. So it's a
What is it?
focus roll.
Chairbender,
man.
I see. Yeah, Lockie's a chairbender today.
That is
7?
6.
Or 6.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Yep.
The thing is on the screen, Tom. Has that been in there the whole time?
I don't
No,
think so.
no, the other one.
No, it's this one.
Is it? It was this one.
Weird.
Tom, you broke it.
I broke something. That's fine. So Sean got a 6.
Yep.
Skills and what?
As
Focus.
focus.
Oh, 10.
10.
I did.
Then you're +2.
I know, I got such good stats.
It's a 5.
10.
Hey, nice.
Cool. So as you're shuffling along, Waylon and Teak, you guys are at the front, just kind of hustling. You want to get back as quickly as possible. Anki, and Zypan, you guys are sort of in the second rank, following along. And maybe it's because you're sort of at the back and not focusing so much on where to go because you're just following the others. You notice, as you sort of have gotten your bearings, that there's the sort of block where the office is that you're heading to, and coming around the far side of it to an alleyway that opens up onto the road that you're on is a group of 4 guards walking around. It seems like they're patrolling this particular area. Like the docks are now kind of under more scrutiny, and they look ready for business. These don't look like, you know, Rent-A-Cop's town guard. These look like palace guard.
Dun dun dun!
Lurking around the docks now. But these guys at the front don't see, don't notice necessarily, and keep moseying towards the office.
Cool. To the office.
Yep.
I'm gonna do it and mute myself.
That's a good idea. I think you're number 5.
No, don't. Extra content.
Do I just turn it off from here or just mute number 5?
Nah, I think you have to mute number 5 from here.
Mute number 5, me lord. I'm muted now.
Hopefully.
That sounds good.
Yep. It looks like I'm coming through there.
Wait, you didn't hit the amplify button, did you?
Well, the
Boost.
Chat's gonna get a bad surprise.
How you doing, chap?
Well,
What's happening in the chat
we'll wait for
today?
Lachlan to get back because the next bit will require everybody. But what do you guys think so far? Are you enjoying?
Oh, look, I've made someone pee their pants with waterbending.
That was great.
That's hilarious.
You're a genius.
I was like, I'm going to do something foolhardy and on my own, and it's going to work out beautifully.
Very nice little cherry on top of the fireworks display. What about you guys in chat? How are you feeling about the game so far? Do you like the sound of the system?
And that way, it doesn't matter.
Tom Lachlan
Isn't muted.
Oh, all caps. That that looks very legitimate.
I told him to check it.
That was some panic Maggie like. No.
Oh, those like
Great.
pee noises.
No, he's not. He's just waterbending in the other room. Don't worry about it.
We could have checked better. It's funnier this way.
That is hilarious.
Lockie.
You guys got to pay for that. That's Patreon content. Behind the scenes.
Patreon.
That was legit. Worst sounds of waterbending.
Oh, nobody clipped that.
That's fair. I'm gonna have to go back and watch just that section. Someone clip it. Good times.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm quite enjoying the the setting. It's quite fun playing in the Airbender world
I think it's
or
cool.
the Avatar world.
There's like plenty of stuff to experience and play around with and that sort of stuff. Like, it's great.
I don't haven't done much in the way of combat, but we've had lots of.
Well, I was just going to say that. I like it. On one hand, it appears that the game isn't very complex because, you know, there aren't like multitudes of skills and different bonuses here and there like there would be in D&D. But because it's so open-ended, you kind of like, the story kind of happens because, you know, anything can happen. You don't specifically need, you know, frickin', you know, craft magic item or something. You can just say, like, this is what I want to do. We're going to set a firework rocket off in someone's popcorn, and like, that can happen in the game.
Number 5 and 6. Lol. Did they hear?
Oh yeah, they heard.
Nice!
Yeah, you have heard very deeply.
Hey, to be fair, Tom only told me number 5.
I said, I think so, and then you checked it and you're like, yeah, that looks about right.
Lauren said clip it and title it Lachlan waterbending off camera.
Oh, God.
Great time.
Maggie's dead.
You've killed Maggie.
Nice. Welcome to waterbending. Also, Lachlan ASMR.
I do like, I love that firework moment. That's also the second great role-playing firework moment I can remember. Fireworks are just so much fun in role-play. I've had a party set off a large firework underneath a giant spider. And it went into the carapace before it exploded, and the pressure rocketed all 8 legs off from the inside.
The great thing about this game is there's a role that none of us are playing that is the tech specialist. It's mostly made for Korra times and all the crazy tech they've got. With the game I played on Wednesday night, someone was a fireworks specialist. So all their weapons and attacks were fireworks.
Of course.
That's pretty cool.
Fireworks are just so much fun.
I mean, you could be a tech
fun.
specialist even during like this time period or previous.
Yeah.
Your
There
tech
are.
would be like the wheel.
I just want to pay kudos
Millstones.
to you purchasing a firework, like
The
way back at
foresight?
the start. Like,
My original
I had
plan.
forgotten all about the fireworks.
yeah.
Because, like, that reminds me of my campaign as well. But the original plan was that I would eventually just, like, strap it onto one of my arrows and shoot it for a distraction or something. And I'm like, I mean, it's perfect.
worked
It's
out
right there.
perfectly.
Firework popcorn.
Couldn't have asked for a better circumstance, I don't think.
Oh, it's been clipped and it's on Discord.
Oh, no. Fucking water bending off camera for all the world to see.
Amazing. Right, so you guys make your way back to the front of the offices of Rising Sun Shipping.
Yep.
And make your way inside. Immediately you notice that the clerks that were down the bottom are no longer working. They appear to have left for the day or, you know, perhaps joining in the celebrations.
It's time to go see the coronation, so makes sense.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, the sun is now pretty close to the horizon. Preparations would definitely be well and truly in place at the palace. Things are getting pretty close to the culmination of the day. And as you guys sort of head towards the stairs. As you guys are heading up the stairs, Anki and Zypan, give me trial and skills, training and skills, rolls.
Okay, so focus.
Focus, yes.
10. Anakin.
Pretty good. Focus, 10.
Hey.
So, I got you guys to roll because your spider senses are kind of tingling because you noticed that contingent of guards walking around. And you sort of move through the bottom and you're halfway up the stairs and you sort of think, if the clerks have left for the day, why do they leave, like, the papers on the table and their quills and pens just sort of sitting on the table?
Something's
It
not right.
feels like they left in a hurry. Interesting. As this sort of realization is, or this doubt is nagging at the back of your head, you reach the door and sort of knock, knock, open up. You open the door and Nuan is not in the office that you can see immediately. Sunpo is sitting behind the desk and she sort of seems to be thinking to herself quite sort of intently and was obviously expecting you guys. So she looks up and she sort of gestures you inside.
Mission accomplished.
Really? Would you care to elaborate on how you went about it?
I don't think anyone likes wetting their pants in public.
Is there anybody else in this room?
Not that you can see.
Is there any side doors to this room? Like,
Oh.
so the one that we walked in, is there any other ways to get in from other rooms?
No.
Answer your question, bigger number is better. You've still got all 5 stats of fatigue ready to go. So both Lachlan and Sean have taken a point of fatigue.
Yep.
Fatigue
is your health and your mana
Yes.
all at once.
It's your health and also your, the exertion you use to do bigger and better skills and things.
Okay, yep.
Your rival was thoroughly embarrassed. I think that when it comes to the deal, the shipping rights, I believe that Rising Sun Incorporated pretty firmly stands as the best in the way of that.
Well, I'm very glad to hear it. I'm sure this will be...
Still says I have 5. Tom is blind.
I am very grateful for your help and assistance in this matter. And she stands up and comes around to the other side of the table and sort of lowers her voice. She says, I'm very sorry for what's going to happen next. And she opens a drawer on the table and she doesn't take it out, but she gestures to a scroll with 4 fairly crudely drawn pictures of your faces.
Damn.
On what is clearly a wanted poster.
Because that was what the guards were looking at.
They aren't perfect. You know, a couple of noses are a little too big, eyes a little too small, that kind of thing, but unmistakably before review. She slides the drawer closed again, and she says, if you make it to the docks, the Dawn Star, that's all I can do.
Where's Nuan?
And then the door gets kicked open, and 3 firebending palace guards come bursting in, followed behind by General Gong.
Oh.
Hello, General Kenobi.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Top 10 anime betrayals.
Combat,
no.
combat, combat.
Cool. So, the firebenders come in first and sort of take up positions in front of the door, and General Gong walks in behind them. Not wielding any weapons that you can see. Clearly competent firebenders from what you would understand.
Where'd the combat basic moves go?
The combat moves
Further down. This one.
are there. Yes. Yes. In fact, you guys can have that one, and I think I've got another one here that I will.
Sounds good.
Roll for initiative.
Not quite how it works.
Not quite how it works. So, to explain how combat works, each of the PCs will secretly pick one of 3 stances. So they can choose to defend and maneuver, advance and attack, or evade and observe. So defend and maneuver goes first. It means that you're preparing yourself for attack and being ready to retaliate. Advance and attack is obviously charging in and attacking, and evade and observe is to try and remove yourself from combat in order to do something else. As will the enemies will take their own stances as well. Each approach has 3 different actions that you can choose within them, and then each character has their own special abilities on top of that fit into one of those categories. So before anything happens, Sun stands up or moves back from her side of the desk, nods at General Gong. General Gong says, "Thank you for your service to the Fire Nation." And Sun heads down the stairs and out of the room.
Jeez.
So, for combat, each of you will secretly choose one of those maneuvers. We don't really have any obvious way of doing like a hidden vote. Probably should have thought of that.
That's all right. I already know what I'm doing. It's more that you have to choose in secret, so we don't know what your NPCs are doing.
Yeah, which is fine. I know what mine are doing.
Why don't we each get a dice and then cover it with our hand and put 1, 2, or 3 as the upwards face?
You're a genius, you know that?
Hey, look at that. 4 dice.
Oh man, no way.
It's crazy.
There are 4.
Want to grab some dice here?
Yeah, there's some more just behind you.
Grab
Just in
these
case
ones.
you wanted one.
Well, there's plenty of dice on the table.
I've got mine picked.
Are we? Okay.
Putting it in the green screen to show what we're doing.
Oh yeah.
Or hiding it.
Right.
I don't know what I need to do.
I'm gonna do this thing. Wait. So what is the numbers represent?
So 1 will be defend and maneuver, 2
Yep.
will be advance and attack, and 3 will be evade and observe, because that's the order that those actions.
And so
I
I've
take
got
it.
2 moves, which I haven't used any of mine because mine are primarily fighting. So it's got Fuel by Anger, which is I mark angry as the condition. To use an additional or basic mastered technique when you advance and attack, even on a miss, while angry is marked, take a +1. Ongoing to intimidate others. So that's not a +1 to my roll to hit them or whatever. It's just a +1 to intimidate.
Yes. Yeah. So you would perform this action.
Yeah.
You get an extra.
So you could use an additional basic or mastered technique. So you could use strike, pressure, or smash. So you can attack, intimidate, or destroy something in the environment, and you do it so aggressively that you then get a bonus to intimidate
On top of that.
in future turns.
Oh, okay.
The moves are pretty powerful, but that's
Right.
because combat's usually only.
But this
like
you'll
2
only
or
be able
3
to do
rounds.
once, because you can only mark angry once.
Right, but the punch where it matters, when you assess a situation, you can always ask who or what here is most vulnerable to me. Even on a miss, remember to take +1 and going to act in accordance with the answer.
So assess a situation is not a combat action.
Ah.
That's one that you would take in, role play and
Right, okay.
non-combat.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Well, I got what I want.
Cool. Move that out of the way.
So you can actually see what we chose. Are we ready?
Yep. All right. Everyone, go ahead and reveal
Oh, it was
6 isn't a number, Tom.
It's stuck to my finger.
I knew
okay?
exactly what I was doing, Tom says. 6.
Stuck to my finger.
All right. So we've got Anki is defending and maneuvering.
Yes.
And then we've got everyone else advancing and attacking. Exciting. Cool. As for the enemies, the 3 guards are also advancing and attacking. General Gong is evading and observing. She's standing back while the dirty work is done. As she sort of sees the 4 of you turn around and you know, in surprise and all the rest of it, she does make eye contact with you, Zaipan, and clearly recognizes you from the palace. She probably already knew that it was you that she was looking for.
Princess Leia.
But now she sort of looks at you, and she doesn't look, you know, angry. She almost looks disappointed. Like she kind of thought that, you know, you had an okay life in the palace. You know, why'd you turn to this sort of thing?
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Exactly. So first off the rank is Aniki.
Yes.
And as a defendant maneuver, you can choose to ready, retaliate, or seize a position. What would you like?
I will retaliate. So from now on, I steel myself for the enemy's blows. Each time a foe inflicts fatigue, a condition, or shifts my balance in this exchange, I can inflict 1 fatigue in retaliation to that foe. Furthermore, my fighting technique is divert. I grew up defending Teak and being sort of like the tank. So I can step into the way of blows intended for allies. Whenever any ally within reach suffers a blow this exchange, I can suffer it for them. I can also retaliate this exchange to deal an additional 1 fatigue.
Nice.
That's good.
Cool.
Beautiful.
I stand in the way of Teak primarily and just be like, you're not getting through to my sister, my fucking brother, whatever you are.
You there.
That one.
That one that I like.
You there.
Cool. So you sort of move your body in front of Teak's and put up your dugs, ready to fight back against anyone who moves forward against you. As none of them are defending and maneuvering, we move on to advance and attack, and PCs go first.
Hey.
Actually, you've done it kind of wrong. You do actually have to roll to decide how many maneuvers you get to do.
Yes, that's true. Thank you. I forgot all about
Sorry to take your maneuver back, but you have to make a roll.
it.
Okay.
Yes, so roll a couple of dice.
2 dice.
Yes,
2d6.
and that will
It's
decide
always
whether or not you-
2d6.
Yeah, how many actions you get to take. Yes, sorry, I forgot all about that.
Hey, look, that's a 10.
10, so it actually means you get to take a second action,
Oh.
which
Oh,
is
sweet.
even better.
It's
You
also,
get to pick
because
2.
you're doing defense, you're rolling with focus, so it's actually a 12.
Hey. Oh, sweet.
Okay, three choices are like defend people or be ready to attack someone if they attack you, or seek a position or seize a position is like it's not quite running away, it's repositioning yourself to fight better later on.
I guess I'll seize a position. Move to a new location. Oh, I'll just move in front of Teak.
Yep.
And engage and disengage with the foe. Okay, cool. Yep. Sweet.
Alright. Whoever's attacking.
All right, so we'll just go. Everything happens kind of simultaneously in the fight. So we'll just go around clockwise. So we'll start with Teak.
I'm using my special fighting technique. Work with an ally against the same foe. Choose an engaged foe and an ally. I'm going to choose
Wenley.
Fire Master here. Double any fatigue conditions or balance shifts that ally afflicts upon that foe. So I'm going to pick General Gong.
Okay.
And I'm going to just shoot out my 2 water whips and freeze her feet in place.
Okay. Nice.
So rather than attacking her directly, I'm controlling her movement so that you can do extra damage to her when you do damage her.
Awesome.
Ka-chow.
Now, I'm saying that if I don't roll above a 7 with passion, I don't get to do shit. That's an 8. That's my one
Got
thing
it.
for the turn. Nailed it. Frozen in place.
Okay,
Nice.
so that's General Gong.
General Gong.
Yeah.
I want you to
She-
hit her in the face.
Pop your
Okay,
flask.
got it.
Bend out a couple of water whips, and as soon as they contact General Gong's feet, the ends of the whips freeze to the floor. You see her kind of go to move her legs, but she is frozen to the floor. Very nice. Zaipan.
Cool. So I chose advance and attack.
So you roll first.
Yep.
I did it wrong, but
9. But it would be
with passion. But one of my moves is use their momentum. When you're engaged with a large or powerful foe, mark fatigue to advance and attack with focus instead of passion. If you do, you become prepared and may also choose to use retaliate as if it were an advanced and attack technique.
Nice.
Okay. So who are you attacking?
General Gong
Alright.
will be getting my Fist of Fury.
Mhm.
So are you doing that to mark a fatigue and make it a 10 and take 2 actions?
Yes, that was my plan.
All right.
So I'm going to strike General Gong. There's no earth or anything in this room, so I'm just using my fisticuffs because there's not a lot else I can do in this situation. And I'm going to throw some blows at General Gong and be like, I'm not going back to the palace!
I ain't going back.
I'm not going back!
All right. Nice. So you move up while she's sort of distracted by her feet. She looks up to see you just charging.
Yep.
Full fists coming at her. So a strike. You force them to mark 2 fatigue, mark a condition, or shift their balance away from center. It's their choice. Or you can mark 1 fatigue of your own to instead choose to hammer them with your blows, forcing to mark 2 fatigue, or strike where they are weak, inflicting a condition. So
I will take a fatigue to do 2 on them.
okay. So you
So it's
charge
your,
in.
your 3rd fatigue, because you're doing the other one for your focus as well.
For my which one?
for the special
Because
ability.
you got to mark a fatigue to do
Ah.
that, and then you're marking another
Cool.
fatigue to basically
true that.
inflict those 2.
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
So you charge in, seizing the moment, and just start throwing hooks at General Gong. She's wearing quite elaborate armor, but because she's frozen in place and can't move properly, you manage to land a few good rib blows in sort of gaps in the armor and knock the wind out of her. She sort of doubles over as she takes the hits. Clearly quite powerful punches. And so you get a second action and can choose to
Do a
To
retaliate.
retaliate?
Yep. So steel yourself for their blows. Each time a foe inflicts fatigue, a condition, or shifts your balance in this exchange, inflict 1 fatigue on that foe.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you've moved in close, and then you're
Yeah.
ready to defend if they get close.
So you've thrown a couple of punches and then sort of ready for that
Yep.
retaliation.
Who knew dancers could move so well?
You should bring a
Nice.
flower pot around with you, so you've always got some
Float like a
dirt
butterfly,
on the,
sting like a
on
bee.
the ready.
Jar,
block of
I got
clay
jar,
in my
jar.
Just carry a brick.
Yeah, just fucking mud brick.
Not an earthbender, I just have a brick.
I was going to say another Pirates of the Caribbean reference. I've got a jar of dirt.
Yeah. I've got a jar of dirt. Fucking so
Yeah. Carry a bag of
If you
rocks.
don't want it, give it back. No.
No, my dirt.
Cool. And Wenley.
All right, so I got to roll to figure out how many actions I'm doing.
Yep.
Right?
But then you've got the ability to mark angry to take a guaranteed action.
Ooh.
Yep.
That's why I picked you, because no matter what you rolled, you could guarantee you would
Yeah.
at least get a strike
Okay,
against it.
so I'll roll. So what's
Is it 7?
7 plus is it passion?
Passion,
'Cause
yep.
of that,
Yep.
So that's 9, right?
Yep.
So I get to do 1 action.
Yep.
As of that. So I'm going to do my fighting technique, which is overwhelm. So I throw a punch with all my weight behind it. I mark 3 fatigue to inflict stunned. Oh wait, so I got to mark 3 fatigue off me to inflict stunned
Yep.
on an engaged foe.
But stunned is like next level.
Yeah. So,
So
stunned
stunned,
will mean that
you're
she's caught off guard
guard.
and can't act or respond for a few seconds until she steadies herself. So basically, she'll lose her next turn.
I mean,
With like cartoon birds.
But
add some damage. Do I just want to hit her?
You did that, but you,
You,
had dice
you
on
probably
it.
do want to hit her because you're doubling any damage that you do. So if you mark 2 fatigue on her, it's doubled to 4.
Yeah.
So if you just take strike and take an extra fatigue to guarantee 2 hits, you'll mark 4 fatigue on her on top of the 2 that Lachlan's already marked on her.
Okay, well I'll do that. So sorry, what do I do?
You strike as your action of choice,
Yep.
and then you mark a fatigue to guarantee that you're hitting her and not causing her a condition.
Yeah.
And then because I've held her in place, your 2 fatigue damage becomes 4 fatigue.
Okay.
That's nuts.
All right, so I'll do that.
We've literally just gone, we've seen her and gone, we hate you!
Yeah.
Hold her in place and then bashed her head.
Yeah. So I get basically clench my fist, big ass flame goes around my
Yep.
hand, and I just go straight across my
Hadouken!
face.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So I take
Fist
1
of
fatigue,
flame.
Yep. So you're taking the 1 fatigue to force.
a guaranteed hit,
Yep. So you're choosing to do fatigue or a condition?
fatigue.
Fatigue. Yep.
Yep.
So you come in with this flaming fish. She's sort of just recovered from these blows from Zypan, and then you throw this burning fist at her, which takes her by surprise.
I mean, fair. If you got hit in the
Thanks,
face with
Maggie.
The
flame.
timing on those
Yeah.
screens is pretty good.
So good.
Yeah, every one of Maggie's
good.
bit donations has been perfect.
She sort of goes to a knee with this hit and sort of scorch across her face,
Yep.
Like Zuko.
grunting in pain.
Not quite.
So that's 4 fatigue and
Didn't he
fatigue.
have
Yes.
a burn face?
6 total.
So she'll have 6 total
Yeah.
to her. Yeah, after that.
Nicely done, dude.
Well, yours is 2, isn't it?
4 because it's doubled because
So
of my attack.
2,
Okay.
but then double because he's frozen her.
Okay, so no worries.
6 total
Yep.
down to her.
So she goes and takes a knee.
Yep, cool. And that would be me.
Cool. Then going to the guards. All 3 of them jump to defend the general. So the 2 of you that are in close combat with her are going to be taking the brunt of the blows. 2 of them attack Wenley, since that flaming punch was pretty devastating.
Yep.
And the 3rd goes for Zypan. So
Oh, we can't move it.
Can't move it too much.
too far.
Too far. Just
I haven't had to roll yet, alright?
All right, cool. 8.
Cool, so 8, and I'll just do all 3 of them.
8.
Also 8.
9.
Cool, so they will get 1 action. And they all choose to strike. They just go on hand.
Great.
They can't. They any hope of negotiating kind of went down the drain when you guys just jumped Kong and started wailing on her.
We sure did.
So 2 strikes against Wenley. Let's say that one of them is just going to use a regular strike. So you can choose to mark 2 fatigue, a condition, or shift your balance away from center.
So, shifting balance away from center is not something we've talked about.
Yeah.
But if you shift all the way plus or minus your 3, so if you go all the way through to 4, I believe you're basically knocked out in the same way. You have like a crazy realization that changes your entire look on your life, and you are out for, or it's basically the same as getting knocked out from conditions being filled.
Right.
Yep.
So right now I'm sitting in the middle.
Yep.
Yep.
So I think I'll might as well because that's going to happen to me twice, right?
Yep.
So I don't
Well,
want to take.
the first one you got the choice. The second one you may or may not.
Oh, okay. So
So the first guy is just attacking you. He's a little bit more conservative.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. I might as well move it. So I'm gonna. It doesn't matter which way I move it.
you choose which direction as long as it's away from center. So right now, center's in the center.
Yeah.
So you can go.
And so care and force are just different things.
Wouldn't it be moving towards your force?
Yeah, I'm going to move towards my force.
I believe you can choose. I don't think it because the move hasn't been made
Yeah,
yet.
you're choosing how you react to being
Yep.
hit.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you're reacting by becoming more forceful
She
and aggressive.
did,
The second is throwing a bit more into the attack, not just going for fists, but throwing fire as he does, and it's going to force you to either take 2 fatigue or 1 condition.
And take any condition. And I can choose any condition.
Yes. So how it's a case of how
Battery
does
time.
being
Battery.
sort of attacked so full on make you feel, whether it's angry or afraid or
Right.
This is Pirates music.
insecure about your own fire bending.
What's a probably good one? I'm just going to try maybe foolish.
Sure. So you feel a bit foolish for picking perhaps a bigger fight
Than what I could.
than your abilities, justify.
Yep. I jumped in, and it's a well outweighed fight.
Yep.
Yeah.
The third guard is attacking Zypan.
Nice.
And is throwing all their weight into it as well to try and end the fight as quickly as possible. And sends two
That
fire
was
whips
Scary.
your
Fire
way.
whips.
So you can choose a condition or 2 fatigue.
Remember, you retaliated.
Yeah, I know. But I still have to take my condition first. I'm going to take my condition in angry.
Yep.
Roar!
And
How
then
dare you fight back?
and then uppercut them.
Good.
Cool.
Slap.
Yeah,
So
they
you
retaliate.
retaliate, and so if they, so in exchange you deal 1 fatigue. to that guard.
Each time a foe inflicts fatigue, a condition will shift your balance. In exchange, inflict 1 fatigue on that
Yep.
foe.
So you manage to dodge the actual whips themselves as they crack around you, sending off sparks. But it sort of brings up all the repressed anger you've had all these years. You know, being basically a jester for the Fire Nation, and you just
I don't want to
take
be
that
a jester
out
anymore.
on him in a blow. General Gong, sort of on a knee in front of you after this barrage of blows, and she's going to test your balance. She already knows, because she knows you well enough, sort of through all those years, where your balance sits. You know what you're torn between. You know, being free from this life of you know, servitude basically, and performing, you know, possibly against your will, and you know, fitting that role where you're comfortable. You know what you're doing. You're good at it. You know, it's obviously a big leap that you're doing to run and pursue something that you've never tried before. So she says, sort of from a knee, Why would you run, Saipan? You had a good life. You have no idea what they do to earthbenders out there.
At least I'd be free. I'd be free from this tyranny, and I'm not welcome in this place.
So I believe...
I'm moving towards freedom.
Let's have a look. So I think...
Go, my son.
Yeah, just as away from center, so it's up to you.
And my answer is freedom.
Yep.
Oh, away from center, I see.
Cool.
So you could never choose to go back towards center, and that's why there's 3 strikes and you're out.
So your balance returns to center after you've had time to like stop, reflect.
Does that give you a
Meditate.
retaliation on it?
Okay. Pretty emotional game.
Each time a foe inflicts a fatigue or a condition.
Yeah, so you could retaliate.
I choose freedom.
Freedom!
Cool. So you sort of, you know, I'm going to be free from you, and you just backhand her
So she takes another fatigue.
from the...
Goods.
While she's sort of on the ground. She's still
Go, my
sort of
son.
on a
so
knee.
proud.
And
Jester's revenge.
just been barraged with these blows.
Well, she deserves it.
Everyone can pick their next approach as this sort of action of combat has finished, unless anyone wants to
I nearly went in my drink.
try to defuse the situation or anything like that.
Never.
Nah, I think these people all deserve it.
Besides, there's no killing in this game. They're only going to be knocked out cold with
Exactly.
the little stars around their head.
And Zypan pulls out a pocket knife and just...
Alright, if you reveal a 6 again, Tom, you're going home. Lucky.
Lucky!
Lucky.
Lucky!
Waiting on sound.
Yeah, you know, like I'm low on fatigue, so it's not really I can't just do things that would like
Lucky! And you've got a condition as well.
But
Yeah.
2 conditions.
2 conditions.
Sure do.
Oh, we still have to get your dad on the way to the boat, hey?
Yep.
It's alright.
He lives in the harbour, it's fine.
Yeah, it'll be close. It'll be a very tight
Probably
escape.
lives on a houseboat. You could just tow him behind.
This is in Florida.
Florida man. Alright.
Fire
There's
Nation
a lot of
van.
parallels between the Florida and the Fire Nation. Now that I think about it.
Next thing you know, Fire Nation are just like attacking alligators.
All right, ready.
All right.
Lap.
All
Get
right.
some more people.
Couple of defends, couple of attacks. Nice. 2 of the guards are continuing to attack. One of them is...
Oh, did I take a fatigue from that guy with the whips?
With the whips?
He whipped
No,
you.
you chose a condition.
You
instead.
chose...
The condition?
The condition,
Yeah.
yeah.
Whip it good.
2 of them are choosing to attack,
Green screen.
and one of them is choosing to defend and maneuver. And so is General Gong is defending and maneuvering as well. So, starting with defend and maneuver, we will go Aniki.
I see that poor old Saipan is getting the fucking shit beat out of them. So I'll pretty much do the same thing.
You gotta roll your dice first.
Well, I'll roll the dice first. That's 7.
5, 7, nice, cool. So that's enough for one.
So I'll choose to the retaliate stance. but also bringing my divert into account so that if anyone were to try and strike Saipan, I'll take the fatigue for them. So
Cool. So you're, remaining as sort of a body in front. Ready
leave
for
my friends alone.
the fight to come to you. Zaipan, I believe you were also defending and maneuvering.
Yep, I'm going to
Roll your dice.
roll my dice, first of all, is what I'm going to do.
Oh, no.
Snake eyes.
I mean, what's your bonus? Maybe it'll. Oh.
Oh, no.
Plus what? You got a 3.
3.
What's the?
Do I get to do anything then?
I don't believe so.
I don't think I get to do anything. I think I miss.
There is something in there that's not completely expanded upon that says you get an action.
Yeah, on a
Uh,
miss, you stumble but can shift your balance away from center to use one basic technique.
Oh, your
Depend-
need for freedom could push you to do something. This
I'm pushing
turn.
it.
Ah!
We may be carrying you out of here.
Yeah, good.
You get so overwhelmed with freedom, you just curl up into a ball and cry.
William Wallace over here.
I'm not going back to the palace.
Alright, so which
That's
defend and
fair.
maneuver attack would you like?
Sorry? What was that?
What defend and maneuver ability would you like to use?
I will do retaliate.
Yep.
Please.
So you're just ready for this,
Yep.
fight to come back to you after
Yep. I'm just
the
like,
hell
I'm
you
not going
rained
back.
down the last one. Cool. So the two enemies that did defend and maneuver, the first is the guard. He takes a step back and sends a blast of flame down at the floor. He's readying and he sort of sets
You gonna roll?
patch of floor in front of him. Look, maybe.
There he goes.
You know what? He'll shift his balance.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Fuck it.
Duty.
Does what he wants.
Gotta keep these DMs in check.
Got it. Yeah, I know, right? Look, I just tell you what's happening, all right? And he sort of sets the patch of floor in front of him, not like ablaze, but sort of embers, and sort of almost turns it into like hot coals, so that anyone stepping up to attack him he's going to impair anyone that's stepping up to attack him.
Cool.
General Gong is going to seize a position
If she rolls.
if she rolls.
Snake eyes. No, that's good. Good roll.
7. I watched that one come out. I'm like, ah.
Wait for the snake eyes. She sort of disengages a little bit as the ice has melted around her feet and moves to one of the windows. She sticks her hand out the window and sends a burst of fire, like a flare, up into the sky.
Quick, waterbend it away.
Moving to the people that are advancing and attacking. Teak.
Punch him.
It's a 7.
Where'd you get your water from?
What? I had the canteen.
Got a pouch.
So my water's like frozen away and kind of like pulled back to me. And as I see her run away, I send a whip after her to strike her. I'm going basically for her back. I'm just trying to hit her. She falls out the window. That's not on me.
Okay. So she runs for the window, and as she sort of sticks her hand out, good God, who's airbending in here?
Look, fart bending is canon.
Yeah, let's do it.
She sort of sticks her hand out, and as she's sending this flare, your whip lashes across her side, which is enough to knock her unconscious.
Nice. We did it.
She
Good
gets,
job, team.
She gets the flare off into the sky and then slumps against the wall, sort of not totally unconscious, but bruised, battered,
We should get out of here.
and,
Get out of
and
here.
laying next
We
to
got
the
other
wall.
guards though.
We got 2 more guards. to fight.
Yeah, but they're weak as shit.
3 more guards.
3
to
more
fight.
guards. Gosh.
Well, it's a good thing it's your turn to attack them, man.
Wenley, you can do something about that.
Oh,
Water whips.
good. Good
Nice.
timing again. God, you're so on point today, Meg.
Okay.
Oh no. My microphone.
7, nice,
Wait, plus passion. That's 8.
nice, yep.
So
Just the one actually.
Just the one.
You're just the one.
It's just the one swan, actually.
How's it going with them killers then?
It's just the one killer, actually. It's just the one killer. It's just the one killer. Actually.
Yeah, I'm just
just
gonna-
the one killer.
Just going to strike
Very
him.
good.
So
So I'm practically impaled.
Yeah.
So like my first attack was the big punch across the face, and
Yep.
she moved. So then I turned
Impaler.
and seen the closest guard near me, and I grabbed his like upper torso and just throw him down onto like a knee. Which, as I do it, you can see like the heat of like the impact just strikes him right in the gut.
Around his head.
Nice. So are you
Captain Falcon
taking
knee.
a fatigue to do the two, or are you just doing a standard attack?
I'm just doing a standard.
Yep. All right. Cool. Because of the embers on the floor. Actually, no. Sorry, it's the other guy. Nope, that's okay. He's gonna take 2 fatigue because he hasn't got much else to take, and he's just lays curled in a ball, clutching at his stomach. Awesome.
So he's out, is he?
He's out of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
No.
So now we got 2
Guards
guards.
are weak
Not
as
getting up anytime soon. So there's only 2 guards left. Pick your actions for this round, unless you want to try and do something roleplay-y to break the combat.
Look, there's a part of me that wants to run, but at the same time,
We got these guys. We got them. We got them. We got them.
Where's all these dice going?
I yelled to my friends, we can finish this and go,
Finish him.
rather than be chased.
He's sitting there like,
Yeah. Tweet, 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 tweet.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's finish this.
that's happening.
The 2 guards left are like, oh dear. Both of the guards are defending and maneuvering because they've seen the tide shift, and both of them are ready, retaliating. So they're ready to return the blows that they receive. Let's go with Aniki first. You've got the guard that has taken a couple of hits earlier, and you've got one guard that's totally fresh.
Are there either of them attacking Teak?
No, they were both attacking Wenli and Zaipan.
Right, got
Because
it.
they were attacking General Gong. Now that General Gong's moved and Wenli has knocked the wind out of one of them, they're both kind of just at the doorway, not quite sure who they're fighting now.
Alright, I'll move to the one which has been knocked a bit already.
Yep.
So here's my roll.
6.
6,
Plus
not
one
Oh, yep.
passion, right?
Passion, yes.
Because this is 7.
Yes.
So I'll just do a strike action, force them to take 2 fatigue or mark a condition.
No worries.
Just kind of, yeah. Oh, I got my bow, I guess. I'll just like take
Yeah.
an arrow out
Yep.
and just hit them in the ankle or something.
Yep. So without having to move into combat itself, you fire off a quick shot.
Into their knee.
It's sort of a glancing blow off of the thigh, but it's enough for the guy who was hit to like collapse to the ground, just holding his leg. You can see some blood seeping between his fingers, but he'll live.
Poor guy.
However, he is definitely down and out
oh shoot.
for the foreseeable future.
Nice.
Nice.
Got him.
One guard's left between you guys and the door.
Cat.
yeah.
It's a spook, is
Terrible.
what it is.
Am I going for my move?
Yep.
Damn, that's only a 6. You know what, I'll shift my balance as well.
Oh, sorry, I did forget you, because of Retaliate, you do take 1 fatigue. As you fire the arrow, when he goes down, he sends a bolt of fire your way.
Gets me on the eyebrows.
I'll shift my balance towards confidence because we've done so well in this fight. And I will basically get a 2-handed whip of water and just smack it across the dude. It's like pull back from General and then just...
Watch out, there's cable there.
There's a cable there, that's why I'm going up here.
So you sort of join the 2 whips together
Yeah.
that you've been using separately to make this one
Little
huge
bit of ice on the edge.
sort of
Yes.
kangaroo tail, like
Yeah.
wrapping up your tail kind of thing, to deal 2 fatigue to this guy standing in the front.
It costs me a fatigue to shift my balance to do that, doesn't it?
Yes, I think it
yes.
does.
Yeah. He catches him across the face, and you see the big red welt immediately start to form across his face. He immediately retaliates by firing several small fireballs your way. You take a fatigue. As you try to duck between them, 1 or 2 singe you slightly. Luckily, they're not too big.
Piss ass firebenders.
Zaipan.
Cool. Is there a fireplace in this room?
Yeah, sure. Let's say there's like a brazier more than a fireplace.
Damn, not a stone fireplace.
You know what? There would be
Some chalk for the chalkboard.
Yeah, some like some brick construction within the building.
All right.
I don't want you to go totally without opportunity to use your earthbending.
Earthbending
The building is
the best
made up of a
bending.
combination of stone and wood.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna try and pull some of the stone from the wall and use that to like fire it across the room at
Fucking
the other
roof
one.
collapses in on us.
This is sick.
Hey!
Nice.
Sweet, so that's a 9. So I pull some of the wall away and I hurl it
Awesome.
across the room
So you
towards one of the guards.
pull a couple of stones out from the wall and they sort of hover in front of you for a moment and you punch them at the guard. He sort of turns from firing the few bolts at Teak and sees just this slab of brick crack him square in the head. As he turns, some of the fire bolts he sort of directs your way as he goes down, so take a fatigue as again you duck and weave and catch a couple of singes from these. But he collapses completely unconscious on the floor in front of the doorway.
I would. That was actually the most like horrible weapon we've used. Like singeing
Just
people
rock-
up iron.
brick.
Like,
Rock to the face.
I shot like an actual metal weapon at someone, and you just fucking cinder block straight to the face.
So all three
Flying
guards
everywhere.
are laying either unconscious or incapable of giving any kind of resistance on the floor.
We need to get to that boat now. She
What-
alerted
oh, yeah.
people.
What's Sun Po doing?
She left the room.
She left the
before
room.
combat.
Yeah.
She
Tipped us off.
She ducked past.
I don't even know if that creepy fire sage is going to be on the boat, but we need to get on that
Yeah.
boat now.
She said
we
to
need
get to the Dawn Star down at
Yeah.
the docking area,
We
and
need
we need
this.
to capture.
We don't need the scroll. We need to avoid capture.
We need to rescue Sean's father
Yeah.
first.
I guess we have to do that too.
I know it's not your father, but it's someone's father. Alright, we'll fucking get out of here hot smart.
All right.
Cool. So you
I make a slide of ice down the
no
We all
worries.
down,
slip
no
and
worries.
die.
You're in a hurry. You slide down,
Frozen.
melting it, and like scooping it back up behind you so that you don't slip. Your
Totally
friends don't break
something
their
that a
necks.
16-year-old could do and not the master level move. It's fine.
It's fine. You guys run down and burst out the front. On the street, you've got the docks down towards your right. From your left, you hear shouts and several people carrying on. There's some commotion. As you look that way, you can see the last of the flare that General Gong fired, sort of slowly dissipating above the building, and what sounds like a fairly large contingent of troops coming down the street towards you guys.
Run!
Run!
Let's go.
We're all following you.
Yeah, okay. So this boat is probably one of the bigger ships. It's called the Dawn Star.
Yeah.
So it'll be down the end of the docks at the very end because all the smaller ships can make it further in. It's the
Yeah,
big
but where's your
ones
father?
down the end.
Okay.
And, yeah, so that works out well. So leg it in that direction.
We
Cool.
run.
You guys start just
I'm pulling carts of cabbages
Hoofing it.
behind me to knock them onto the floor.
Cabbage Corp.
So you're running, you're trying to like throw things onto the ground, knocking produce off of stands and just bolting down the docks. People are shouting after you, you
I'll knock them over too.
certainly
I
caught
don't
some
even
commotion.
care.
You can see that the guards now are like pushing their way through the crowd, and they're being led by none other than Fire Sage Bai himself, who is parting the seas of people by shooting bolts of flame where necessary to just scare people out of the way.
Jerk.
They're like knocking people over. They just are
I would like
hot
to
on your heels.
turn around and I would like to use Wall of Perfection. It's a defense maneuver
Okay.
to like summon a massive wall to like block them off from
Wow.
chasing us.
Alright.
Yeah.
So create a perfect wall of defense around yourself and any allies directed next to you. I mark a fatigue, so I'll be like, and collapse.
You don't collapse yet. You've
Not
still
yet.
got
Still got
three
conditions.
conditions.
3 conditions.
If you take any more fatigue, then you start taking conditions.
Cool. So I'm gonna like pull this wall up out of the ground with all my might and trying to like prevent them from being able to pursue us.
Heck
Nice.
yeah.
Just
So you summon up the last few ounces of your waning strength and pull the rock of the road up, forming a wall. It doesn't completely seal the street, but it leaves only a narrow gap on each side for people to get around. So it's sort of, and that a lot of that is cluttered with stands and carts and things. So So you pull this huge wall up and then turn and just keep running down the street. You get onto the boardwalk sort of the docks, which runs, as Wenley said, sort of you got the smaller ships, fishing vessels, small trade boats, that kind of thing. You know, shallow water vessels here before the deep sea stuff at the far end. So you chuck a right and start sprinting down the boardwalk. Everyone give me a... Give us a push your luck, give us a passion roll as you try to duck between people and things.
That's a 6. It's a failure. I fail at passion.
That's terrible. That's 4.
We fail even more at passion.
9.
Goddamn.
We're just like,
Passion roll.
Passion
book
roll
it!
from Sean.
Book it! Damn!
That's 6.
Cool. So Aniki's just hoofing it, dodging between people, scooting down the boardwalk. It takes you a moment to realise that everyone else is kind of falling behind a little bit. You're feeling very exhausted from pulling up the wall. You're kind of like, got to get sort of just start jogging instead of sprinting to kind of try and get the pace back a little bit.
My Fire Nation and I'm like, fuck this.
Oh, this is getting real sweaty in here.
That's why. 2 layers.
they know!
Yeah, they already know.
Wenley and Teak, you guys are kind of looking over your shoulder, seeing how effective this wall is, and you do see a couple of guards kind of leaking around the edges, as it were.
Good wall.
You've bought a little bit of space. Before too long, though, you hear this almighty crash as this huge blast of flame just detonates from the center of the wall, sending rocks in a million different directions. And sort of as the smoke clears, you can see Fire Sage Bai standing, fists clenched, with flames still erupting from the edges of his fist.
He's so cool, though.
As he sort of stands there for a moment, the guards sort of close up around him and keep running after you guys.
But how far away are they? They're like a distance behind us?
They're probably 50 meters or so behind you now.
Yeah.
You sort of bought yourself a little bit of space with
Just
that wall.
hoof it, and the second we see the boat, I'm starting to water bend it away from the dock.
Okay.
So
It's pretty big
I would know the boat.
Yeah, but I can move water.
You probably wouldn't
That's not
know
how
it
it
works.
by
That's
name,
not how it works at all.
but it's a pretty impressive
It's like you've never watched the show.
looking boat. A lot of the more common ships are, sails, sailing ships.
Yeah.
But the Morning Star is one of the few that are actually steam powered. In a similar manner to the Fire Nation Navy.
Yep.
Not quite as large a ship, but uses that, more advanced technology. So it's quite an impressive ship that does stand out. It's only one of a few that would be of that sort of league. So as you're running down, you can see now the silhouette of the hull sort of towering over a lot of the smaller vessels.
Yeah.
There is steam coming out the top of the smokestacks. It looks like it's ready to go. And you guys are, making a beeline towards it. It's at this point you probably start to come to the realization that it's escape or you're dead.
Oh, no.
You don't think you're going to have time with how close these guys are on your heels to get home, get your dad, and get him in his enfeebled state to the ship.
Well, I was thinking if there is a cart nearby, we could whack him in the cart and then take him the rest of the way.
The cart would slow us down.
Where exactly does your father live?
Just off the main road. Like if we're running along the street, on the right is the harbour with the piers going out, and this in the distance, well, not far distance, but is the boat. Like you've got the buildings then on the left. He's in like one of those, but it's an apartment building, so it's up 2 flights of stairs. Like the stairs go up like that, and then he's up there, is where it would be.
All right. Here's the plan. We say as we're running. You launch a cart into the air with your earth bending, exactly where he's telling you to point. You are in the cart, getting launched up into your father's apartment. I then summon seawater and create a slide of water, of ice, for the cart to then come back down at super fast speed with you firebending to give it a boost, to then be caught by the two of us and keep pushing. Plan.
How strong of a bender
This is all
are
like
we?
kind of communicating as you run. You're like So where is your dad anyway? And you're like, he's up there, he's on the second floor of that building we can see just there. Teak's like, well, what if we just throw a cart up there with you guys in it, and then we scoop it.
That's a 10!
For your plan.
Plus creativity, that's an 11. I get 2 bonuses to this plan.
Does everyone get bonuses?
Everyone gets prepared.
Okay.
And I get 2 bonuses. This is a good plan.
What does prepared do for us?
This is the worst plan
you
I've
choose
ever
a
heard.
you choose a
You
plus
choose
2.
a check to add a +2 to in the enacting out of the plan.
Okay. Should we risk it for the biscuit? Like, I mean, it's my whole motivation. I want to.
As far as I'm aware, I feel like you would
Do anything.
forego the boat and stay with your dad
Yeah.
more than anything.
And we're risking our lives to help you do this.
Yep.
In this sudden, risk it all, take it all on this plan right now, because we're still running while you're deciding.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And it's like, I feel like I've convinced our Earthbender, so they are getting this cart, and you've got to jump in it right now if you want to save your dad.
Well, if that's what Zypan is wanting to do, I'll do it.
Anything for a helping hand. Let's get your dad.
Okay, here we go.
All right, the decision is made. As you're running, you're looking around frantically now for a cart.
Yep.
You see a ship that was probably trying to be here before the celebration to sell their wares. They got in late. They're just trying to get their stuff in to the party now. They got to try and sell, some produce because they got here late. It's a disaster. Nothing's gone right. And then all of a sudden, Zypan comes in. Roll me a skills and training as you try to use your earthbending.
To launch him in a cart.
So, is anything going with this, or?
Well, you roll and then you
focus.
can choose. You add your focus, and then you can choose whether or not you want to use your
And then I can
+2.
also choose to add an extra +1.
It's 5.
Plus my focus of 6.
6.
+2 for 8.
Yep.
So you can choose to use your +2. So that's been expended. So now we're at 8. So you sort of begin moving the cobbles underneath this cart and sort of pick it up, and it almost surfs on a bit of a wave towards Wenley. Make me a skills and training to jump onto the cart as it's sort of sailing towards you.
All right. So skills and training is
Focus.
What? Focus? Oh, great.
Yeah.
That's a 2.
Oh, you got a
Plus-
-1.
Yeah.
+2 +1 still only brings it to a 5.
So even if you spend your bonuses, you don't think you'll be able to get on there.
I mean, yeah. I've got force. Does that help?
Not really.
Because there's more care. I'm trying to take
Yeah.
care to land
Yeah.
on this thing.
Yeah, this isn't really a forceful action. It's a very precise action, I guess.
Yep.
And if you see Wenley sort of struggling to get on board this cart, where are you at if you add the bonuses?
5.
5. Right. Yeah. So the help action isn't going to help.
No. Look, it was a fantastical plan. I'm not sure we can pull it off. You go get your dad. I'll stay behind and stop them. I'll buy as much time as you can. You need to get you 3 and your dad on the ship and just get those engines cranking and set sail, and I'll stay behind.
Shit. Okay.
This is what I got to do. I been looking after Teak my whole life, and I want to see that Teak makes it, and that you guys have grown very fond of you this whole time, and
If you can just hold him off for just a minute, I'll be able to get him down.
I'll do what I can.
I'll still make the ice ramp. It'll be easier.
One of the docking areas where there's perhaps a ship tied up, and there's like a whole bunch of rope around one of those, whatever the ballisters, whatever they're called.
Yep.
I'm just going to run over to the nearest one of them and just start like unhooping the rope and gesture for these guys to just keep running to get to your dad's house.
Yeah. Well, he's literally, it's like just on the left. Start running up the
You
stairs.
pointed out to me, and I'm like,
My
just
plan
full
is
water
that-
up there, and try and make as much like water splash over and ice splash over onto the road to create as many barriers as I can.
I'm going to run across to the other side of the boardwalk and hide behind a cart or something. And then as soon as the guards make their way to it, I'll pull the rope taut and trip them all over it.
Okay, nice.
I got a 8 for my ice maneuver.
All right, and Nikki, give me a skills and training for this maneuver of yours.
Here we go.
Zypan, you're still kind of balancing this cart on the cobbles that are sort of bouncing around. There's cabbages going everywhere. And
No cabbages!
I wasn't going to say it.
Yeah.
So you can choose to sort of either keep manipulating it or not.
I'm
Fine.
going to stop manipulating that, and then I'm going to try and launch you up into your apartment.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
Punch him in the back with rocks.
No, just like stomp the ground and rocket him up.
So you're flinging water in the
Flinging
general
water up,
direction
yep.
of the guards and freezing it. As the guards approach, a couple of them do sort of start slipping and, whoa, hang on, slow down. They're pulling some waterbender shit, being tricksy. And they sort of slow so that they don't come tumbling over the ice. Anki, you sort of judge the time based on them sprinting full force. So you go, ha ha, and yank this rope, which pulls taut like 10 meters ahead of anybody running.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck? One of them shoots some fire to try and like burn the rope out of the way.
I'm just going to start running down a different direction and away from these guys and just try and distract the guards as much as possible. Come and get me, I say. I'm right here. Come on, let's see what you got. And I'll just start running away.
All right, you dive down the alley that's like nearest to you. All right, Zypan, give us a skills and training as you try to launch Wenley up into his window.
Nice. Nice!
Casual 12. Non-natural.
You abandon the idea of the cart, which kind of comes rocking to a halt against a building. And you pick up the two cobbles that Wenley's standing on and create these like air skates for him as the rocks just sort of launch him up. Make me skills and training to try and dive through the upstairs window.
Jesus, another focus one.
Escape.
He's gonna slide against the wall.
It's 10.
You manage to launch yourself as the rocks push you forwards. You come bursting through the window. You don't have glass, thankfully. You've just got sort of wooden
Yeah,
slats.
slats, yeah.
Being
That's like-
cheaper housing.
Yeah.
I wonder when my boy Wenley will be back from the
You come
ceremony.
bursting through the window.
The room is just like, it's just a room. It's not like even a house. It's just one room. It's got his bed in the side, and then I usually sleep on the ground.
Yep.
So I've just like smashed through this window,
Yep.
landed on the ground where I would normally sleep, like in front of his bed.
Yep, you come tumbling in. Your dad was sort of dozing in bed. He startles awake, like, what's going on? And you sort of pop up.
Like, Dad, don't worry. Just look, I've got us an out.
What do you mean? What? How did you? What's going on?
I've got us an out of the Fire Nation. Look, I can't take
do you
you
mean,
being
out?
beaten up again. Yes, we're going. We're leaving right now. Like, right now. Come on.
And he sort of
And
hears the cacophony going
I
on
grab
outside.
his arm and sort of just help him up to his feet.
just sort of-
Fireman hold him onto you.
Yeah,
So-
he's just
Yeah.
leaning on you. He's got no idea what's going on.
I'm like, just trust me, please. And then I straight out the door.
Chaos.
There's
Do,
like
do you need
a-
me to make a separate roll for the
yeah,
ice
if you want to make
slide?
a
Hey,
ramp.
we need
Yeah.
a slide!
So straight out the door, there's like a
You coming, you
banister
coming straight
like
back
this.
through the hole you made?
Nah, because like it's right near there, right? Okay, straight through the hole. If that's where you want to
You're
be.
coming straight out the window.
No, you're not.
Oh shit!
That's only a 4. So you look outside, and I'm like,
You start pulling water up and kind of get the form of a ramp, but there's just so much volume at this point that you just can't bring yourself to freeze the whole thing. And he sort of turns into a slush and then just collapses.
I tried. Bye.
All right,
So, yeah.
I'm up, and I'm going to try and make a rock slide.
I'm trying to make like a rock ramp. Okay.
Yep.
And like catch them and pull them back down.
Well, no, just even just
Dude,
like
just
a
conjure
slide
2 more
made out
air
of...
skates and let them skate on through.
Nope.
Again, it's just so much volume to get. You know, you guys are decent at what you do, but that's just a lot of rock to move at the same time and try to focus on where each individual piece is going to be at any given time.
Okay.
So unfortunately, you just can't get up high enough. It looks like you're going to have to take the stairs.
Yeah, so I'm like, I did have a quick way down lined up, but that's not going to work. So just please, as fast as you can, Dad. And like, I put him more on my shoulder,
Yeah.
and I'm just like going down the stairs as fast as I can,
Yep.
around the first sort of bend, down the second set of stairs.
Yep. So you're just sort of, his feet are barely touching the ground at this point. Like you're just dragging him along. You come bursting out of the bottom story. Anki's done kind of a lap of the block and now come back out on the other side of the building. You come bursting into the street. There's a handful of guards in hot pursuit that have followed you around that way. Directly opposite you is the Morning Star.
The Dawn Star?
The Dawn Star. The ramp is down, and it looks like the steam's ramping up, like it is leaving.
All right, let's do it. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Do you need help with your dad? I'll sort of go and get the other arm and.
I'm already like jumping on the boat and being like, we're with wait, what was the woman's name? Poe.
Sunpo.
We're Sunpo's cargo.
As you sort of burst on, the sailors are like frantically going about their duties. The sort of guard that's at the top of the ramp looks at you and then turns around, and Fire Sage Nuan is on the ship. He says, "They're with me, quick, quick, quick," and like hustles you on, and then steps past you down onto the ramp, and he starts gesturing for you guys to hurry up.
Yep.
You all start running, heading up. It's the guards coming out of the alleyway that were following you are now pouring and joining with those
That we're chasing.
and pushing his way to the front of the pack is Fire Sage Bai, who begins. You can see crackling electricity
Oh no!
like surging towards his arms as he goes to direct it towards you guys.
Yep.
Fire Sage Nuan pushes the last of you behind him, and then with the massive flourish pulls this huge wall of white hot flame up the center of the dock, masking you guys from Bai. As the ramp gets pulled into the ship, retracting, and the steam kicks up, the ship starts pulling away from the dock. Nuan's just standing there trying to hold this shield of fire. You then see this huge crack of electricity come flying through the barrier and just overhead into the sky,
That would have
missing the
been
ship
nasty.
and everyone on it, not being able to see you through this just wall of flame. You guys are all just catching your breath. You're winded. You're struggling on the side of the boat, but luckily, Nuan's able to hold the barrier long enough as the ship begins pulling away from the harbour and into safety. You can see Bai just raging at the end of the dock. He's shaking his fist. He's shooting fire and lightning into the air in frustration and anger.
Oh, that was close.
And as you guys pull away, Nuan turns around, sweating, clearly expending a lot of energy on that.
One might say he's at
shield.
4 levels of fatigue.
He just fucking.
Some would say he's just an old man.
He sort of staggers a little bit and sits down on a crate on the dock and pulls the scroll from his sleeve. He says, "I think that you've earned this.
I want to know
for
what's
your
on the
help."
scroll.
And you guys have successfully escaped the Fire Nation.
Well done, guys. You open it up and it's just like, y'all are big dumb.
It's a blank piece.
Joke's on you!
Oh.
Congratulations
So good.
Oh, well
on beating
done.
the Forbidden Scroll.
That was
Hope you
so
guys
good.
enjoyed.
Great DMing,
That was,
Kai, that was
a lot
awesome.
of fun.
Yeah.
That was really
What
You
a
guys
time.
enjoyed. As you guys escape into the sunset, who knows what will happen next? Whether or not you guys will get stopped at a blockade or anything.
Knock on wood, nothing else goes wrong. Kraken.
But for now, our heroes are safe and free of the city, with hopefully some friends.
Well
you
done.
go.
The real
guys.
friends were the friends we made along the way.
Yeah.
That was wicked. I
was
really
good.
enjoyed that.
This system reads as so clunky, but once you actually start playing, it's so simple because there's your character is one thing, the moves you can do is another, and then everything is laid out with the way the characters are built. Or your character is 3 things, and go with that.
I would say
well-
Clunky is just so different from
Yeah.
It is.
Pathfinder and D&D and Call of Cthulhu and all those other ones that we're familiar with. It's just something very, very different, which is interesting. It's
Like
If
the
they
book
didn't set up
describes it, the book describes it as it's not focused on bending, but it's focused on characters and their development. And you can clearly see that with like your balance and all your conditions
Yeah.
and how you deal with that. And also having a set, clear, defined role or what your character would do or wouldn't do in a certain situation and acting upon them, which is
makes it
sort
so
of a
easy to
floor
roleplay.
system.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. I really enjoyed it.
So Lachlan, favourite moment?
Favorite moment?
Yeah.
Probably the fireworks shenanigans.
That was
Oh, it
good.
was great.
That was amazing.
Coming close second for me was launching me through a window.
that was pretty good. Tuck and roll.
Just like,
Yeah,
That was great.
that was
Yep.
good. And that whole
What about you,
like
Chris?
final chase was
it's got to be
great.
the firework.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Yep.
It was a good plan.
What was yours, Tom?
Running off on my own to make a woman pee her pants.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Some sneaky.
Yeah,
I mean, the fireflake eating was pretty good.
that
but
was hilarious.
That was
Last
pretty
game
good.
was
too.
great.
There was like
I
that,
like that.
that whole section where we're just like, tangent time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just like how Teak got dobbed in and then you guys countered by just dobbing the guy in the dob teakin. Like, well, if he's doing it, you're doing it too, buddy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was great.
I really liked the popping over the wall to shoot the glass.
that
I think
was
that was
good.
a cool combo that was the first bending we did, and
That
I think
was,
That was when you
cool-
earthbended for the first time.
a cool use of the earthbending. I
And
thought
like
that was really
you
nice.
being able to like put more of your effort in it to actually make it a success was really
Mm-hmm.
cool. That really like opened up the whole, because I was up until then I was like really unsure of how this whole bending thing was going to work. And then when like we sort of just role played it more and made it fit, it just felt really natural. So that gave me more confidence in that side of things.
One of the coolest systems I think I really enjoyed was the plan system. Like Tom's plan was like, it's like, cool, this is what we want to do, and it's just balls to the wall, and then it's like, cool, you guys get bonuses to make it happen. We didn't make one of the plans happen, so it can fall flat, but like it made the other plans work out, and it was like, yes, we have a plan, this is what we're gonna do, we've got something happening, and that also was amazing.
And that isn't like something that every bold character will have. The fact that there's that customization in characters, and like you could be a bold firebender who then makes the plans, but like as a waterbender, it meant I could help establish the plan and use ice to make it happen. There's just all those little things. That
I'm really
can change
excited
up
to
how you
see
play.
the full character creation in the full final version of the game. How many options there's going to be for
Because
types of character
as you start
combined with
like
type of
completing,
bender, or whether you're a weapon
Yeah.
specialist or whether you're a tech specialist, combined with those subtypes of Guardian and Bold and all the rest of it. I think there'd be some really cool combos, and I would really like
completing
to
your
see.
hero's journey and unlocking more moves.
Yeah,
and becoming
exactly.
a
I'd
master.
love to
and
see how the
learning things. Wow, that's
relationships
crazy.
between characters develops, because a lot of the mechanics are about the relationships between the characters. We didn't really see it this game because it was so one thing after another.
Apart from
There
us, we
was
didn't know each other. To start.
there was no rests or anything like that, but there's the action to comfort and support your teammates, so to heal fatigue and conditions, you sit down and have a heart-to-heart and talk things out, like in the show. Talk about your feelings
Tough
with your
can't
friends
read.
and everything. To,
Are you seeing this, Tough?
recuperate and
No.
restore your balance.
Oh my god, look at that! What?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Every time.
Good meme.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. It pushes the role-playing aspect. That's why I didn't want there to be too much combat. I wanted to get a little bit of combat in there, but I didn't want you to be fighting your way out of every situation.
The first time I
because-
read this, I thought combat would be so clunky, but just picking your move, rolling, and then being like, all right, what makes sense to do right now?
Yeah.
From these three options. We didn't do any smashing. Smashing is so fun. You're just like, oh, there's a table there? Blap. And throw it at someone to knock them over and give them a condition.
Yeah,
I mean, I did, but no.
You did, but not in combat. You
that was probably my
did
second
it to
favorite.
intimidate a 14-year-old.
Yeah, you
spell.
just
straight out of nowhere,
ran
yeah,
with
across
my-
the room. We want answers.
Yeah, definitely keen to
Gang
see.
walk, gang
Didn't work
walk.
either. She was too badass.
Yeah.
She was what's her face from Game of Thrones, the little bear lady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very- yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty keen to see the
Plan
full
well.
rules and definitely to see the character creation. But I'm also very keen to read a lot of the background world development.
I was gonna
stuff
say
as
they're
well.
doing something like that, aren't they? Doing a book for
Yeah.
that?
Just imagine the owl bears in this.
Oh man.
Owl bears.
And that's just one setting, so you can play during Kyoshi's era, so you can
Yeah.
go even further back.
Yep.
You can play
Kyoshi.
during Aang's era. You can play during Roku's. You can
era,
play
100-Year War.
after the 100
Yeah,
Year War.
imagine
or
like a super
in-
political campaign where
Yeah.
you're in Fire Nation territory during the rise of Fire Nation fascism, and you're trying to fight against that. Like just all those little stories that the world lends itself to so
it's
well.
cool as well because obviously going back to like Kyoshi's, then there's going to be airbenders are going to be normal, right?
Yeah.
And even during Roku's time, the airbenders are going to be around. So you've got all that pre. Pre.
You can do Korra's era, so you got all the technology open to you.
You know
That's
what?
introduced in that era.
You know what makes me excited? You start a campaign in Kyoshi's era, right? And obviously you play your campaign, you got your players, you have some awesome moments in different parts of the world. Then you finish that campaign and you go, all right, cool, we're going to do one now in Aang's era, right? But you could refer back to those things that happened in the past. You could be like,
Yeah.
Those
to your
big
player
events.
characters in the last campaign and how they put a mark on the world.
That's cool.
That would be
so
really
cool.
And there's also so many dominant characters that will be really interesting to see prop up. And it's like you're just coming across and it's like, oh yeah, there's Iroh in the market doing something dumb. Or like you've got like all of a sudden you're walking down the thing and Avatar Kyoshi's having a war with someone. You're like, I'm be over here.
Yeah, and there are going to be named characters
Yep.
that you can encounter. I think they call them legends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
In
they've
the
got
game,
like
which
even
is gonna be
crazier
really
stat
cool.
blocks
So they've
and
got-
abilities. And
Yeah, crazy stats.
you want to fight against Ozai? You can do it.
Yep.
Good luck.
Good luck.
So very cool. So that was Avatar Legends, the role-playing game. Quick start.
Not sponsored, but call us.
Very
Yeah,
good.
Forbidden Scroll. We had a great time. I hope you guys had a great time watching. If you're interested, the quick start is free, and we've played the Forbidden Scroll adventure that was in there, but I can imagine there would be so many ways to skin that cat.
Yeah. For people who've played quick start adventures before, this has a beginning and an end and a timescale. That's it. There is so little to go on, so that you have total freedom to just follow it wherever your heart desires.
Because like reading the synopsis, I was like not expecting this to go the way it was. It was like we escaped prison, we made it down there, and then we're like, Scroll, let's leave. Let's just straight up leave the Fire Nation because today is a bad day.
Yeah.
You know, you can deal with the little embers, was it?
Yeah,
the fire.
Burning embers.
Yeah, you can do that. You can go with the little
What are they called?
The Finches.
Fire Finches. Yes, sorry, too many names. You can, work out a deal with them, and they can smuggle you out of the city, possibly. The Burning Ember gang might be able to find a way to get you out of the city. You can come up with your own way. You don't have to go with any of the gangs or anything in the city. You can come up with your own plan.
Was Fire Sage?
Yeah, maybe he actually is a traitor sometimes.
Yeah, Newen, was he meant to be like our helper, or was that something that you threw in?
I mean, he could have gone different ways. He had different motivations, but it served him best to, in this case, work with you guys and, go with your plans. But if things had gone totally sideways, he probably would have left without, he wouldn't have gone back for you if you'd been captured, let's say.
Yeah.
I don't think. He would have been like, thanks for the help.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm on the boat, bye. But since you guys were on the boat, he was trying to get away himself,
Cool.
So...
That was a good story. I like that.
I tried to play the characters as they're written in here, but there's, obviously room for interpretation. And I don't know if we followed the rules to a T in a lot of spots.
Oh, definitely not.
But any
that's-
role-playing game, the rules are guidelines
Exactly.
to tell the story. And I think we told a pretty cool story.
Yeah,
I'd watch that episode.
Right? Definitely.
That'd be an exciting episode.
Yeah.
That was it. It's like you could just imagine like the fire flakes and like that
Yeah.
whole commotion like going on,
Yeah.
and it was just like I can just picture everything in this show.
And like you were
I don't
saying,
know
all
about
the
you guys, but I was
huddles and
definitely
stuff.
picturing
All
it
the
all in the
huddles.
art style.
yeah, and like all
of
that
the
comic
show.
nature. It's like sliding up and being like, so what are you talking about?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, our
What's
little
going on
huddles and stuff. Yeah, it all landed to that, which was really
Yeah.
That comic higher.
It does a good job of capturing the feel of the show.
good. Yeah.
So if you like Avatar but haven't played role-playing games, it's a good, the rules guide you in the role-playing, and I think it's
I think it'd be
time.
good for people who haven't played role-playing games to introduce them because Avatar is such a fantastic series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks very much for watching, everybody.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And 3
you guys
cheers for
enjoyed.
Kai for DMing
Yo.
and having a vocal bit of that for the last 5 hours.